Dear listeners, this channel publishes only full and exclusive audio stories. Please subscribe and like them if you enjoy them. She heard his voice. But he was gone. The first time she heard his voice, she thought she was dreaming. It was soft, familiar, almost comforting. But when she opened her eyes, the room was empty. No one was there. She sat up slowly, her heart beating just a little faster than before. The air felt different. Colder. As if something had been there, only moments ago. She told herself it was nothing. Just a dream. Just her imagination. But the next night, she heard it again. Closer this time. Whispering her name. Chapter 1, The Voice in the Dark. When Alara Vale first moved into the old house on Bramble Lane, it felt less like a decision and more like a surrender. She had told everyone it was temporary. Just a season, maybe two. Just long enough to breathe in air that did not smell faintly of rain-soaked asphalt and overheated subway brakes. Long enough to put miles between herself and the city apartment where every room still seemed to remember him, though she tried not to think of that in any clear or useful way. Long enough to live somewhere quiet, somewhere she could hear herself again. That was what she told people. The truth, which sat deeper and softer and more stubbornly inside her, was that she had been tired for so long that even her thoughts had begun to sound distant to her. Life in the city had continued around her with its usual bright insistence, phones ringing, lights blinking, strangers laughing in stairwells, trains trembling underground, and she had continued with it, smiling when necessary, speaking when asked, answering messages after too many hours had passed. But every part of it had begun to feel like movement without a rival. So when her aunt's solicitor called to say the house had been left to her, along with a modest sum and the recommendation that she either sell it quickly or hire someone to manage the repairs, Alara surprised herself by saying she would go there herself. It's been empty for years, the solicitor had warned. Country houses can become troublesome when they're left alone too long. I only need somewhere quiet, Alara had replied. The man had made a sound that was too polite to be called skepticism, and they arranged the paperwork. 3 weeks later, she arrived just before dusk, carrying 2 suitcases, a canvas tote full of books she was not sure she would read, and an exhaustion that seemed to have made its home in the back of her ribs. The house stood at the end of a narrow lane bordered by hedges gone slightly wild, their branches leaning into the road as if curious about every passing car. It was larger than she expected but not grand, with pale stone darkened by age and weather, a steep slate roof, tall windows, and a porch whose railing had surrendered to ivy in several places. Beyond it, low hills rose in blue-green folds, and a line of trees marked the edge of what had once been formal grounds and was now simply countryside. The village itself was little more than a square, a church, a post office, a bakery, and a pub with a painted sign that swung gently in the wind. Alara had passed through it only once before arriving at the house, and even then it had seemed drowsy, as if it preferred late mornings and low voices. Everything about the place should have felt lonely. Instead, standing at the gate with the key cold in her hand, she felt the first real looseness in her chest she had known in months. The evening smelled of damp earth and lavender grown too freely along the path. Somewhere nearby, unseen birds settled into the darkening hedges with soft, busy rustling. The sky overhead was the color of bruised pearl, the last gold already thinning at the horizon. She unlocked the front door and stepped inside. The silence was immediate. Not empty, exactly. Layered. The kind of silence that belongs to old houses, made not from the absence of sound but from its settling. The small expansion of wood after a warm day, the low complaint of a pipe, the almost imperceptible shift of old glass in old frames. It wrapped around her at once, close and cool. Her Aunt Celeste had lived there alone for the final years of her life, after Alara's mother died and the family's few remaining ties loosened one by one. Alara had seen the house only in childhood, and then only twice. Once in summer, when the gardens had seemed impossibly fragrant and full of bees, and once in winter, when every doorway felt enormous and mysterious and her aunt had given her hot milk in a blue mug while snow moved softly past the windows. Now the rooms were draped and dim, the furniture sheeted, the air carrying the faint smells of cedar, dust, and old paper. Her footsteps stirred memories she could not quite place. The hallway opened into a sitting room on the left, a dining room on the right, and farther back, the kitchen with its black range and deep porcelain sink. A staircase rose from the front hall in a slow curve. She set down her suitcases and listened. Nothing. Only the quiet house waiting to see what kind of woman had come to claim it. Alara gave a small breath of laughter she did not entirely feel and said aloud, "I know. I'm not sure either." Her voice sounded softer here, as though the walls knew how to hold it. She opened windows where she could, tied back curtains, and walked from room to room as the evening lowered itself around the house. Dust floated like silver in the last light. The kitchen cupboards held chipped dishes, linen towels, 2 tins of tea that had long since gone stale, and a box of matches in a drawer by the stove. Upstairs, she found 4 bedrooms, 1 bath, a narrow box room, and at the end of the corridor a study that had once belonged to her grandfather, though she remembered him only in fragments, a deep laugh, tobacco smoke on a wool coat, hands stained by ink. Her aunt's bedroom overlooked the garden. That was where Alara decided to sleep, not because it felt more welcoming, but because it felt less forgotten than the others. She unpacked only what she needed. A sweater, nightclothes, toiletries, the kettle she had brought from the city because she distrusted country plumbing and country shops equally on first arrival, and a pale gray blanket that had always lived folded at the end of her bed no matter where she stayed. By the time she made tea, darkness had fully settled. The kitchen lamp cast a soft amber circle over the scarred wooden table, leaving the corners of the room in shadow. The old refrigerator hummed faintly. Somewhere above her, a floorboard gave a quiet creak and then another, though there was no one in the house but her. She stilled with the kettle in one hand. The second creak came a moment later, longer this time, followed by a soft shift of sound that could have been settling beams. Alara waited. Nothing else came. She let the kettle rest on the stove and told herself, very reasonably, that old houses spoke in ways newer ones did not. They held weather and released it by degrees. They responded to temperature, to pressure, to wind moving around their foundations. Every article she had read while preparing for the move had mentioned this with varying degrees of affection and warning. Still, her heart had climbed a little too high in her throat. She poured the tea and carried it upstairs. The bedroom had a narrow bed, a wardrobe, a fireplace with cracked green tiles, and a dressing table with a spotted mirror. 1 lamp worked. That was enough. The bed linen she found in the airing cupboard smelled faintly of starch and lavender sachets gone old at the edges. She made the bed carefully, as if the act of smoothing sheets and tucking corners could anchor her in the room. When she finally lay down, the house felt immense around her. Wind moved against the window panes in long, quiet breaths. The curtains swayed a little from the crack she had left open. Somewhere in the garden, a branch tapped once against the wall. She lay on her back beneath the gray blanket and listened until the sounds lost their sharpness and blurred into the strange music of a place not yet known. Sleep came in layers. She drifted near it, surfaced, drifted again. Thoughts moved through her with the softened edges of fatigue. Whether the boiler would still function by morning, whether she should go to the village bakery early before they sold out of bread, whether she ought to feel more grief than relief while moving through rooms that had once belonged to family and now, by legal fact and emotional confusion, belonged to her. There were other thoughts too, older ones she did not welcome. A hand slipping from hers in a train station years ago. Rain on a bridge. A voice she could never quite reconstruct after waking, though she had dreamed of it more than once. She turned onto her side. The curtain lifted and settled. The house exhaled. Then, from somewhere very near her left ear, a man's voice whispered, soft and low. "Elara." Her eyes opened at once. The room was dark except for the thin silver of moonlight and the dim amber spill from the lamp she had forgotten to switch off completely. It glowed beneath the shade, weak as a dying ember. No one stood by the bed. No one sat in the chair by the window. The doorway was empty. Elara did not move for several long seconds. Her body felt suspended between sleep and waking, every muscle alert but uncertain. The voice had been so close that she could almost imagine the warmth of breath against her hair. She pushed herself upright and listened. Nothing. Her own breathing. The wind. A faint ticking she eventually realized came from a travel clock in her bag. "Elara?" She said into the room, and instantly regretted it. The silence that followed was thicker than before. She swung her feet onto the floorboards, cold beneath her soles, and stood. The air had changed. She could not have said how, only that it felt cooler near the bed than near the doorway, as if someone had opened a hidden window and then closed it again. She checked the hall first. Then the spare rooms. Then the study, which smelled of paper and old leather and rain that had somehow gotten into the walls decades ago and never left. Every room was empty. Downstairs was the same. The front door remained locked. The kitchen window was latched. The back door stuck in its frame when she tested it, requiring enough force that no one could have opened and shut it without noise. She turned on every light she could find, more for companionship than illumination, and walked once more through the sitting room, the hall, the dining room. Sheet-draped furniture became pale shapes in the corners. Her own reflection drifted in the window glass, strange and startled, hair unbound over her shoulders. At last she returned to the kitchen, made fresh tea with hands only slightly unsteady, and sat at the table while the clock above the mantel showed 10 minutes past 2. It was a dream, she whispered. But she knew, with the inconvenient certainty of certain bodily truths, that she had been asleep only a moment before the voice reached her. Not deep enough for dreaming. Not far enough under. She had been on the threshold, yes, but not beyond it. And the voice. She wrapped both hands around the mug. That was the part she could not dismiss. It had not sounded threatening. Not strange. It had sounded familiar in the oldest and most impossible sense of the word. Not like someone she had recently spoken to, but like someone whose voice her body recognized before her mind could place it. She stayed in the kitchen until the tea cooled and the sky beyond the window turned from black to a dark, uncertain blue. Then, exhausted enough to stop caring whether she slept or not, she returned upstairs and lay down fully clothed. Morning found her in shallow sleep, one hand on the blanket, the lamp still burning faintly. She woke to birdsong and sunlight on the floorboards. Daylight made everything seem less dramatic. The room was merely a room again. The chair by the window held only her cardigan. The open wardrobe reflected a pale slice of sun. Dust glimmered where the light fell strongest. Even the memory of the voice seemed thinner now, harder to defend against reason. She rose stiffly, washed in cool water, braided her hair, and went downstairs with determined practicality. The boiler worked. The taps, after much groaning, produced hot water. The kitchen, with windows open, lost much of its gloom. She buttered toast bought from the village that morning, made strong coffee, and decided she would spend the entire day in useful labor. Useful labor, she believed, would cure a great many things. By noon she had stripped sheets from the furniture in the sitting room, swept the hall, shaken out rugs on the back lawn, and filled 2 black bags with yellowed newspapers and catalogs decades out of date. She discovered a cupboard under the stairs full of umbrellas, walking sticks, and 3 winter coats whose pockets contained tissues turned to delicate lint. In the pantry she found jars of preserved lemons, plum jam, cloves, rice, and 1 bottle of elderflower cordial with a handwritten label in her aunt's sloping script. The house, once disturbed, seemed more willing to speak plainly. Its noises in daylight were ordinary. Plumbing knocked. Floorboards protested. One of the upstairs windows rattled whenever the wind shifted north. There was a robin that visited the kitchen sill twice and stared at her as though assessing her qualifications. By afternoon, she could almost laugh at herself. At 3 she walked into the village to buy groceries, passing stone cottages with white curtains and gardens just beginning to wake into spring. Several people glanced at her with the polite curiosity reserved for newcomers. An elderly woman outside the bakery looked at her face, then at the direction she had come from, and said, "You're at the Vale house." Elara paused. "Yes." The woman nodded as if this confirmed something private. "Your aunt had lovely roses. I remember them a little. She used to cut them before storms. Said they held their scent longer indoors if you brought them in early." "That sounds like her." The woman smiled. "I'm Mrs. Fenwick. If the lane floods, don't take the lower road. And don't let the east window in the upstairs corridor stay open after dark. It never fastens properly." There was something comforting in the specificity of local advice. Elara thanked her, bought bread and eggs and butter and apples, and returned to the house carrying the bag against her hip. The day remained pale and cool, with clouds traveling high and slow across the sky. She ate in the kitchen, then explored the garden. Once, it had been beautiful in a formal, generous way. The bones of it remained. Gravel paths overgrown with time, low stone borders, a circular pond choked now with reeds, wrought iron benches softened by rust, and beyond the rose beds a stand of birch trees with white trunks like gathered light. The roses themselves were only beginning to leaf, their canes thorny and disciplined despite neglect. Lavender crowded the edges of the path, releasing its scent whenever her skirt brushed it. Near the back wall stood a small glasshouse with several cracked panes and a door hanging slightly crooked. Elara peered inside and saw empty shelves, terracotta pots, coils of twine, and a wooden table whitened by dust. On the wall, faded hooks held old tools. There was peace here. Not uncomplicated peace. Not cheerful peace. But something deeper, quieter. The kind that asked little of her except attention. As evening gathered for the second time, she felt almost ashamed of the nervousness that returned with it. She closed the downstairs curtains one by one. Checked the doors. Latched the windows. Lit lamps in the bedroom and hall. She even looked beneath the bed before she laughed at herself and stopped. At dinner she opened a bottle of wine she had meant to save and drank one glass while reading old letters she found in a drawer of the writing desk in the study. Most were invitations, thank you notes, folded cards signed with names she did not know. But one envelope, cream and brittle at the edges, held only a blank sheet of paper. No writing. No date. Nothing but a faint smell, like cedar and smoke, when she opened it. She stood very still with the paper in her hand. Perhaps the ink had faded, she thought. Or moisture had erased it. Or perhaps the page had always been blank, saved by accident, kept for reasons no one living remembered. Even so, she slipped it back into the envelope with unusual care. Night rose beyond the windows. By 11 she was in bed, determined to sleep. She left the lamp on this time. Wind sighed at the eaves. The curtains shifted once, twice. She watched the line of the doorway until her eyes stung. At some point she slept. She knew she slept because she dreamed of walking down a long corridor lined with doors, each slightly open, each showing only darkness beyond. At the end of the corridor stood a man with one hand on the banister. She could not see his face. Light moved behind him as though reflected from water. She tried to call out, but the dream held her voice fast. Then he said, very gently, "Don't be afraid." She woke with a start, breath caught, the room unchanged. The lamp still glowed. The curtains still moved. And from the corner near the wardrobe came a faint sound like the settling of cloth. Elara. Not in the dream. In the room. She sat upright so quickly the blanket tangled around her knees. Her mouth went dry. The sound had come from several feet away this time, not beside her ear. It was unmistakably a man's voice, low, calm, intimate in the way a secret is intimate, not because it demands closeness but because it assumes it already exists. "Who's there?" she whispered. The question fell into the room and did not return. She heard, or thought she heard, 3 soft steps along the floorboards toward the window. Then nothing. Elara reached for the lamp with one shaking hand and turned the knob fully. Brightness rushed outward, flattening shadows against walls and corners. No one. The wardrobe doors remained half open. The chair was empty. The window, latched. The floorboards, bare. Yet the room was colder. Not everywhere. Only near the window. She stood, wrapped the blanket around her shoulders, and crossed to it. Moonlight silvered the garden below. The birches swayed gently at the edge of the lawn. The glasshouse reflected a broken slice of sky. There was no figure on the path, no movement among the rose beds, no face beyond the glass. Her reflection floated over the dark grounds, pale and uncertain. Then, for the briefest moment, something altered in the glass. Not outside. Inside. As if another shape had been standing just behind her shoulder and stepped back the instant she noticed. Elara turned so fast the blanket slipped from her shoulders. The room was empty. Her pulse beat hard in her wrists, her throat, the tender place behind her knees. But under the fear, because there was fear now, undeniable and cold, another feeling moved, quieter and stranger. Recognition. Not of a face. Not of a name. Of presence. Like walking into a melody heard years ago and not knowing why it makes the heart ache. She backed toward the bed and sat down. Her hands, clasped in her lap, had gone white at the knuckles. "Who are you?" she said. The house answered with silence. She did not sleep again that night. Toward dawn she left the bedroom and carried a blanket down to the study, where she lit the fire despite the chill of inexperience and sat in the grandfather chair until the sky paled. The room comforted her more than the bedroom did, perhaps because it was lined with books, and books suggested order even when one had not yet read them. At sunrise, with birds beginning one by one in the garden, she looked properly around the study for the first time. The shelves climbed from floor to ceiling, packed 2 rows deep in places. History, poetry, gardening manuals, atlases, botanical reference books, philosophy, novels with cracked spines, and a surprisingly large number of journals bound in dark cloth. The desk itself held a blotter, a brass lamp, and 3 locked drawers. Above it hung a small framed charcoal portrait of a woman in profile, signed only with initials. Elara set down her mug of hastily made tea and began to examine the shelves. It was not logic, exactly, that guided her. More the thin instinctive thread connecting the voice, the blank letter, the dream, and the feeling that the house contained not merely memories but intention. On the 3rd shelf from the bottom, behind a row of gardening catalogs, she found a narrow leather notebook. No title. No date. Only a pressed sprig of lavender between the first 2 pages. She sat by the window where morning light was strongest and opened it. The handwriting was masculine, slanted, elegant in a slightly old-fashioned way. The first pages held little of interest: weather notes, lists of plants ordered for the garden, observations about repairing the south wall. But farther in, the entries grew less practical and more reflective. May 17th. She says the house changes after midnight. I told her all houses do. She told me I was arrogant to think myself an expert on what walls remember. No name. Elara turned the page. June 2nd. Her roses opened before dawn. I found her barefoot in the garden with a shawl around her shoulders, cutting them in silence. She said some things release their strongest fragrance only in the half-light, before the day begins naming them. I asked if she spoke of flowers. She laughed and did not answer. Elara frowned. The notebook was old, though not ancient. The paper had yellowed, but only slightly. Perhaps 30 years. 40 at most. She read on. June 14th. I have stayed too long. Or not long enough. Both may be true. Her fingers tightened on the edges of the page. There were more entries after that, some torn out, some water-stained. The handwriting occasionally darkened as if written in haste. Twice the writer mentioned the East Corridor. Once, the room above the roses. Once, if she forgets, perhaps the house will not. Forgets what? Elara turned another page. Blank. Several more pages, blank. Then, near the back. If I cannot remain, I will speak where the walls are thinnest. A chill passed over her arms so abruptly that she looked up from the notebook as if someone had entered the room. No one had. Yet the fire behind her gave a low pop, and the study door, which she was certain she had left nearly closed, stood now open by several inches. She stared at it. A current of colder air moved through the gap. The hall beyond was empty. Very slowly, she set the notebook down on the windowsill. This was the moment, she thought dimly, when sensible people packed their bags, returned to the city, and explained to friends later, half laughing, half ashamed, that the country had not suited them after all. But the idea of leaving did not comfort her. It left her with something closer to grief. Because beneath the fear, beneath the eeriness, beneath the fatigue and rational objections and every attempt at self-preservation, something in her had begun to lean toward the mystery rather than away from it. The voice had frightened her. It had also reached her. And she could not explain why that mattered so much. The morning expanded gently around the house. Sun warmed the windows. In the garden, the birches shifted in the breeze with a sound like pages being turned. Somewhere below, the robin returned to the kitchen sill. Elara rose, went to the study door, and looked into the corridor. "Are you here?" she asked quietly. For a long moment, nothing. Then, from somewhere distant in the house, so faint she might have imagined it, came the softest reply. Yes. She did not scream. Later she would wonder why. Perhaps because terror needs certainty, and this felt less certain than sorrow. Perhaps because the voice, though impossible, did not carry violence in it. Or perhaps because some part of her had been waiting longer than she knew for it to answer back. Still, her hands trembled. She took one step into the hall, then another. "Who are you?" she asked. Silence answered first. Then, from the stairwell below, a whisper rising through the house like breath through reeds. "Trying to remember." Elara stood motionless in the pale hall, one hand pressed to the wall for steadiness. The words echoed inside her. Not the sound of them. The feeling. Trying to remember. A phrase full of distance. Of loss. Of someone reaching through fog. She should have been afraid enough to run. Instead, tears pricked suddenly and without warning at the backs of her eyes, baffling her. "Remember what?" she whispered. No answer came. Only the ordinary morning noises returned, the creak of settling wood, the call of a bird outside, the soft hiss of the fire in the study dying to embers. At last she went downstairs. Each room seemed exactly as it had before, yet altered by the simple fact that she no longer believed herself alone within the house's boundaries. The kitchen was full of light. The grocery bag still sat half unpacked on the counter. Her coat hung on the peg by the back door. A life of plain tasks waited faithfully to be resumed. She stood at the sink and looked out at the garden. The rose beds were bare except for thorns and first leaves. The glasshouse caught the sun in fractured flashes. At the far edge of the lawn, just where the path bent toward the birches, the air seemed momentarily denser, as if shaped by someone standing very still. She blinked. It was gone. Only light and branches. Elara closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she saw only morning. But the voice remained. Not in the room now, but inside the silence itself, like a note still vibrating after the instrument has been set down. She rested her fingertips against the cool porcelain of the sink and spoke into the bright, empty kitchen with a steadiness she did not feel. "All right," she said. "If you're here, then I'm listening." Outside, the wind moved through the birches. Upstairs, somewhere beyond sight, a floorboard creaked once, lightly, as if in answer. And though the house stood quiet and still beneath the spring sun, Elara knew with complete certainty that by nightfall, whatever had spoken her name would return. Chapter 2, The Second Night. The day passed in a softness that felt almost unreal after the voice. By late morning, sunlight had reached into every room on the south side of the house, warming the faded rugs and drawing pale gold shapes across the floorboards. The fear of dawn had thinned, if not vanished. Like mist over a field, it had simply become less solid under light. The house no longer looked like a place built for whispers and memory. It looked old, certainly, and full of the kind of silences that collect in empty rooms, but not haunted in any dramatic sense. Not sinister. Not impossible. And yet impossibility had already spoken to her twice. Elara moved through the day slowly, as if quick motions might disturb something she did not yet understand. She tidied the study, stacked old letters by decade where she could guess their age, and carried a box of cracked picture frames down from the attic. She found a set of gardening gloves in a drawer near the back door and spent an hour in the rose beds, kneeling in the cool earth, loosening weeds from around the roots and trimming back what winter had taken. Work made the hours gentler. It also gave her mind somewhere to go besides the questions that kept returning in quiet loops. Who are you? Trying to remember. Remember what? The answers had not come, and the more she considered them, the stranger they became. If the voice belonged to some trick of sleep, then why had it replied while she stood fully awake in the study doorway? If it belonged to a person, an intruder, someone hidden in the house, someone playing a cruel game, then how had no door opened, no stair creaked loudly, no body moved where a body should have been visible? If it belonged to memory itself, to grief, to exhaustion, to her own mind splitting loneliness into sound, then why had it felt so separate from her? And why had it felt, beneath everything else, sorrowful? She sat back on her heels and looked over the garden. The afternoon was cool and bright. Thin clouds drifted across the sky in long veils. Bees moved lazily around the earliest blossoms near the wall. The pond at the far edge of the path reflected pieces of white sky between reeds. From here, with earth on her gloves and wind lifting loose strands of hair at her temples, the world looked entirely ordinary. Only the house unsettled that ordinariness. Its windows watched the garden with an expression she could not name. Not hostile. Not welcoming. Merely aware. At 1:30, she went into the village for more supplies. She bought candles, matches, fresh milk, soup greens, and a loaf of dark bread still warm through the paper. At the ironmonger's, she found a packet of screws, 2 replacement light bulbs, and a brass latch she hoped might fit the troublesome upstairs east window. The ironmonger, a man with gentle hands and square spectacles, wrapped everything carefully in brown paper and asked whether she was settling in well enough. Well enough, Elara said. Old houses ask for patience. So I'm learning. He smiled. They also keep good company, when they decide to. The remark was casual, but it stayed with her all the way home. Once back at the house, she spent an hour trying to fit the brass latch to the east corridor window. The old wood had warped just enough to make the replacement useless, and she ended up standing on a chair with a screwdriver between her teeth, muttering under her breath while the window refused every reasonable attempt at improvement. In the end she gave up, wiped the dust from her hands, and remembered Mrs. Fenwick's warning with a new reluctance to dismiss village wisdom. Do not let the east window in the upstairs corridor stay open after dark. Why that window? Because it rattled, perhaps. Because the draft was unpleasant. Because villagers in old places often wrapped practical matters in a tone that suggested superstition even when none was intended. Still, before evening came, she shut it tightly and tied the curtains back so she could tell at a glance whether it had shifted in the night. The rest of the house she treated in much the same way, not as a battlefield, but as a place one could prepare with modest intelligence. She checked every lock again. She made a simple supper of soup and bread. She lit the fire in the study before dusk rather than after. She placed candles and matches in the upstairs hall, the bedroom, the kitchen, and the sitting room, as if light itself could be distributed against uncertainty. All the while, she listened. Not constantly. Not in panic. But with a quiet, unceasing awareness. The house answered with nothing unusual. A spoon settling in the sink. A pipe ticking behind the kitchen wall. The muffled thud of a branch touching stone outside. Sounds she was beginning to classify and understand. Sounds that belonged to weather, age, and habitation. No voice. No sudden cold. No shape in a pane of glass. As the sky darkened, however, her calm became more deliberate than natural. She carried her tea into the study and sat in the armchair by the fire with the leather notebook open on her lap. The pages smelled faintly of dust and lavender. She had read them twice already and found no hidden message, only fragments and the sense of a story broken before its center had been reached. She says the house changes after midnight. If she forgets, perhaps the house will not. If I cannot remain, I will speak where the walls are thinnest. The writer had never named himself. He had never named the woman he wrote of. Yet something in the voice of the entries, half amused, half reverent, touched at times by a longing he was trying not to admit, made Alara read more slowly than she otherwise would have, as if speed might bruise them. She turned the pages again. Weather. Roses. A mention of the pond in moonlight. A line about hearing footsteps in the east corridor and assuming it was only the wind. Then one passage, barely 6 lines, written more darkly than the rest. July 28th. There are moments when I think she knows me from before she met me. She turns when I have not spoken. She answers questions I have not asked aloud. Today she said, "If you vanish, I'll hear you anyway." I laughed and asked whether that was a promise or a threat. She would not say. Alara sat very still. It was not the content alone that unsettled her. It was the tenderness in the sentence. Not theatrical, not grand, simply lived in. The kind of intimacy built over long conversations, shared weather, silences that had become familiar enough not to need filling. She closed the notebook and stared at the fire. Had her aunt loved someone no one in the family ever mentioned? Or had the journal belonged to another member of the house, some guest, some relative, some story lost to the practical erosion of years? Families forgot more than they admitted. They forgot letters in drawers, names in middle generations, quarrels that broke branches off the trees so cleanly later descendants no longer knew where the missing growth should have been. But this forgetting felt different. Closer. Like a room in the house whose door she had passed without noticing until now. The clock on the mantel chimed 8. After that, the evening moved in slow measured steps. Alara washed dishes. Locked the back door again though she knew it was already locked. Brought the notebook upstairs. Then took it back down, deciding she did not want it in her room. Then changed her mind and carried it up once more, ashamed of the superstition in herself and unwilling to let fear dictate where an object slept. At 10, she climbed into bed with a novel and read 3 pages without understanding a word. The bedroom had become 2 places now, one by day, one by night. In daylight, it was merely a room with faded wallpaper and practical furniture. At night it acquired depth that the eye could not quite measure. Corners lengthened. Curtains breathed with the air. The space between the wardrobe and the wall became a darkness with intention in it, though she knew this was only perception tilting under strain. She left the lamp on again, though dimly. The notebook lay in the drawer of the bedside table. Her watch ticked softly against the wood. Outside, a wind had risen. Not fierce, but steady enough to move through the garden in visible currents. Branches brushed one another. The loose corner of the gutter along the west side of the house gave a small repeated tap that might, over hours, become maddening. Elara lay on her back and listened until the pattern of sounds almost lulled her. She did not want to sleep. That was the oddest part. It was not only fear of what she might hear again. It was the sense that sleep now stood too close to whatever boundary the voice used. Waking and dreaming had become neighboring rooms, and she no longer trusted the door between them. At some point, however, tiredness claimed her in spite of vigilance. Her eyes closed. The wind threaded through the eaves. The lamp made a warm blurred circle through her lashes. And she dreamed. This time the dream was not of the corridor. It was the garden. But not as it stood now. Summer had taken it fully. Roses climbed in heavy pale swells over the trellis by the south wall. Lavender leaned purple and fragrant along the path. The pond lay clear and dark as polished stone, reflecting a sky full of slow white clouds. Someone had placed a chair beneath the birches, and on the chair lay a book face down beside a silver pair of shears. Elara walked barefoot over the grass without wondering why. The air in the dream held the brightness of late afternoon, yet it felt quieter than any real afternoon could be, as though sound itself had softened out of respect for something unspoken. She moved toward the chair. She knew, with dream logic certainty, that someone had just left it. When she reached the birches, she saw him. He stood on the other side of the pond. Not close enough to touch. Close enough to know he was there. Tall. Dark coat. A stillness about him that was not coldness but restraint. His face remained indistinct, the dream refusing to sharpen it, but she felt his gaze as clearly as sunlight on skin. "Wait," she said. The word made no ripple in the air. He lifted one hand slightly, as if to reassure rather than wave. Then the surface of the pond shivered. The reflected sky broke apart. And she woke. The room was dark except for the lamp's small amber glow. The fire in the grate had died completely. Her throat felt tight, as though she had been about to speak. For one disorienting second she thought she could still see water moving in the room, a wavering shimmer along the far wall. Then the illusion faded, and she realized it was only moonlight shifting behind the curtain. She turned her head toward the window. The curtain was not merely moving. It was lifting. The window had opened. Only a little, perhaps 2 inches. But enough for the night air to enter in a narrow cold stream that touched the side of her face. Elara pushed herself upright. That was impossible. She had checked the latch before bed. She remembered the exact feel of it beneath her fingers. The curtain rose once more. In the corridor outside, something knocked gently against the wall. The east window, she thought at once. Open after dark. The warning returned with absurd force. She reached for the lamp, turned it higher, and swung her feet to the floor. The boards were colder tonight. She crossed to the window near her bed first and found it still closed, though the latch sat loosely in its housing as if recently disturbed. Then the knock came again from the hallway. Not loud. Not threatening. A repeated, patient tapping. She opened the bedroom door. The corridor stretched pale and narrow before her, the runner rug dim beneath the weak hall light she had left burning. At the far end, the east window stood open several inches, its curtain billowing inward with each breath of wind. The new brass latch lay on the floorboards beneath it, where she must have left it earlier after abandoning her repairs. Elara. The voice came from the corridor itself. Not loud enough to locate precisely. Near, and not near. Her hand tightened on the doorknob. Every instinct told her to retreat into the room, lock the door, wait for daylight. Yet the voice did not command, threaten, or chase. It spoke her name with the same low familiarity as before, and there was something in it now that had not been there the previous night. Urgency. Not panic. Need. She stepped into the hall. The boards gave one small complaint under her weight. The curtain at the east window swelled and fell. Moonlight silvered the wallpaper in strips. She became intensely aware of everything. The dry scent of old plaster, the cool draft moving under the hem of her nightdress, the faint pulse at the base of her throat. "What do you want?" she whispered. No answer. Only the curtain lifting. She moved farther down the corridor until she stood a few feet from the open window. The night outside was washed in pale cloud light. The lane beyond the gate gleamed faintly through the trees. A branch scratched once against the outer wall. "Why are you saying my name?" For a moment she thought there would be no reply. Then, from directly beside the window, very close. "So you'll stay awake." The words passed through her like cold water. She turned sharply toward the sound. No one. And yet the space near the open window carried an unmistakable sense of occupied air, as if a person had just stepped back from where she now stood. Not a shape visible to the eye, not even a shadow, but a density. A nearness. She swallowed. "Who are you?" A pause. "I don't know," the voice said. That answer frightened her more than if he had given none. She stared at the curtain as it moved in and out. "That doesn't make sense." "It doesn't to me either." The voice was calm, almost apologetic. Elara found that she was shivering. Whether from cold or nerves, she could not have said. She reached for the window and tried to pull it shut, but the old frame resisted. The draft strengthened, carrying with it the scent of damp leaves and distant rain. "Why this house?" she asked, struggling with the warped sash. "Why me?" The window shifted down an inch, then stuck again. The answer came after a long silence. "Because you can hear me." It was impossible to explain why those words made her chest ache. Not fear this time. Something softer and lonelier. She set both hands against the frame and pushed harder until the window finally slid closed with a dull wooden thud. The curtain settled at once. The corridor lost several degrees of cold. For a moment the silence after the closure felt almost like a departure. Then, from just behind her left shoulder. "Thank you." Elara gasped and spun around. Nothing. Empty hall. Empty stairwell. Empty shadows at the turn of the landing. But the gratitude in the voice had been so clear, so human, that she forgot to run. Instead she stood there trembling, one hand pressed over her mouth, eyes fixed on the darkness beyond the stair. "Are you in pain?" she asked before she could stop herself. No answer. She waited. Still nothing. The absence this time felt different from the earlier silences. Less withholding. More like distance widening unexpectedly, the way a person's voice on the telephone might fade when they step too far from the receiver. "Elara," the voice said at last, faintly now, as though from below. "Don't go to the pond tomorrow." The words chilled her more completely than the draft had done. Why? No reply. Why not? Nothing but the old wood settling. She took 2 quick steps toward the stairwell. Wait. A floorboard somewhere downstairs creaked once. Then quiet returned in full. Elara remained in the corridor until her legs felt weak. At length she backed toward her bedroom, shut the door, and locked it, though she knew, somehow knew, that locks had nothing to do with whatever was happening in the house. She did not return to bed immediately. Instead she sat in the chair by the window with the blanket around her shoulders and watched the room slowly cool toward midnight. The lamp burned lower. The curtain no longer moved. Once or twice she thought she heard soft sounds in the hall, perhaps a footfall, perhaps only wood contracting as the temperature fell, but no voice came again. The pond. Why had he warned her away from it? The garden in her dream returned vividly now, summer roses, clear water, a chair beneath the birches. Was the dream memory borrowed from the house? Fancy built from the notebook? Or something else, something the voice had shown her because ordinary language no longer served him? And the strangest thought of all, why had he thanked her for closing the window? As if the cold or the opening itself troubled him. As if he were less powerful than the stories of haunting would suggest. As if he needed things from her, small practical things, because he could not manage them himself. The notion steadied her in a way reason had not. Not because it made sense. It did not. But because it transformed the voice from pure mystery into something with limits. Something that could ask. Could answer. Could, perhaps, be understood. Near 3 in the morning, exhaustion at last softened her enough that she returned to bed. She left the lamp burning and the blanket drawn high to her chin. Sleep came in brief shallow pools and broke whenever the house made any sound at all. When dawn finally reached the room, it found her already awake. The pale hour before sunrise washed everything in bluish gray. The world looked unfinished. She rose, dressed warmly, and went downstairs with the intent of making tea and doing nothing foolish. Nothing foolish, she repeated inwardly as she lit the stove. Nothing foolish included, very specifically, not going near the pond. Yet after tea, after bread and butter she barely tasted, after a full hour of sorting old linen in the upstairs cupboard to prove to herself that she was sensible and governed by sense, she found herself standing at the kitchen window looking toward the far edge of the garden. The pond lay still between reeds and overgrown stone. From here it seemed harmless. No larger than a horse trough, really. A decorative thing. A piece of old garden design left to weather and neglect. Why should he warn her away from it? Was there something unsafe there, a broken edging, deep mud, rotted boards beneath the growth? Had a child once fallen in? Had someone drowned? The last thought arrived uninvited and remained. Elara set the folded towel in her hand aside. Outside, the morning had the fresh cold brightness that comes after a windy night. The air looked scrubbed clean. The birches flickered silver green. The glasshouse flashed in the sun. Nothing in the garden suggested danger beyond nettles and uneven ground. Still, she did not go out at once. Instead, she took the notebook into the study and searched it more carefully, page by page, for any mention of the pond. There were two. One practical, cleared algae from the pond, water nearly black beneath the lilies. The other less so. She says the pond holds the sky even when the house will not. That meant nothing. Or too many things. She searched the study shelves for local histories, estate maps, anything that might mention the property in detail. By 10, she had found a folder of old surveys, a bundle of seed invoices, 3 church fete programs, and a photograph album whose black pages held silvered images of people posed in the garden over several decades. Her aunt appeared in some of them younger than Elara remembered her, handsome and severe at first glance, smiling only in a few. There was Elara's mother as a girl with blunt-cut hair and solemn eyes. There were 2 men in suits standing by the glasshouse, uncaptioned. There was a summer luncheon on the lawn. A dog no one had ever told her about. A rowboat on a river somewhere else. And then one photograph, tucked loosely between pages near the back. The image had faded more than the others. It showed the pond, the birches, and a man seated in the chair from her dream. Her breath caught. The photograph was small and slightly blurred at the edges, but the composition was unmistakable. Chair beneath the birches. Book on the arm. Pond dark beside him. He sat turned partly away from the camera, one elbow resting loosely on the chair back, head angled as if someone had just spoken and he was about to answer. His face was not fully clear. Not because of damage. Because the light had struck it strangely, leaving his features washed pale and indistinct. Yet even without seeing them properly, Elara knew with a certainty that made no rational sense that she had been trying to remember him. Not his face perhaps. Not his name. His presence. Her fingers trembled against the edges of the photograph. On the back, in neat blue ink, only 3 words had been written. By the pond. No date. No name. She sat staring at the image for a long time. Outside, the village bell rang 11. Inside, the study held its patient hush. At last she rose, the photograph in one hand, and crossed to the desk where the locked drawers waited. She tried them again, though she had no key. The left refused. The right refused. The center gave slightly, then held. She knelt and looked beneath. Taped to the underside, hidden where only someone searching deliberately might find it, was a small key darkened with age. Elara closed her eyes for 1 second. Then she pulled the tape free, stood, and fitted the key into the center drawer. It turned. Inside lay a bundle of letters tied with a blue ribbon, a fountain pen, a dried rose pressed between sheets of wax paper, and beneath them all a second photograph. This one had been kept flat and protected. The same man. Closer now. Standing on the front steps of the house with one hand in the pocket of a dark coat, looking not at the camera but slightly to the side, toward whoever must have been holding it. The face was clear. And the shock of it was not that she recognized him from life. It was that she recognized him from the voice. Which should have been impossible. A voice heard in darkness had no face to attach itself to. The mind should not know such things. Yet the instant she looked at the photograph, something within her aligned with terrible, quiet certainty. Yes. Him. He was not conventionally beautiful, though that was the first word many would have chosen. There was too much gravity in him for beauty alone. Dark hair. Strong mouth. Eyes that even in the stillness of the image seemed to hold a kind of searching patience. He looked like a man listening for something just beyond the frame. On the back of this photograph was written a name. Adrian Holloway. October. Elara whispered it aloud before she could stop herself. The room changed. Not visibly. Not dramatically. But the air seemed to draw in around her as if the house itself had paused to listen. Adrian, she said again, more softly. The study door, left ajar, moved inward by an inch. A coldness brushed the nape of her neck. Then the voice came, nearer than it had ever been in daylight, almost close enough to mistake for breath. Yes. Elara did not turn. She could not. Every hair along her arms had lifted. Yet beneath the fear there came, impossibly, a wave of relief so sudden it nearly undid her. A name. He had a name. And when spoken, he answered it. Adrian, she repeated, staring at the photograph in her hand. This time the voice carried something like wonder. I remember that. Very slowly, Elara turned toward the open doorway. The hall beyond stood empty in full morning light. No figure waited there. No shadow lingered. Only the air, slightly cooler near the threshold than in the room, and the strange palpable sense that someone stood just beyond the ordinary reach of sight. What are you? She asked. Silence for a moment. Then, I was a man. The grief in that answer filled the room like weather. Elara closed her fingers around the photograph. You warned me away from the pond. Yes. Why? A pause. Longer this time. I lost something there. What? The floorboard near the door gave a faint sound, almost a shift of weight. Then the voice said, so quietly she barely heard it, you. The word entered her like a stone dropped into deep water. It did not make sense. It should not have made sense. And yet the stillness after it felt charged with meanings she could not yet bear to examine directly. You don't know me, she whispered. Another silence. When he spoke, the words were tender and terrible in their certainty. I think I did. The study seemed suddenly too small for breath. Elara set the photograph down before she dropped it. Her hands had begun to shake in earnest now. She should have fled the room. She should have called someone, anyone, and tried to explain, though how could she? She should have refused the pull of mystery and chosen the safer humiliation of sounding unwell. Instead she said, in the smallest voice, how? The air near the doorway cooled further. No answer came immediately. She felt, rather than saw, the presence recede a little, as if the question itself strained whatever held him there. At last he said, not yet. I can't hold it long. Hold what? This. The house creaked softly around them. This could have meant voice. Memory. Shape. Presence. All of it. None of it. Whatever boundary he crossed to speak, it clearly cost him something. Elara stepped once toward the door before caution caught up with her. "Will you come back tonight?" A long pause. "Yes." The answer should have frightened her more than it did. Instead, it settled into her with the calm inevitability of evening promised after afternoon. Of course he would come back. The second night had already changed everything. The mystery was no longer whether the voice existed. It did. The mystery now was who Adrian Holloway had been, how the house knew him, why he said he had lost her by the pond, and what forgotten thread could possibly run between his vanished life and hers. "Then tell me more tonight," she said. Very faintly, almost like a smile made of sound, the voice replied, "If you stay awake." And then the room warmed. Not much. Just enough for her to know he was gone. Elara remained where she was for several minutes, staring at the doorway. Outside, the wind moved through the birches with a soft papery rustle. Somewhere in the kitchen, the old refrigerator hummed on. The ordinary world had not ended. No thunder had struck. No hidden door had opened in the wall. Only a name had been spoken. Only a man long gone had answered. She looked down at the photograph again. Adrian Holloway. The face on the steps held that same still listening expression. Not stern. Not smiling. Waiting, perhaps. As though he expected someone to speak from just outside the frame. The thought came to her then with clear and startling force. Perhaps he had been waiting longer than death should allow. She gathered the letters from the drawer but did not open them yet. Some threshold in her wanted evening for that, as if certain truths belonged more honestly to lamplight. She replaced the dried rose and fountain pen, locked the desk again, and slipped the key into her pocket. Then she carried the photograph downstairs and stood once more at the kitchen window. The pond shone darkly between reeds. She would not go to it today. Not because she had surrendered sense, but because for the first time in her life the unreasonable had made a request of her in a voice she trusted more than fear. The trust itself frightened her. But it did not diminish. As afternoon slowly unfolded toward evening, the house seemed to breathe around her with a changed rhythm, as though it too anticipated the coming of night. Elara cleaned, read, warmed soup, and answered none of the messages waiting unanswered on her phone. The world beyond Bramble Lane felt remote now, flattened by distance and by the impossible intimacy of the mystery gathering inside the old stone walls. Again and again her fingertips found the photograph where she had tucked it into the pocket of her cardigan. Again and again she heard the words. "I lost something there. You." By twilight she could no longer tell whether she dreaded nightfall or longed for it. Perhaps both. The sky turned pearl, then blue, then that deepening color between silver and indigo which belongs only to evenings in spring. Lamps glowed one by one through the house. Shadows lengthened. The first star appeared above the birches. And as darkness gathered at the windows, Elara climbed the stairs with her pulse already quickening, knowing with absolute certainty that the second night was not truly over yet. It was only beginning. Chapter 3, When it came closer. Night did not fall all at once over the house on Bramble Lane. It gathered in layers. First the garden lost its color, the lavender and young rose leaves turning to muted shapes beneath a silver-gray sky. Then the windows became mirrors, holding the rooms inside and giving back only a faint suggestion of the dark beyond. After that came the deeper quiet, the one that arrived once the village had gone to its own suppers and shutters and low evening voices. By the time full darkness settled over the lane, the house felt suspended in it, less anchored to the ground than afloat in some black and patient sea. Elara moved through those hours with the deliberate calm of someone preparing not for danger exactly, but for encounter. She lit lamps in the kitchen, the study, the upstairs corridor, and her bedroom. She checked the east window twice and wedged a folded cloth into the frame so it would not shift with the wind. She drew the curtains in every room except the study, where she left them open to the dark garden as if some part of her wanted the night to look in. She even laid out the objects that had begun, in only 2 days, to feel like pieces in a pattern she did not yet understand. The leather notebook on the study desk. The photograph of Adrian Holloway standing on the front steps. The second photograph, by the pond, propped against the lamp base. The small key from the locked drawer, resting on the blotter. And beneath her hand, though she had not untied it yet, the ribbon-bound packet of letters. She did not open them immediately. The letters seemed to ask for a certain steadiness, and though she appeared calm enough in her movements, she did not feel steady. She felt lit from within by a quiet tension, as though everything in her had become attuned to waiting for a sound just beyond the edge of hearing. At 8 o'clock she made tea. At past she tried to read and failed. At 9 she gave up the pretense of distraction, sat at the study desk, and untied the blue ribbon. The paper was dry and fine beneath her fingers. The first envelope had no stamp. No address. No postmark. It had been hand-delivered, then, or never meant for the post at all. On the front, in a graceful hand she did not recognize, was written only 4A. Inside, the letter was folded carefully, as if whoever had kept it had unfolded and refolded it many times. Elara began to read. I should not have left the greenhouse door unlatched, and I am willing to admit this because your lecture on the subject was so beautiful in its severity that I believe you almost enjoyed being angry. You were right, of course. Half the seedlings have suffered from my carelessness, and if your roses refuse me all summer I shall deserve it. Still, I maintain that some things are improved by an open door. Not all things. Not all nights. But some. You ask me why I remain when I speak so often of going. The answer is cowardly and simple. I remain because each morning I expect you to look at me differently, and each morning you do not. It is possible I have mistaken kindness for invitation. It is possible I stay only because I am too selfish to discover the truth. If so, forgive me. A.H. Elara read the letter twice. The handwriting matched the notebook. A.H. Adrian Holloway. She set the page down with more care than necessary and reached for the next. This one was in a different hand, slimmer, sharper, the loops of the letters disciplined but expressive. On the outside. For Adrian, if he insists on behaving like weather rather than a man. Elara unfolded it. I am not angry about the seedlings. I am angry because you looked so pleased with yourself while being wrong, which is a quality I have rarely admired in anyone. As for open doors, they suit June and ruin March. Any person who has lived in this house longer than 3 days knows this. Since you claim to notice everything, I assume your ignorance was deliberate. You ask questions with your eyes and then pretend silence is nobility. It is not. It is only silence. If you wish to know how I look at you, ask plainly and stop circling the subject like a dog around a chair. Also, you left your book under the birches again. If rain takes it, I will not be responsible. See. Elara sat back. See. Celeste? Her aunt's name. The thought passed through her with strange brightness. She looked again at the letter. The wit in it. The dry precision. The undercurrent of affection concealed beneath reproof. Yes. She could imagine her aunt writing exactly this. Though not the version of her Aunt Alara had known late in life, reserved and self-contained, but some younger, quicker woman beneath that later stillness. She picked up the next letter with fingers that had begun to tingle. I asked plainly. You did not answer plainly. You are unfair in a way I find increasingly fatal. Yesterday by the pond, when you said there are certain kinds of attachment that make cowards of otherwise sensible people, I believed you meant to warn me. If so, your warning came too late. If not, then I have misunderstood every hour we have spent together and should leave before I make a fool of myself more publicly than I already have. Yet when I rose to go, you touched my sleeve. Celeste, you must understand that one gesture from you has become enough to reorder entire days in me. I know this is unwise. I know the house is not mine and the season brief and your mind more sensible than mine has ever been. But I am tired of pretending companionship is all I feel when you stand close enough for the scent of roses to stay on my coat after you have gone indoors. If you wish me gone, say it once and I will go. If you do not, then I am already lost. Adrian. Alara pressed the heel of her hand lightly to her breastbone. The fire in the grate made a low settling sound. Wind moved in the garden with a soft rushing through the birches. The room around her seemed both near and far, as if the letters had opened not only a drawer in the desk but a chamber in time. Adrian and Celeste. Her aunt and the man from the photographs. Not a haunting born from nowhere, then. Not merely some stranger caught in the house's memory. He had lived here, or near enough to matter. He had loved her aunt. Perhaps she had loved him in return. The letters made that plain enough. So why had no one ever spoken of him? And why, more unsettling still, had he said to Alara, I lost you there? She read on. The next several letters traced a courtship so quiet and precise it felt less like reading romance and more like overhearing the growth of weather across weeks. Adrian wrote of small things, the way Celeste cut roses before rain, the sharpness of her opinions about books, the calm with which she managed the household accounts, the fact that she never lied to make things easier on other people. Celeste replied with teasing severity and rare but unmistakable warmth. There were references to long walks, to afternoons in the study, to evenings when storms made them keep candles burning down the upstairs hall. Then the letters shifted. Not abruptly. Gradually. As though some unnamed strain had entered their days and settled there. One of Adrian's letters, undated, read. You think forgetting is a kindness because memory can wound. Perhaps you are right. But there are wounds caused by forgetting too, and they do not bleed where anyone can see them. What frightened me this morning was not that you failed to remember what you said at the pond. It was that for an hour you looked at me as if I belonged only to this house and not to you at all. Then you smiled and knew me again. If this is what is coming, I am not equal to it. Alara stared at the page. Her aunt had forgotten him? Even temporarily? Was that possible? Illness? Injury? Grief? Some condition never spoken of openly within the family? The next letter was from Celeste, and the writing pressed harder into the page. Do not dramatize what may yet be nothing. I was tired. The storm woke me twice. I had a headache and said foolish things. You insist on turning every silence into an omen because your nature prefers disaster if happiness threatens to make you vulnerable. That is not an accusation. Only an observation. Still. There are moments, Adrian, and I have not told you this because telling it gives it shape, when the house feels full of places I have already stood in and cannot remember standing in. Not rooms. Moments. Echoes of them. I know how absurd that sounds. You need not say so. Yesterday near the pond, I had the strangest certainty that I was about to lose something and had lost it before. It passed. Everything passes. Do not look at me with that sorrowful patience of yours. I dislike it. See. Elara lowered the page slowly. The room had cooled without her noticing. Not by much, but enough that the skin along her forearms prickled. She did not look up at once. Some instinct kept her eyes on the letter, as though moving too quickly might startle whatever had entered the edges of the room. Then, very softly, from the dark near the window, she wrote that in autumn. The voice. Closer than before. Not at the doorway. Inside the study. Elara lifted her head. The curtains at the open window hung still. The garden beyond was black save for the pale shine of the pond and the faint suggestion of birch trunks. Between the desk and the window, in the half-light cast by the brass lamp, the darkness seemed thicker in one place than elsewhere, gathered around the outline of a tall man standing very still. Not fully visible. Not flesh. But no longer nothing. Her breath stopped halfway. The figure was less a body than an arrangement of shadow and suggestion. She could make out the fall of shoulders, the line of a coat, the angle of a head turned slightly toward her. Where a face should have been there was only dimness shaped by human proportion. Yet the nearness of him changed the entire room. The air felt attentive. Weighted. Tender and strange. Elara did not rise. She was afraid that if she did, the movement would break whatever delicate law allowed this. You came closer, she whispered. The shape seemed to incline slightly, not quite a nod. It's easier tonight. Why? I don't know. His voice had the same texture as before, low, intimate without presuming, carrying that undercurrent of loss that made every simple sentence feel touched by distance. But now it seemed anchored to a place in the room. It came from the shape near the window, and that alone made the impossible feel more impossible, not less. She looked at the letters spread before her. These are yours. Yes. And hers. Another pause. Yes. Aunt Celeste. The shape did not move, yet the silence altered, as though the name had entered him. She was not my aunt, he said at last. A breath of startled laughter escaped Elara despite everything. No. I suppose not. Something almost like warmth moved through the room, subtle but unmistakable. If a presence could smile, perhaps it felt like that, a softening in the dark, a quiet shift in the air. You sound more like yourself when you say ordinary things, she said before thinking. Do I? Yes. I'm trying. The simplicity of the confession touched her more than she expected. She looked up fully then, toward the place where he stood. What are you trying to do? The shape near the window seemed to sharpen at the edges and then blur again, as if held together by concentration. Stay, he said. The word entered the room gently, and yet it carried so much effort that Elara felt it in her own chest. She sat very still. Is it painful? He was silent for several seconds. Not like pain when I was alive. Her fingers curled lightly over the nearest letter. Then what is it like? The curtains stirred, though there was no draft. Like reaching through water for something on the shore. She closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them, the shape was still there. The fear that should have dominated her had changed by now into something more complex. It had not disappeared. Her heart still beat too quickly. Every instinct sharpened by the unnatural remained awake inside her. But braided through all of that was pity, and curiosity, and a deepening sense that she stood not before a threat but a sorrow. What happened to you, Adrian? The name steadied the room. Or perhaps it steadied him. The dim shape seemed to gather around it again, shoulders becoming clearer, the hint of one hand visible against the darker line of his coat. Not a full apparition, not even close. But enough that she could imagine the man from the photograph standing there, uncertain how to cross the remaining distance. I remember pieces, he said. Tell me. The garden. The study. Her voice when she pretended not to laugh. Elara felt an ache in her throat. The pond, he added. She went still. The pond, she repeated. Yes. You told me not to go there. A pause. It's where things break open. The fire gave a low pop behind her. That doesn't explain much. I know. His shape shifted almost imperceptibly, as though he had taken a step or wanted to and could not. Some memories come whole. Others come like torn paper in wind. Then tell me the whole ones. The silence that followed was not refusal. It felt more like effort. Gathering. Sorting. At length he said, she was afraid of forgetting. Elara glanced down at the letters. Celeste? Yes. Why? I don't know when it began. Small things at first. A conversation misplaced. A morning she said had already happened. A certainty that she had dreamed a day we were still inside. His voice remained calm, but the calm now seemed to cost him. I thought she was overtired. Then I thought grief had bent her sense of time. Then I thought many things because none of them frightened me as much as the truth might have. And what was the truth? I still don't know. He said it without drama. That made it worse. Elara studied the partial figure, the dim outline of a man trying to hold himself inside her world long enough to answer questions neither of them fully understood. You wrote that she sometimes looked at you as if she didn't know you. Yes. How often? Enough. She exhaled slowly. The idea of her aunt as a young woman touched by some strange fracture of memory unsettled her more deeply than the ghost in the room. Because illness she understood, at least in outline. Loss of mind, slips in time, the private terror of recognizing your own forgetting, those belonged to the living, not the dead, and were therefore somehow more intimate, more cruel. What happened by the pond? She asked again. The shape wavered. For a moment she thought he might disappear entirely. The room grew colder, then steadied. When he spoke, his voice had gone softer. I was supposed to meet her there. When? Evening. I think. There had been rain. His outline lifted one arm slightly, as though gesturing toward memory itself. She sent a note. Elara looked at the letters scattered across the desk. A note asking you to come? Yes. Do you have it? A pause. I don't know. She thought of the locked drawers, the old papers still unsorted, the many boxes she had yet to open. You remember going? Yes. You remember seeing her? No answer came. Adrian? I remember the pond, he said. And afterward, nothing that belongs to a life. The fire behind her sank with a quiet sigh. That answer passed through Alara with cold precision. You died there. The shape near the window did not move. I think so. The room held stillness between them like a held breath. And Celeste? She asked carefully. What happened to her? Again that sense of strain. She lived. It was almost not a voice, the words so faint. How do you know? Because the house kept changing after I could no longer leave it. Alara's fingers tightened around the arm of the chair. The idea of him remaining, year after year perhaps, watching dust settle, seasons turn, flowers bloom and die, rooms empty and refill with light and darkness, struck her with a terrible gentleness. Were you alone all that time? The figure near the window bent slightly, not from posture but from weariness of presence. Not alone. Not entirely. She looked up sharply. What does that mean? When she remembered me, I could hear her. A slow chill moved through Alara's chest. After you died? Yes. In the house? Yes. Could she hear you? A long pause. Sometimes. The answer filled the room with grief so palpable that Alara had to look away. She stared instead at the letters, at Celeste's angular hand, at Adrian's darker slanted script, at the ordinary material traces of two people who had loved one another under this roof and been divided by something neither could understand. Her gaze fell on one line from an earlier letter. If you vanish, I'll hear you anyway. You wrote that. She said that, Alara murmured. The figure near the window stilled more fully. Yes. She heard you after. I think she did. Then why did no one ever speak of you? Why did she never tell anyone? The curtains stirred again. A cloud must have moved away from the moon, because more silver entered the room, touching the edge of the desk and the top of the photograph. At first, Adrian said, perhaps because grief makes people private. After that, perhaps because remembering me hurt. Or because forgetting hurt more. He sounded uncertain, and Alara realized with sudden clarity how little certainty he possessed at all. Memory had not preserved him whole. Love had perhaps. Attachment. Repetition. The house itself. But those were not the same as clarity. He remained like a voice heard through walls, recognizable, intimate, and incomplete. Did she love you? Alara asked softly. The question should have felt intrusive. Instead it settled into the room with the gentleness of something already known. For a few seconds he did not answer. Then, yes. No hesitation. No modesty. No dramatic flourish. Only truth. And you loved her. Yes. That too, plain as breath. Alara looked down at the letters again. She imagined her aunt young and sharp-eyed in the garden, a shawl around her shoulders, shears in hand. Imagined Adrian watching her with the patient astonishment that ran through every line he had written. Imagined the pond in evening rain. A note. A meeting. Afterward, a death. Then a house full of broken remembering. No wonder the silence here felt layered. She reached for another letter and unfolded it. May I read aloud? Yes. The permission came at once, and with it a curious shift in the room, attention deepening, like someone leaning closer in the dark. She chose one near the middle of the bundle, dated only by season in the first line. The storm last night made the entire house tremble, and still you slept as if thunder were beneath your notice. At dawn I found you in the study with candle wax on your sleeve and a look of injured innocence I did not believe for a moment. You said you had only gone down to make sure the window latches held. Since 3 of them stood open, I conclude your inspection was sentimental rather than practical. I ought to tell you not to walk the corridors after midnight. The house changes its mind about people then. But you never listen when warned in plain language. So I will say only this. If you hear me call, answer. C. Elara stopped reading. The room had gone very still. If you hear me call, answer, she repeated. Yes, Adrian said. What did she mean? I didn't know then. And now? The figure near the window shifted slightly, the closest thing yet to restlessness. I think she feared being lost inside herself. The tenderness of that interpretation made Alara's eyes sting unexpectedly. And you answered? Always. She looked up at him. The edge of his shoulder, the line of his coat, seemed clearer now in the dimness, though still not solid. The face remained hidden, but she sensed where his gaze rested. On her? On the letters? On some place where both overlapped? You came when I said your name, she said quietly. Yes. Had no one said it before? He was silent so long she thought he would not answer. At times, he said finally, I think the house remembered it without speaking. But you said it as if you were finding me. The words entered her with a softness that made her breath catch. I only read the photograph. I know. Then why does it feel? She stopped. He waited. She looked down. Familiar. A long, careful silence. When he spoke, his voice had gone lower. Because something in you is. The study seemed to narrow around them. Elara lifted her head slowly. What does that mean? I don't know yet. That isn't enough. It isn't enough for me either. The shadowed figure wavered, edges dissolving and reforming. He was fading. She felt it before she fully saw it, the way one feels warmth leaving a room when a fire burns low. Stay, she said without thinking. At once the shape steadied slightly. The response to her words startled them both, though neither could have explained how she knew it startled him too. The air itself seemed to pause. You can do that, he said. Do what? Call me closer. Elara stared. I didn't, I only meant. I know. The nearest curtain lifted and fell. The scent of cold night and distant wet earth drifted briefly through the room though the window remained closed. How? She whispered. I don't know. Again that answer. Again helplessly true. She rose from the chair before fear or thought could stop her. The movement made the floorboard beneath her feet creak. The study felt suddenly very quiet, very bright in its small pool of lamp and firelight, very dark beyond that circle where Adrian stood in partial shadow. She took one step toward him. His outline sharpened. A sleeve. The fall of a lapel. One hand at his side, almost visible. Ilara's pulse fluttered painfully. Another step. The room cooled around her. The shape before her did not advance. It only became more itself where it stood, as if her nearness gave definition to what otherwise dispersed. She stopped 3 feet away. Near enough now that if he had been living, she would have been able to see his face clearly. Instead she saw only darkness shaped like the memory of a man. Yet beneath that darkness, features pressed faintly at the edges, brow, cheek, mouth, not absent, merely withheld by some thin distortion like water or glass. Adrian, she said. The name trembled between them. Yes. He sounded closer than the space allowed. Not in her ear, not quite from the room, somewhere between. What happens if I touch you? The question made the air quiver. He was silent for several seconds. I don't know. That honesty undid something in her. Perhaps it was foolishness. Fatigue. The hypnosis of lamplight and grief and old letters. Perhaps it was the way every answer he gave refused performance and landed instead in helpless truth. Whatever the cause, Ilara lifted her hand. Slowly. Carefully. As one might approach a frightened animal or a flame that might either warm or burn. She reached into the dimness where the line of his sleeve should have been. For one suspended instant, nothing. Then her fingertips met resistance. Not fabric. Not flesh. Something colder and finer, like the surface of water held upright in air. She gasped. The shape before her shuddered as though struck by the same shock. The room went suddenly colder, the lamp dimming for the barest second, and all along Ilara's skin a sharp current ran outward from her hand to wrist to shoulder. She snatched her fingers back. The figure staggered, or seemed to. One dark hand came up as if by instinct toward the place where her touch had reached him. I'm sorry, she breathed. No, his voice came rougher than before. No. The single syllable held surprise, ache, and something perilously close to longing. Ilara stood motionless, hands suspended between them, feeling the ghost of that impossible contact still tingling in her skin. You felt that? Yes. So did I. Yes. Neither moved. The study seemed built entirely of heartbeat and quiet. At length Adrian lowered the indistinct hand. The outline of him had blurred again, not disappearing but loosening, as though whatever held him near had been shaken by the touch. Ilara, he said. The way he said her name now was different than the first night's. Less a call across darkness. More a discovery made in the room itself. Yes? If this happens again, don't be frightened. She almost laughed, not from humor but from the sheer impossibility of being told such a thing. A little late for that. Something softened in the shape before her. I know. She looked at her fingers. It was cold. It always is. No, she said slowly. Not only cold. There was pressure. He seemed to consider that. Or perhaps remember it. Then perhaps I am more here than I thought. The words should have comforted her. Instead they made the mystery widen in every direction at once. Before she could speak again, the house itself interrupted. From upstairs, in the corridor beyond the study ceiling, came 3 slow footsteps. Ilara froze. She knew those boards by now. The pace was unmistakable. Someone crossing from the spare room toward the east window. Only she and Adrian were in the study. The footsteps came again. Once. Twice. Then stopped. The room changed. Not violently, but with a sudden, palpable withdrawal of ease. Adrian's outline thinned at once, as if some unseen tide had begun pulling him backward. "What is that?" Alara whispered. His answer came sharper than anything he had yet said. "Don't go up." A fresh current of fear moved through her. "Why?" The footsteps resumed above them, slower now, deliberate. Adrian's voice dropped almost to nothing. "It isn't me." The words landed like ice. Alara's gaze flew to the ceiling, to the door, back to him. "What do you mean it isn't you?" But already he was fading. Not by choice, she felt. By force. The room around the window emptied of him inch by inch, the shape loosening into ordinary shadow. "Adrian. Lock your door tonight." The last of his outline dissolved. The study warmed by a fraction. He was gone. At the same instant, something brushed slowly across the upstairs corridor floor directly above her head. Not a footstep this time. A dragging sound. Alara stood alone in the lamplit study, one hand still half raised from where she had touched the impossible, every nerve in her body awake. The dragging sound continued overhead. From the corridor, toward her bedroom. Then stopped. For several long seconds she could not move. The fear that Adrian's presence had softened now returned in full, colder and more practical than before. Because whatever lingered upstairs was not the quiet sorrow she had come to know in his voice. It carried none of that careful humanity. It was simply movement in a house that should have held none. She crossed to the study door and shut it softly, then locked it. Ridiculous perhaps, but the act steadied her. The dragging sound did not resume. The silence afterward was worse. She glanced toward the letters on the desk, the photographs, the open drawer in her mind where all certainty had been kept until now. Adrian. Celeste. The pond. Memory breaking. And now something else in the house, something that made him vanish and warn her away. "It isn't me." The phrase repeated itself in her thoughts like a bell struck once and still vibrating. What else could there be? An echo of another dead thing? Some remnant of illness and grief moving through the old boards? A sound with an ordinary explanation she had not yet found? Wind, plumbing, a branch? She wanted desperately to reduce it to those possibilities. Yet the urgency in Adrian's fading voice had made such reductions feel flimsy. She looked up at the ceiling again. Nothing. At last she gathered the letters into a neat stack and retied the ribbon with fingers that shook more than before. She placed the photographs beside them and slipped everything into the center drawer of the desk, then locked it. Not to protect the items from theft, but because the action gave her something orderly to do. Then she took the candle from the mantel, lit it from the fire, and prepared to go upstairs. The hall outside the study lay dim and silent. Every step she took toward the staircase seemed to sound too loud. The candle flame trembled in a draft she could not locate. At the foot of the stairs she paused and listened. No movement above. Only the old pulse of the house. One step. Then another. The candle threw long wavering shadows against the wall. Her breathing sounded unfamiliar to her, too shallow and quick. When she reached the landing, she turned toward the east corridor. The cloth she had wedged into the window frame lay on the floor. The window itself was closed. The corridor beyond stood empty. She moved slowly toward her bedroom. The runner rug muted her steps. The candlelight touched the wallpaper in restless strips. Nothing dragged now. Nothing moved. When she reached her door, she saw at once what had stopped the sound. On the floorboards just outside her room lay a single object. A rose. Not fresh. Not entirely dead. A pale bloom half opened, its outer petals brown at the edges as if cut days ago and left in a cool room. No stem longer than her hand. No ribbon. No note. Just the flower, placed carefully on the dark wood exactly before her threshold. Alara stared at it. The candle flame wavered once, then steadied. She knew without knowing how that Adrian had not left it. Not because he could not have. Perhaps he could. But the feeling was wrong. The rose carried none of the quiet grief of his presence. Instead it seemed arranged. Intentional in another way. A sign from something that understood symbols without understanding tenderness. She crouched slowly. The petals smelled faintly of earth and something older, sweeter, almost rotten beneath the sweetness. Not a garden rose cut that morning, then. A preserved bloom, perhaps. Or one kept pressed and then somehow restored. At the center of the flower, hidden among the curled inner petals, lay a dark thread. Hair? String? Root? Alara did not touch it. Very carefully she backed away, opened her bedroom door, stepped inside, and locked it at once. Then she set the candle on the bedside table and stood with both hands pressed flat against the wood of the door, listening. Nothing. No movement beyond. No voice. No dragging sound. Only the old house holding all its secrets one floor at a time. Her gaze moved to the window, the wardrobe, the chair by the fireplace. Everything stood where it should. Everything looked ordinary. And yet the rose beyond the threshold had altered the room before she even fully crossed into it. Safety had become provisional. She crossed to the bedside table, opened the drawer, and took out the photograph of Adrian standing on the steps. She had slipped it there earlier without thinking. Now she held it in both hands and stared at his face. "It wasn't you," she whispered. No answer came. Perhaps he could not return so soon. Perhaps whatever had driven him back still lingered in the corridor. Perhaps he heard and could not answer. The not knowing frayed at her. She sat on the bed with the photograph in her lap and tried to think clearly. There were possibilities, however thin. The rose could have fallen from some old arrangement stored in the attic and been nudged by draft or mice. The dragging sound could have been a branch against the roof. The footsteps might have been her own fear giving shape to natural settling noises. Houses misled the senses when night thinned reason. But the cloth from the window frame. The placement of the rose. And above all Adrian's warning. "It isn't me." She lay down without undressing, the lamp and candle both lit, the photograph still in her hand. Sleep felt unthinkable, but exhaustion lived deeper than alarm. Her mind kept circling the same points and returning to the same impossible center. Adrian came closer when she spoke his name. She had touched him and felt something real. He had loved Celeste. He had died by the pond. And something else moved through the house. At some hour past midnight, while she still listened for the smallest sound beyond the door, a voice came at last. very faint. As though from a great distance or through several walls. Alara. She sat up instantly. Adrian? A pause. Then, softer still, don't answer if it calls like me. A coldness swept her from scalp to heel. What calls? Silence. Adrian? The voice came one final time, barely audible. Not every voice is a person. Then nothing. No further sound from the hall. No footsteps. No dragging. Only the lamp, the candle, the dark window, the locked door, and the slow approach of dawn through a night now changed into something deeper and more dangerous than before. When morning finally came, it found Alara still awake, sitting upright against the headboard with Adrian's photograph clutched lightly in one hand and the other resting over her own pulse as if to reassure herself that she remained, undeniably, among the living. Beyond the door, the Rose would still be waiting. And somewhere in the house, she knew, the mystery had just moved closer too. Chapter 4, The Name He Whispered. Morning came pale and careful to the house on Bramble Lane, as though even daylight understood there were certain silences it ought not to disturb too abruptly. Alara did not remember lying down again after the final whisper. She had spent the last blue hours before dawn sitting against the headboard with the lamp on, listening until listening itself became a kind of numbness. The candle beside the bed had burned low and collapsed inward, leaving a crescent of wax on the saucer beneath it. Adrian's photograph remained in her hand, the edges dampened slightly by the heat of her grip. Outside, the first birds had begun tentatively, one call at a time, and the sky had passed from black to iron gray to the soft cold silver of morning. Only then had the house loosened. Only then had her heartbeat returned to something like its usual rhythm. When she finally rose, every movement felt oddly separate from thought, as if she had become a guest in her own body for the night and had not yet been properly reintroduced to herself. She crossed to the washstand, splashed cold water over her face, braided her hair with stiff fingers, and stood for a long moment with both hands gripping the porcelain basin. Beyond the locked bedroom door, the corridor waited. So did the Rose. She dreaded opening the door more than she wanted to admit. Not because the flower itself could harm her, but because it represented intention. It had not been a sound that might be explained away by pipes or wind or old timber settling in the cold. It had been placed. Left. Offered, perhaps. Or marked. And Adrian's warning still rang in her thoughts with unnerving clarity. Don't answer if it calls like me. Not every voice is a person. Those words had changed the nature of fear inside the house. Before, mystery had felt singular. There was a voice. A man. A sorrow. A broken history pressing at the edges of memory. Now the mystery had divided. Adrian belonged to one side of it, carrying grief, tenderness, and longing like a second atmosphere. Whatever else moved through the upper corridor belonged to another side altogether, less human perhaps, or human once and then altered into something that understood imitation better than love. Alara took a slow breath. Then another. Then she unlocked the door. The corridor lay quiet in early light. The runner rug showed its faded pattern plainly now. The east window remained shut. Dust glimmered faintly where sun from the stairwell touched the boards. Nothing moved. The Rose still lay on the floor before her threshold. In morning it looked somehow worse. Night had lent it a strange beauty, pale and secretive beneath the candlelight. Daylight exposed its deterioration. The petals had gone thin at the edges, translucent in places, and the browning on them resembled bruising. It was not rotten, not fully dry, but suspended between the two states in a way that made her uneasy. The scent was stronger now as well when she crouched near it, sweet, earthy, with that undertone of something kept too long in shadow. At the center of the rose, the dark thread remained curled among the petals. Not hair. Not string. A rootlet, perhaps. Fine as sewing thread and dark as old tea leaves. Elara did not touch the bloom with bare hands. She went to the linen cupboard, took an old handkerchief from the top shelf, returned, and used the cloth to lift the rose carefully by its stem. It was colder than it should have been. Not chilled from open air. Cold in the deeper way of stone left underground. She carried it downstairs to the kitchen and placed it on a saucer by the sink, then stood looking at it as if it might explain itself. It did not. The kitchen windows were full of weak spring sunlight. A robin hopped once along the outer sill and then flew off. The ordinary world remained stubbornly, almost insultingly present. A kettle still needed boiling. Toast still needed making. The dish towel hung where she had left it the previous evening. If not for the rose on the saucer and the sleeplessness behind her eyes, she might almost have imagined the night had been a fevered invention. But then she glanced down at Adrian's photograph propped against the sugar tin where she had unconsciously set it, and impossibility resumed its place at the table with her. She made tea and drank it standing at the sink. Afterwards she returned to the study and reopened the locked drawer. The bundle of letters lay where she had left it, tied neatly with the blue ribbon. Beside it, the two photographs waited. Beneath them she now found something she had not noticed before. A shallow compartment built into the drawer's base, so skillfully fitted that it became visible only when the papers were removed. Her pulse quickened. She pressed her fingertips along the edge and found a tiny brass notch. The panel lifted. Inside lay a single folded paper and a ring. The ring was plain gold, narrow, worn smooth on one side. No stone. No inscription she could see without closer examination. The paper beneath it had been folded many times, so many that the creases had gone almost white. Elara opened it carefully. The note was in Celeste's hand. If he calls from the corridor after the second bell, do not follow the voice unless he speaks the name only he used for you. The study became very still. Elara read the sentence again. And again. There was more beneath it, written lower, as if added later in haste. The house learns. Memory echoes badly here. No date. No further explanation. She sat down slowly in her aunt's chair, the note open on the desk before her, the ring beside it gleaming dully in the pale light. Only he used for you. A private name, then. Some endearment. Some intimate way of calling Celeste that another voice could not know. Or perhaps might imitate imperfectly. A word that belonged not to public history, but to the hidden chambers of love. Elara looked toward the study window where Adrian had stood the night before. Morning filled that space now. Birch branches moved softly outside. The pane reflected books and her own pale face faintly over the garden. Not every voice is a person. And now, from years ago, do not follow the voice unless he speaks the name only he used for you. Her hands trembled slightly as she touched the ring. Had this belonged to Adrian? To Celeste? An engagement ring, though simple. Or a wedding band never worn. Or just jewelry saved in secrecy because it carried too much. She turned it in the light. Inside the band, barely visible, two initials had been engraved. AH/CV. Adrian Holloway. Celeste Vale. The intimacy of those letters struck Alara more sharply than the sight of the whole ring had done. Not because she had doubted the love contained in the letters, but because the engraving made it plain that their bond had reached beyond flirtation, beyond affection unspoken or half-permitted. They had meant forever in whatever way the world had allowed them to mean it. And still, no one had ever told her he existed. She placed the ring back on the blotter and picked up the note once more. What name had Adrian used for Celeste? Did he still remember it? Would he tell her? And a more troubling question beneath that, if there had been a private name for Celeste, could there be one for someone else? Had he ever used another such name? Could memory, broken as his was, carry forward patterns of love that exceeded one lifetime? The thought came uninvited and left her cold. She rose and crossed to the shelves, more to move than because she knew what she sought. The study, however, had begun to reveal its logic to her. One drawer led to a note. A note suggested a precaution. A precaution implied experience. Somewhere, perhaps, lay a fuller record of what Celeste had known and what she had feared. She searched the shelves nearest the desk first: journals, estate accounts, household ledgers. Nothing. Then the lower shelf, where volumes leaned in tired rows beside boxes of correspondence. At the back of one box, beneath old Christmas cards and an invitation to a garden society luncheon, she found a dark green diary no larger than her hand. The clasp had rusted through. Inside, the first pages were blank. Then, in Celeste's precise hand. April 3rd. I dreamed the corridor again. He was calling, but the voice had no breath in it, only shape. When I opened the door, there were roses on the floorboards. I woke before I stepped over them. I have stopped telling Adrian these dreams because he looks at me as if care were a kind of prayer, and I cannot bear to be watched with that much hope. Hope is exhausting when the mind behaves like weather. Alara turned the page. April 9th. This morning I could not remember whether he had arrived yesterday or a month ago. His coat was on the hall peg, his book in the chair, his handwriting on the note beside the kettle, and still the hours around his presence had gone soft at the edges. He laughed when I asked if he had slept here, but too gently. That gentleness frightens me more than pity would. Another page. April 18th. I heard him in the east corridor after midnight and went to the door, but the voice spoke my name wrong. Not the sound of it. The feeling. It was mine and not mine at once. When Adrian came in the morning, I told him if he ever called to me from the dark, he must use the other name. He asked which one. I would not tell him at first because saying it aloud is surrender. But he waited. He always waits. Alara leaned closer to the page. The entry ended there. The next day's entry continued. I told him at last. He smiled in that quiet inward way he has when something seems to matter more than he expected. Then he said at once, so softly I nearly wept from the strangeness of hearing a private thing return to me as though it had always belonged in his mouth. The page after that had been torn out. Alara stared at the ragged edge where paper had once continued. She turned more pages. Some entries spoke of headaches, of lost hours, of mornings when rooms seemed familiar only after she crossed them. Others returned to the same fear. The corridor, the wrongness of a voice that resembled Adrian's but lacked some secret center. Then another entry, later and shakier in hand. May 2nd. The house listens. I know how mad that sounds. But I had begun to think certain places keep more than sound. They keep the habit of voices, the route of footsteps, the pressure of names spoken with love or anger or dread. What repeats there can be called again, though not always by the same speaker. If memory is a corridor, this house has too many doors. Elara let the diary close beneath her fingers. For a long moment she sat with it in her lap and did not move. Outside, wind shifted through the birches. In the kitchen, the refrigerator hummed and stopped. Somewhere above, a floorboard gave its usual midday complaint. Everything remained ordinary enough to mock what she was reading, and yet the evidence of feeling was too precise to dismiss. Celeste had known something was wrong. She had heard another voice. She had feared imitation. She had created rules inside that fear, and one of those rules involved a name so private it acted as proof of identity. The name only he used for you. Elara placed the diary on the desk beside the note and ring. Her gaze went to Adrian's photograph again. She would need to ask him tonight. But how? Without sounding absurdly as if she expected the dead to provide passwords. A flicker of rueful almost laughter touched her and vanished. Absurdity had long since ceased to be a useful category here. By noon she forced herself into practical tasks, partly because the house needed them and partly because movement kept dread from hardening. She opened windows downstairs, swept the hall, dusted the sitting room mantel, and made a list of supplies she would need from the village: paraffin for the lamps, soap, tea, perhaps flowers for the kitchen table, simply because the rooms felt less abandoned when something living stood in water. The rose on the saucer she did not throw away. Instead she carried it, still wrapped in the handkerchief, to the old glasshouse and set it on the wooden table inside. The air there smelled of dust, cracked clay, and green things not yet fully awake. Light fell broken through the damaged panes. She meant only to leave the rose somewhere out of the house. Yet when she placed it down, she noticed something lying beneath the table among a drift of old labels and twine. A shallow wooden box. She knelt and pulled it free. Inside were packets of seeds gone papery with age, a pair of shears stained dark from long use, and a stack of folded plant markers tied with string. On the top card, written in Adrian's hand, were the words: "For her white roses." Elara sat back on her heels. Even here, even in the glasshouse, his presence lingered in the smallest domestic care. Markers for roses. Shears. The practical tenderness of a man who had learned the names of things because someone he loved cared for them. She touched the writing once with her fingertip. Then she closed the box and left it where it was. The afternoon unfolded in a hush of small tasks. She walked to the village for supplies and smiled politely when Mrs. Fenwick asked whether she had slept any better in the old place. A little, Elara answered, which was not true enough to count as truth but felt preferable to confession. Mrs. Fenwick studied her for a second longer than comfort allowed. "Your aunt used to say the house disliked spring storms. There hasn't been one yet." "No," the older woman adjusted the shawl around her shoulders. "But there will be." It was not the sort of statement that invited reply. At the post office, Elara bought stamps she did not need. At the bakery, she added currant buns to her basket for no reason other than that they smelled warm and kind. She returned by the lower road before remembering the flooding warning, and the lane lay dry enough beneath the pale sky that she almost laughed at her own nervousness. But nerves returned as evening approached. Not sharply at first. Only as a gradual tightening. By the time twilight touched the upper windows, she felt watched by the hours themselves, as if the house knew night carried a question she must answer. After supper she laid out everything she had found in the study. The note from Celeste. The ring. The diary open to the page about the private name. The photographs. The letters tied again with blue ribbon. She lit the fire early and left the study door ajar. The room looked both scholarly and intimate in the lamplight, all amber pools and shadowed shelves, the window reflecting darkness once the last of the evening drained from the garden. She sat at the desk and waited. 9 o'clock passed. Then 10. The house remained full only of its ordinary sounds. The absence of Adrian troubled her more than his presence had. Perhaps he could not always come. Perhaps the effort varied. Perhaps whatever else moved in the corridor had weakened him or kept him from gathering himself into voice. She tried reading Celeste's diary again, but her eyes passed over the words without holding them. At 10:30, the study lamp dimmed for a breath and steadied. Ilara's entire body tightened. "Adrian," she said into the room. No answer. The fire shifted. A log settled inward. Then, from the threshold behind her, very softly, "Ilara." She turned at once. He stood in the doorway this time. Closer indeed. So near that the dark frame of him interrupted the hall light behind. The outline of his shoulders, his coat, even the tilt of his head had become clearer than the night before. The face remained indistinct, still blurred by that strange wavering veil, but now she could sense the space where eyes rested on her. A pulse of relief went through her so sudden it almost embarrassed her. "You came." "Yes." His voice sounded stronger tonight, less far-traveled. Still low, still carrying that submerged sorrow, but anchored now to a place in the room with more certainty. She rose slowly from the chair. "I found more things." "I know." "You know?" "I can feel when memory is touched." The answer should have seemed impossible. Instead it only enlarged the already impossible landscape in which they stood. She glanced at the note on the desk, then back to him. "Then you know what I need to ask." He was silent. The doorway framed him in darkness and firelight. The hall behind remained empty, the east corridor beyond unseen from here. Ilara felt suddenly how intimate the moment was, not in the living sense of touch and warmth, but in the emotional one, the way certain questions require a person to hand over something they have protected even from themselves. "Celeste wrote that if she heard your voice after the second bell, she wasn't to follow unless you spoke the name only you used for her." Adrian did not move. Or rather, he moved only in the subtle way his outline always did, edges gathering and loosening as though held by breath she could not see. "Yes," he said. "What was it?" Silence. She had expected reluctance, but not the depth of it. The room itself seemed to wait. "Adrian." He lowered his head a fraction. That name was not for the house. The words were so quiet she barely heard them. Ilara took one step toward the doorway. "I'm not the house." His shape sharpened slightly in answer to her nearness. "No," he said. "You aren't." "Then tell me." Another pause. When he spoke again, the voice had changed. Not in tone, but in its level of intimacy. As though he had stepped, invisibly, across some threshold inside memory rather than across the room. I called her Mira. The name settled into the study like a secret returned after long exile. Elara felt it at once, the softness of it, the hiddenness, the way it seemed to belong not to social life or daily speech but to a private interior world between two people. Not quite a shortening of Celeste. Not quite a pet name of ordinary kind. More like a name lifted out of some shared meaning and given only once, then kept. Mira, she repeated. At once the air changed. Not badly. But perceptibly. A coolness moved through the room in widening rings, as if the name itself had touched still water. Adrian's outline faltered. No, he said quickly. Not aloud again. She stopped breathing for a beat. Why? Because it listens. The fire popped once, sharply, as if in punctuation. Elara glanced toward the hall beyond him. Nothing moved there. Yet the sense of the house as passive shelter had been eroding for days, and now it withdrew further still. Listening. Learning. Echoing. She lowered her voice to almost nothing. Then how did she protect herself? She waited. For what? His answer came with painful slowness, as though drawing it up cost him. For the way I said it. Something inside Elara stilled. Not just the name then. Not merely syllables. The private inflection. The feeling under it. The exact shape made by a particular love. That was harder to imitate. Perhaps impossible. Unless the house truly learned more than sound. She looked at him more closely. Do you still remember her clearly? Again that helpless truth in his silence. Not all of her, he said. Enough to hurt. Elara's eyes stung. It was such a human answer. More human than the visible fact of him was inhuman. Enough to hurt. That might have described so many forms of love, so many survivals. She was afraid of forgetting you, Elara said. Yes. And you were afraid of being forgotten. His shape seemed to soften. Yes. Did that happen? A long pause. Not entirely. The study held the words between them like a candle sheltered by both hands. Elara glanced to the desk. I found the ring. Adrian looked toward it. She could not see the movement of eyes, but she felt his attention shift. We were never married, he said. The grief in that simple statement was almost unbearable. You meant to be. Yes. What stopped you? The same thing that stopped everything else. Her memory? I think so. And time. A faint breath of something like worn irony entered his voice. Time has always been more involved in this than either of us wanted. She moved one step closer. The doorway no longer seemed the boundary it had been moments before. He was inside the study now in every meaningful sense, even if he hovered on the threshold physically. The last time she had touched him, the sensation had been like cold water held upright in air. She remembered it too vividly. Her fingertips almost ached with the memory. Adrian, she said carefully, there's something else. He waited. Whatever was in the corridor last night left a rose at my door. His outline changed at once, a tension passing through it as clearly as if he were flesh. Where is it? In the glass house. Don't bring it back inside. The urgency in his voice made her pulse jump. What is it? I'm not sure. That isn't good enough anymore. No, he said softly. It isn't. She drew a breath and steadied herself. Then tell me what you do know. For several seconds he remained silent. When he answered, the room had cooled again, but not with his usual nearness. This was different, the old cold of an unpleasant memory drawing close. I know that after certain nights, she would wake and find roses where no one had put them. Celeste. Yes. What did it mean? I think it meant something had come near enough to borrow tenderness without understanding it. Elara stared at him. Borrow tenderness without understanding it. The phrase was so exact, so terrible, that it made the hair rise at the back of her neck. You think it imitates love. I think it imitates what leaves deep marks. And voices. Yes. Why? I don't know. She almost laughed then, but only because fear and exhaustion pressed oddly at the edges of her composure. You say that so often. It remains true, he said, and there was, to her surprise, the faintest trace of rueful warmth in his voice. For one fragile second the study felt less like a chamber of haunting and more like a room where two people stood late at night trying to understand an old sorrow together. Then a floorboard sounded upstairs. Both of them went still. Not a settling creak. A step. Measured. Directly above the study. Elara's mouth went dry. Adrian turned, or seemed to, head angling toward the ceiling. The movement sharpened his outline, drawing a clearer line of jaw from shadow for an instant before it blurred again. It knows we're speaking, he said. How can it? I don't know. But it does. The step overhead came again. Then another, moving from the corridor toward the room above the roses, her bedroom. Elara heard her own voice come out low and tense. Can it come in here? Yes. The answer landed hard. Then why stay here? Because I can hold here longer. Why? He turned slightly back toward her. Because you are here. The truth of that seemed to pass between them with almost physical force. The next footstep overhead dragged at the end, producing that same slow rasp across the boards that had frozen her the previous night. Adrian's outline flickered. Not fading yet. Straining. Elara. Yes? If it calls you by name, don't answer at once. What should I do? Listen for the emptiness. The phrase made no immediate sense. Perhaps he saw that in her stillness, because he added, my voice reaches for you. It only repeats. Her breath caught. Such a distinction would have sounded abstract anywhere else. Here it felt devastatingly clear. Adrian's voice always carried movement toward her, care, recognition, effort, grief. The other perhaps only returned sound hollowed of origin, like footsteps echoed in a corridor after the person had gone. Will I know the difference? Yes. The certainty in his answer calmed her more than reason could have. Above them, the dragging sound stopped. A silence followed that seemed almost shaped. Then, from the upstairs corridor, came a woman's voice. Elara. She felt the blood leave her face. Not Adrian. Not the mimicry of Adrian. A woman. Soft. Low. Familiar in a different way. Not one she knew from life exactly. Her aunt had died before Alara could remember the details of her speaking voice clearly. But the sound carried age and refinement and an almost unbearable sorrow. Alara. It came again, drifting down through the floorboards. Adrian's outline went taut. "Don't answer," he said. The voice above changed very slightly, gaining tenderness as if learning from resistance. "My dear." Alara closed her eyes. Something in her chest lurched. "My dear." It was the kind of phrase Celeste might have used. Or any older woman of her generation. Mild, affectionate, devastatingly plausible. The next call came from the hall just outside the study. "Alara." The room went cold. Impossible. She had heard it upstairs a moment ago. Now it was at the threshold beyond Adrian's shoulder, as though the house had folded space without moving anything visible through it. Adrian stepped backward into the study. Closer to her than ever before. The movement startled her not because it was sudden, but because he had never before crossed fully into the room while the other presents gathered. Now he stood between her and the door, his shadowed shape clearer at the shoulders and hands, the line of his coat nearly solid in the firelight. He was protecting her. The realization landed with such force she almost reached for him without thinking. The voice from the hall spoke again, no louder than before. "Alara, open the door." The study door stood already ajar. And yet the voice said it as if from outside a barrier. Borrow tenderness without understanding it. A chill spread through her so deep her teeth nearly caught. Adrian lifted one hand slightly, not quite toward her, more like a silent warning to stay back. "Don't look past me." The words were low, urgent. She obeyed at once. Her gaze fixed on the darker shape of him instead of the crack of hallway visible at his side. It was the first time she allowed herself to study him this close without trying to prove to herself what she saw. The outline of his shoulders was broad, though not imposing. One hand hovered at his side, long-fingered, almost visible in the shifting dark. The face remained veiled, but now and then lamplight caught the suggestion of cheekbone, mouth, brow. Enough to understand that he had once been handsome in a grave unshowy way. Enough to make absence feel crueler. "Alara." The woman's voice came again from the hall. "You know me." Adrian did not move. She could hear now what he meant by emptiness. The imitation had softness, cadence, even emotional coloring. But beneath all of it lay no reaching. No living center directed toward her. It was shape without source. A sound arranged into intimacy and held there, vacant. Still, it was persuasive in a way that frightened her. "I know you're there," the voice murmured. Alara's fingers curled against the desk edge. Adrian spoke, and his own voice transformed the room at once. "No." Only one word. But it carried such distinct presence, effort, protectiveness, anger contained with great control, that the imitation in the hall thinned instantly by comparison. Silence followed. Then the woman's voice gave a small laugh. It was not a cruel laugh. That was what made it worse. It sounded affectionate. Knowing. Almost indulgent. "You always were slow," it said. Adrian's outline flickered violently. Alara gasped. The sentence had struck him somehow. Not physically, not like a blow to flesh, but as if the words themselves carried hooks into memory. "Adrian?" He steadied with visible effort. "Don't listen." But the voice continued. You should have come sooner. The fire shrank low, then flared. A smell entered the room. Roses. Not fresh roses in sunlight. Roses kept too long in water, then gathered, crushed, and pressed in a closed drawer. The scent filled Alara's lungs until she nearly coughed. At the same moment, something scraped gently across the study door. Once. Twice. As though a stem or fingernail or root dragged lightly down the painted wood. Adrian took another step back, nearer her now than the door. The cold of him reached her through the room, clean and sharp compared with the spoiled sweetness from the hall. Alara, he said, not loudly. Say my name. She stared. What? Say it. The scrape came again. Then the woman's voice, very near the door now. Don't be unkind. Open. Adrian's outline was wavering. She understood suddenly. The way her speaking his name had strengthened him before. The way identity itself seemed to gather around naming. Adrian, she said at once. The room steadied. His shape sharpened. The spoiled rose scent retreated a fraction. Again. Adrian. A low shudder passed through the floorboards. The scrape on the door stopped. The voice beyond the threshold remained silent. Again, he said, and now there was something in his voice she had never heard before, not merely urgency, but need. Adrian. With the third speaking, something changed that neither of them expected. The veil over his face thinned. Not completely. Not enough to make him ordinary. But enough. Enough for her to see his mouth clearly, the line of it tense with effort. Enough for the shadow over his eyes to lessen so that she caught the first real impression of them, dark, intent, and filled with a depth of feeling so immediate that it made the room around them disappear for one disorienting heartbeat. She forgot the door. Forgot the smell of old roses. Forgot the scrape outside. All she saw was him. Not fully, no. But truly. And with that seeing came a violent pulse of familiarity, not from any remembered event she could name, but from somewhere more buried and instinctive. As if recognition had waited below language and now rose through her too fast to manage. Her breath caught. Adrian. This time she said his name not as summons, but as if she had been trying to remember it for years. The expression in his newly visible face altered. Wonder. Ache. Something close to disbelief. Then from outside the study door came a sharp sound, like a breath drawn in anger through teeth that were not there. The hall went abruptly silent. The spoiled rose scent vanished at once. Only the fire remained, low and red. Only the old house, holding its breath around them. And only Adrian, standing so close now that if he had been alive she could have touched the front of his coat. He looked at her as though the world had just shifted beneath them both. You know me, he said. It was not a question. Alara could not answer. Not because she wished to deny it, but because whatever part of her knew him did not yet know how to explain itself to the rest. The silence between them softened. For the first time since all this began, the mystery did not feel like a corridor stretching away from her into darkness. It felt like a room she had just entered, where something lost had been waiting very quietly in the corner for her to see it. Adrian glanced once toward the door, listening. Whatever had been there seemed gone for now. Then he looked back at her. And in a voice lower, rougher, intimate with both memory and restraint, he whispered another name. Not Alara. Not Mira. A name she had never heard and yet felt in her body before she understood it. Lena. The word went through her like light under deep water. She went perfectly still. No part of her recognized it from conscious memory. No family story held it. No one living had ever called her that. And yet the moment it entered the room, something inside her answered, not in words, not in thought, but in the terrible sudden ache of return. Adrian saw it happen. She knew he saw it. Because his face changed with a quiet devastation almost too tender to witness. You remember that, he said. Alara pressed one hand to her chest. I don't know what I remember. But even as she said it, she knew that was no longer entirely true. The name had opened something. Not fully. Not safely. Not enough to make sense of it all. But enough to disturb still water. Enough that beneath her ordinary life, beneath the woman who had arrived from the city with suitcases and exhaustion and no plan beyond quiet, another current had begun to move. Lena. Who had that been to him? Who was that to her? She should have asked at once. She did not. Because the room had become too intimate for immediate questions. Because his nearness had made language difficult. Because the fact of being called by a name that entered her as if returning home had left her shaken in places no visible fear had yet reached. Adrian seemed to understand that. He lowered his gaze briefly, as though even this much revelation required care. I didn't mean to say it tonight, he murmured. Then why did you? Because you looked at me like you had before. The answer trembled inside her. Had before. Not Celeste, then. Not merely some echo of resemblance. Something more impossible. Something she was not ready to name, even inside her own mind. Outside the study, the hall remained silent. But the silence no longer felt empty. It felt listening. Waiting. Learning again. Adrian seemed to feel it too. His face, still only half clear, shifted toward the door. The wavering veil over him thickened at the edges. He was beginning to fade. No, Alara said at once. His gaze returned to her. Tell me who Lena was. A sadness touched his mouth. You know. I don't. You will. That isn't fair. A breath that might once have been a laugh passed through him, though there was little humor in it. Nothing about this has been fair. She took one involuntary half-step toward him. Then stay. For a second, he did. Long enough that the room seemed to gather around the word. Then the veil thickened again. His face blurred. The line of his shoulders dimmed. I'll come back, he said. When? Before the house tries again. The cold around him deepened and thinned at once, like winter sunlight through fog. Adrian. One thing, he said, and the urgency returned. If it uses my voice and speaks that name, don't answer. The warning struck her with immediate force. Lena. Yes. Why? But he was already receding. Because it wants what opens, he said. Then he was gone. The study warmed by degrees. The fire settled lower. The door remained slightly ajar, the hall beyond dim and empty. Alara stood motionless beside the desk, every pulse in her body awake. Lena. The name moved through her like an undertow. She sat down slowly, stared at the ring, the diary, the note, the letters, and knew with a certainty both calm and terrible that the mystery had changed its shape again. Adrian had once loved Celeste. That was true. But the name he had whispered to Alara had not belonged to Celeste. It had belonged to someone else. Someone who, in the instant of hearing it, had risen inside her like memory before memory becomes image. The house around her creaked softly as it cooled toward midnight. Somewhere above, in the upper corridor, a board gave a faint complaining sound and then went still. Alara closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the room remained as it was. Only the world inside her had altered. And by the time dawn came, she knew she would no longer be asking only who Adrian had been. Now she would have to ask who she had been to him. Chapter 5: The Man Who Was Gone. The house did not sleep after the name. It only grew quieter around it. Lena. By the time the fire in the study had burned down to a bed of dim red embers, the word had already changed shape inside Alara's mind 100 times. At first it had seemed no more than a sound, soft, spare, intimate in the way only a name spoken close can be intimate. Then it became a feeling. Then a pressure just behind memory, as though some door far down a corridor she had never noticed was now standing slightly open, letting through a draft of colder air. She did not go to bed immediately. Instead she remained in the study long after Adrian vanished, one hand resting on the edge of the desk, eyes fixed on the half-open door. The silence in the hall beyond had settled into something watchful. Not active. Not threatening in any direct, immediate sense. Yet it did not feel empty either. It felt like the pause after words had been said that cannot be taken back. On the blotter before her lay the ring engraved AH/CV. Adrian and Celeste. And now another name, one not inscribed anywhere she had yet found, one not spoken in any letter or diary, one that seemed to belong to an older, stranger architecture of remembering. Lena. Who was she? The obvious answer should have been simple: someone Adrian had known before Celeste. A sister. A friend. A woman he had once loved and lost. But the instant the name had entered the room, it had not felt separate from Alara. It had struck her with the force of recognition too intimate to dismiss. Not, "I have heard this before," but, "Something in me knows how this name feels when it is meant for me." That was the part she could not endure thinking about for very long at a time. So she turned instead to the practical, the archival, the material evidence still available to her. The diary. The notes. The letters. The objects that at least belonged to paper and ink, not whisper and cold. She tied the letters back together, returned the ring to the hidden compartment, and slipped Celeste's warning note between the pages of the green diary. Then she gathered the photographs, locked the desk, and carried only Adrian's portrait upstairs. Her bedroom felt altered from the moment she entered it. Nothing visible had changed. The lamp still burned low beside the bed. The curtains hung motionless. The wardrobe stood half open as always, one brass handle catching a trace of amber light. Yet the room now seemed to contain an additional layer of presence, not because Adrian remained there, but because he had once stood between her and something else with a protectiveness so immediate it had entered the very grain of the air. She set his photograph face up on the bedside table. In it he stood on the front steps of the house, one hand in his coat pocket, looking slightly aside as if someone had just spoken to him from beyond the frame. Before tonight, the image had felt like evidence. Now it felt like aftermath. A man fixed in time who somehow continued to move in the spaces around her. The man who was gone. The phrase rose in her mind without warning and settled there. Gone, yes. And not gone. Dead, almost certainly. Bound somehow to the house, or the pond, or the broken routes of memory that ran through both. Still able to love. Still able to fear for her. Still able to be wounded by a voice in the hall that borrowed intimacy like stolen silk. Elara lay down fully clothed over the blanket, one arm across her waist, her gaze on the photograph beside the lamp. Sleep came late and in fragments. When it did, it brought no simple rest. She dreamed of the front steps. Not as they stood now with ivy tugging at the porch rail and stone weathered to quiet gray. In the dream they were summer bright, sunlight warming the pale walls, roses climbing in bloom along the edge of the path. A man stood where Adrian stood in the photograph, but unlike the photograph his face was clear. Not perfectly clear. Dreams do not honor reality so exactly. But clear enough. Dark hair wind-touched at the temple. Eyes deeper set than she would have guessed from the image, the expression in them attentive, amused, and full of a tenderness he tried habitually to restrain. One corner of his mouth softened when he looked at her, as though he had begun a smile and then thought better of showing how much. "Lena," he said. In the dream she knew that she wore gloves, pale ones. She knew she held a book against her chest. She knew she had been about to leave and had changed her mind. None of these things surprised her there. They were part of the dream's impossible logic, as natural as light. "You are late," she told him. "And you are unforgiving." "I'm precise. That is the charitable word for it." She wanted, in the dream, to be offended. But warmth rose instead. She lowered her eyes to hide it and saw that the book in her hand had no title on the cover. When she looked up again, the light had shifted. The porch darkened. The roses lost their color. Adrian still stood on the steps, but farther away now, as though the space between them had lengthened without movement. He was trying to say something. She could see that. But sound no longer reached her cleanly. The house behind him had gone dim at the windows, and from somewhere inside came the sound of a woman calling a name Elara could not catch. Then the porch became the upstairs corridor. The light vanished. Only the runner rug in the east window remained, silvered by moonlight. A voice called softly from the darkness ahead. Not Adrian's. Not Holy. "Lena." She woke with a gasp and sat upright so fast the blanket twisted around her legs. The bedroom stood unchanged around her. Lamp. Curtain. Wardrobe. Chair. The familiar, almost unbearable ordinariness of objects after a dream that has entered the body too deeply. Her pulse beat hard at the base of her throat. Had the voice in the dream come only from the dream? Or had something spoken at the seam between sleep and waking? The distinction had become dangerously uncertain in this house. She listened. Nothing. Then, from somewhere far below, perhaps the study, perhaps the hall, perhaps only the old timbers cooling, a faint creak and a long settling sigh. She rubbed both hands over her face. It was still night. The lamp had burned low enough that the room's corners had returned to soft shadow. Outside, wind moved against the window in intermittent strokes. Rain had begun, very lightly, tapping once in a while at the glass. She looked at Adrian's photograph. In the dim light he seemed to be watching some point just past her shoulder. "You were there," she whispered. "Not to the photograph exactly. To the residue of the dream. To the man who was gone and not gone." Then, quieter still, "Who was Lena?" No answer came. And yet she felt less alone after asking. By dawn she had drifted in and out of shallow sleep, enough to leave her head heavy and her thoughts blurred at the edges. When morning finally arrived in a wash of pale rainlight, it came with a subdued tenderness over the house. The garden beyond the window gleamed dark and wet. Birch branches trembled under beads of water. The rose beds drank quietly from the rain. Elara dressed, tied back her hair, and went downstairs. The kitchen felt colder than usual. Not freezing. Only as though some window somewhere remained slightly unlatched. She checked them all out of habit. They were shut. She put the kettle on, stood with both palms against the edge of the counter, and watched steam begin to rise. Her body moved through its familiar motions: tea, toast, the opening of the pantry door, the reaching for butter, while her thoughts continued circling the same impossible country they had crossed all night. She needed facts. Not because facts could dissolve the mystery, but because without them mystery spread everywhere and made every thought unstable. Facts, then. Adrian Holloway had been real. He had loved Celeste Vale. They had exchanged letters, enough of them to map an entire season of deepening attachment. They had intended some future together, or at least imagined it close enough to engrave their initials inside a ring. Something had gone wrong. Memory. Illness. Distortion of time. The house itself, if Celeste's writing could be trusted. Adrian believed he had died after going to meet Celeste by the pond. Celeste lived afterward. And somewhere between their story and Elara's own life lay the name Lena. Not invented. Not random. Spoken with the force of old recognition. She carried her tea into the study. Rain whispered against the windows. The room smelled faintly of old paper and cooled ashes. She unlocked the desk once more and took out the letters, photographs, diary, and note. But this time, before opening anything, she went to the shelves and looked for records more formal than personal writing: parish books, local histories, newspaper clippings. Anything that might place Adrian Holloway within a date, a death notice, a public narrative unaffected by love or haunting. On the second shelf to the left of the window, behind a row of gardening manuals, she found a slim ledger labeled in her grandfather's hand, Village Matters 1947 to 1962. It contained mostly mundane things. Accounts of repairs to the church roof. Notes about boundary disagreements. The purchase of new market stalls. A brief argument, summarized dryly, about the color chosen for the schoolhouse fence. Elara turned pages too quickly at first, then forced herself to slow. About halfway through, a name caught her. Holloway. She held the ledger closer. The entry was not long. June 11th, Dr. Holloway's son again at the Vale house. Celeste says he is assisting with the grounds because no one else in the district can be trusted with the roses. This is evidently not the entire truth. Elara exhaled a small breath that might have been almost a laugh. Her grandfather, then, had known. At least enough to observe what everyone else politely avoided saying outright. She read on. Another entry. July 2nd, saw A.H. walking the lower lane at dusk in rain without a hat, which I take as definitive proof of romantic trouble. Another. August 19th, Celeste thinner. Complains of headaches and says the days have started folding. I dislike the phrase. Holloway looks as if he has not slept well in weeks. Ilara's hand tightened on the ledger. And then, further on. September 3rd, Adrian missing since yesterday evening. Search at first light. Pond was dragged, though I argued it was too small to justify the indignity. Nothing found. She stared at the words until they blurred. Missing. Not confirmed dead. Not discovered. Vanished after the pond. The ledger entry beneath it was written 3 days later. September 6th, no sign. Celeste refuses to speak to anyone not family. Dr. H. believes his son left of his own accord, which is either denial or pride. The constable says drowning impossible and that amount of water unless drink or injury were involved. Neither seems likely. I have begun to hate the house after dark. Ilara lowered the ledger slowly. Rain tapped softly against the window. Her heartbeat had become loud in the room. Adrian missing. No body. No public certainty. Only disappearance. Which meant the village had accepted one kind of story while the house kept another. She rose and crossed to the desk, bringing the ledger with her. The date, September 3rd, settled in her mind with quiet insistence. Search at first light. Pond dragged. Nothing found. If Adrian had died, where was he? Why did the pond matter if it held no body? Why had the constable insisted drowning was impossible there? And what had Celeste known that made her refuse everyone? She returned to the diary and began turning pages toward late summer. Several had been cut out. Several more were stained so badly by water or some other damage that only fragments remained. But then, near the back, a cluster of entries survived. August 27th. I lost nearly an hour at noon and found myself standing in the birches with mud on my hem and no memory of having gone out. Adrian said I looked frightened. I was, though not of the garden. Of the blankness. Of the fact that he had to tell me where I had been. August 29th. I woke to hear him in the corridor after midnight, but when I opened the door it was not him. It said my name as if tasting it. I shut myself in until dawn. August 31st. He wants to take me away from here. I said yes in the morning and no by evening because the thought of leaving feels like being pulled in 2 directions at once. There are hours when I think if I leave I will forget the house, and hours when I think if I stay the house will forget me first. Ilara pressed her lips together and turned the page. The next entry was brief and written with visible force. September 2nd. I sent for him to meet me by the pond after dusk. If I am right, I will prove this is not only illness. If I am wrong, I will apologize and let him take me away before autumn closes the roads. That was the last complete entry. The pages after it had been torn out entirely. Ilara closed the diary and sat back. There it was. Celeste had summoned Adrian to the pond deliberately. To prove something. Not only illness. Which meant she had suspected the house, or the echo, or the borrowed voices, or whatever thing moved through the corridors with roses and imitation. And after that night, Adrian vanished. The rain deepened outside. A soft gray afternoon feeling had entered the room though it was barely noon. Ilara looked at the photographs, Adrian by the pond, Adrian on the steps, and felt that terrible duality again. A man preserved and a man absent, an image and an ache. The man who was gone. To know him now required learning him in reverse, not from life toward death, but from death backward through traces toward the life that had once warmed the traces. She realized suddenly that she wanted to know ordinary things about him almost as much as she wanted answers to the mystery. What books had he left beneath the birches? Did he walk too quickly when worried? Did he take tea with sugar? Did he laugh easily or only when drawn out by someone he trusted? Had he been one of those men who listened with his whole body slightly inclined, as the letters suggested, or was that only how Celeste had made him appear in memory? These were foolish questions perhaps beside the larger terror. Yet they mattered because they belonged to personhood, and personhood was what the house, or the other presence within it, seemed most eager to flatten into mere voice and shape. To know him as a man rather than only an apparition felt like resistance. By mid-afternoon the rain had eased to a soft mist. Elara wrapped herself in a coat and went out to the glasshouse. The rose remained where she had left it on the table, slightly more withered now, its petals curling inward. No dark thread showed from its center anymore. Perhaps it had fallen. Or withdrawn. The thought made her skin tighten. She did not go nearer. Instead she crouched by the wooden box of tools and plant markers and lifted the shears, turning them in her hand. They were heavier than they looked, balanced by long use. Adrian's writing on the marker, for her white roses, had become even more moving with context. He had attended to details. Remembered what she loved. Helped with the roses not because gardening fascinated him, perhaps, but because Celeste did. Love often entered material life that way. Not through declarations alone, but through shears sharpened, gates latched, paths swept before rain. Elara set the shears back and looked through the mottled panes toward the pond. It lay dark beyond the path, small and still beneath the birches. She had not gone near it since Adrian warned her away. Even now she kept her distance instinctively. Yet the entries in the diary had shifted something. Celeste had gone there. Adrian had been called there. The pond had become a hinge on which the whole house seemed to turn. And still, the constable had said drowning there was impossible. So what had happened by the water? She left the glasshouse and stood beneath the dripping eaves, considering. Curiosity moved in her with increasing insistence. Not reckless curiosity exactly. More like the pressure of a truth too long approached from every side but one. She could continue waiting for Adrian to remember more. She could continue reading. She could continue obeying every warning. But sooner or later, she knew, the pond itself would have to be faced. Not today, she told herself. Yet even as she thought it, the path seemed to pull at her peripheral attention. She turned away and went back into the house. The rest of the afternoon passed with deceptive gentleness. She baked the currant buns briefly to warm them, made soup, wrote down dates from the ledger and diary in a small notebook of her own, and laid a fresh fire in the study before dusk. The domestic motions soothed without comforting. They gave shape to time, but beneath them lay the constant sense that night would return carrying questions sharpened by the day's discoveries. By evening the sky had cleared enough for a washed silver moon to show between racing clouds. The wet garden reflected light in thin flashes. Somewhere near the lane a dog barked twice and was quiet. Elara brought the ledger, the diary, and Adrian's photograph into the study and arranged them on the desk. Then she waited. The first hour passed without incident. The second drew longer in the body than on the clock. The fire took well, giving the room a low warm core. Shadows moved gently along the bookshelves. The window reflected lamp and flame, turning the garden beyond into layered darkness. Once or twice she thought she heard movement in the upstairs corridor, but when she held her breath to listen more closely, the sound dissolved into the old house's ordinary language. At 10:30, the study door, left closed this time, gave the softest inward push. Not enough to open fully. Only enough for the latch to lift and the door to stand a finger's width ajar. Ilara's heart began to beat faster. "Adrian," she said. A pause. Then his voice, quiet and near, "Yes." He entered more slowly tonight. Not from the hall in a clear line of movement, but gradually, as though drawn from the shadows just beyond the door until he took shape inside them. First the suggestion of shoulders. Then the line of a coat. Then the dimness where a face should be, thinner at the edges than before. He seemed weaker. She felt it before he spoke again. "You're fading," she said. "A little." "Why?" "I went near the pond." The answer chilled her. "You told me not to." "I did." "Then why would you?" A silence. "Then, because you were thinking of it." The room narrowed around the words. She stared at him. "You can feel that too?" "Sometimes." His outline shifted, unsteady. "Especially when you're afraid." Something in his saying this, not to accuse, not to dramatize, only as fact, made Ilara want to step closer at once. She restrained the impulse for a moment, then gave up and crossed the room anyway. As she neared, his shape steadied slightly. The effect of proximity had become undeniable now. Her presence gave him contour. Not complete solidity, but more. The dim blur of face gathered enough for the impression of eyes again, dark and intent and visibly tired. "You shouldn't have gone," she said softly. "I know." "Did you remember anything?" His expression altered almost imperceptibly. "Enough to make leaving difficult." "What does that mean?" He looked past her for a moment, toward the desk where the diary lay open. "I remembered waiting." "At the pond?" "Yes." "In the rain?" A pause. "There was rain earlier." "And Celeste?" His outline wavered at the name, but not with the old pain alone. Something else lived there now too, some newer difficulty layered over older grief. "I remember she was late." Ilara glanced at the date she had copied from the diary. September 2nd. "She called you to meet her after dusk." "Yes." "And you went." "Yes." "What happened then?" His silence lasted long enough that she thought memory had failed him again. "At last," he said, "I heard someone walking before I saw anyone." Ilara stood very still. "Who?" "I thought it was her." "But it wasn't." "No." His voice dropped lower. "It said my name." A cold thread moved through her chest. Adrian looked at her more directly. In her voice. The fire settled inward with a soft collapse. Ilara felt as though the room had tilted 1 degree to the left. Not enough to throw her off balance physically, but enough to disturb every stable arrangement of thought. "It called you." "Yes." "And you answered." "Yes." The terrible symmetry of it stood between them both now. Celeste had feared a false Adrian in the corridor, Adrian had met a false Celeste by the pond. "What happened when you answered?" Elara asked. He did not speak at once. Instead he lifted one shadowed hand slightly, as though feeling again through memory rather than recounting it. "The air changed," he said. "The way it does just before a storm breaks close. I remember thinking the garden had gone too quiet. Then I saw someone near the water. Someone. Her shape. Her dress. The turn of her head. But not her." "No." "How did you know?" His answer came at once. "Because it looked glad before it looked relieved." The precision of that distinction struck Elara with almost painful force. It was exactly the kind of thing a man in love would notice. The emotional cadence wrong by a fraction, enough to reveal the impersonation. "What then?" "I said her name." "And?" It came nearer. The room grew colder by degrees as he spoke, though the fire still burned well. Elara barely noticed. She was listening with every part of herself now. Did it answer? Yes. In her voice. Yes. He seemed to struggle for the next part. "I knew then." "Not how." "Only that it was wrong." I stepped back. His outline thinned and gathered again. Then I heard her. "Celeste." "Yes." "Where?" "Behind me." Elara closed her eyes briefly. Two voices. One false by the pond. The real woman somewhere else in the dark. A confusion of direction, identity, and fear. The house or whatever moved through it had set a trap using love as bait. She was coming down the path, Adrian said. Running. The image rose vividly between them. Wet grass, birches, dusk thickened after rain, Celeste hurrying toward the pond while one version of her already stood waiting near the black water. "What did you do?" I turned. And then? Silence. A long, frayed silence. At last he said, "That is where it breaks." Breaks? My memory. He sounded exhausted by the fact of it. I know she called to me. I know something moved between us. I know the water looked deeper than it should have. He lowered his head slightly, and for an instant his face became clearer in profile, mouth tense, brow drawn, a man concentrating against pain. After that there is only cold. Elara's eyes stung. Not because the answer disappointed her, though it did. But because of the weariness in him as he gave it. He had returned to the edge of his own ending and still found fog. "I'm sorry," she said. His gaze lifted. "For what?" "For asking you to walk back into that." A faint shift touched his mouth. Not quite a smile. Something gentler and sadder. "You're the only one who can ask now." The words settled in her chest with quiet weight. She looked toward the desk where the ledger lay open. "My grandfather wrote that they dragged the pond and found nothing." Adrian listened without visible surprise. "I suppose they wouldn't," he said. "Why not?" "Because I don't think my body stayed in it." Her breath caught. Stayed? He seemed to search for language. "It isn't a pond the way it looks." That sentence might have sounded absurd anywhere else. Here it felt like the first honest thing said about the place all day. "What is it then?" "I don't know." Again. And yet even before he said more, she understood the shape of the truth he was trying to indicate. Not literal depth perhaps, though who could say? Something stranger. A place where boundaries thinned. Where appearance failed to match what moved underneath. Celeste thought it would prove something, Alara murmured. Yes. And instead. He finished for her. Instead it took me. The firelight moved over the edge of the desk and caught the gloss of the photograph. Adrian on the steps. Adrian by the pond. Adrian in the room, trying to remember the terms of his own disappearance. The man who was gone. And here, impossibly, trying to find his way back through what had taken him. Alara took another small step toward him. They stood close enough now that the cold surrounding him brushed her skin in a defined line, not unpleasant, only startlingly clear. Her hand lifted before she fully decided to raise it. "May I?" she asked softly. He looked at her hand. Yes. This time she touched him with more care. Her fingertips met that same resistance as before, but altered now. Still cold, still like water held upright in air, yet denser. The sensation traveled up her arm in a fine electric shiver. Under it, impossibly. There was the suggestion of structure. The place where a sleeve would lie over forearm. The shape of him through absence. Adrian closed his eyes. Or rather, she thought he did. The face remained partly veiled, but the expression altered in a way that carried the same meaning. Relief. Ache. Stillness. "You're more here tonight," she whispered. For this moment. His voice had gone rougher, quieter. Something opened in her then that was not memory exactly, but emotional recognition so deep it might have been its cousin. The longing in him. The restraint. The way he stood as if any nearness must be handled carefully or it would become too much too quickly. None of it felt unfamiliar. "Adrian," she said, barely above breath, "who was Lena?" At once the room changed. Not because of the name alone this time, but because of what passed over his face when she asked it. He opened his eyes. If eyes those shadows truly were, and looked at her with such unguarded sorrow that Alara nearly withdrew her hand from sheer tenderness. He stopped. He tried again. "She was yours before she was anyone else's." Alara's pulse faltered. "What does that mean?" "I don't know how to say it without breaking what little I remember." "Try." The air between them seemed to hold. She belonged to a time that doesn't fit cleanly into this one. Her hand trembled against the cold surface of his sleeve. "That sounds like madness." "Yes." "But you mean it." "Yes." She searched his half-visible face. Was she someone who lived here? A pause. "Yes." "When?" "Long before Celeste." The answer struck her with the force of a distant bell suddenly rung nearby. Long before Celeste. Not a previous lover then in any simple recent sense. Someone older. Part of the house's deeper history. Was she? Alara stopped, unable at first to form the question without feeling foolish. Then she forced herself to say it. Was she me? The words hung between them. Adrian's expression changed again. Not to certainty. To grief at the lack of it. "I don't know what you are to time," he said. "Only what you are when you look at me." A silence followed so intimate it felt almost unbearable. Outside, wind brushed the wet branches. The house settled with a far-off creak. Neither of them moved. Finally Alara lowered her hand, though the memory of contact remained bright under her skin. "I dreamed you on the steps," she said. "Yes. And you called me Lena." "Yes. You said I was late." For the first time, an unmistakable ghost of amusement touched him. "You often were." The answer startled a breath of laughter out of her. Soft. Brief. Almost disbelieving. Adrian seemed to steady further at the sound. "What was she like?" Alara asked. The amusement faded, leaving warmth behind. "Sharp. That seems unfairly vague." "It was one of the first things." He tilted his head slightly, as though seeing some other room over her shoulder. She noticed everything and forgave very selectively. She pretended not to be moved by music and cried over one particular sonata every spring. She hated being rushed. She loved the white roses before they were planted here. The study had vanished for Alara while he spoke. Or nearly. The descriptions entered not as information alone but as a strange returning weather. Selective forgiveness. White roses. A dislike of haste so deep it felt like selfhood. "Go on," she whispered. He did. "She once told me that houses grow around the secrets of the people who live longest in them. That if enough love and grief happen under one roof, the walls stop distinguishing properly between memory and presence." Alara closed her eyes. That felt like something she had known before hearing it. "When did she live?" she asked. Adrian's outline blurred briefly, then returned. "I can't see the years clearly." "Was she family?" "Yes." The answer made her eyes open at once. "Mine?" "I think so." The room seemed suddenly full of invisible threads tightening. A woman from long before Celeste. Family. White roses. A name that woke under Alara's skin like an old bruise touched. "Is she why I can hear you?" Alara asked. Adrian's silence this time was different, not ignorance, but caution. "Perhaps. Because I look like her?" "No." The immediacy of the answer startled her. "Then why?" "Because something in you answers the house where hers did." The phrase made little logical sense. Yet it felt true in the irrational, bodily way many truths in this place did. What happened to her? At once she knew the question cost him. His face, what she could see of it, dimmed with old pain. "I lost her too." The word too entered her quietly and remained. Too. He had lost Celeste in one way, Lena in another. Or perhaps lost each to the same underlying wound wearing different centuries. How? The fire gave a low sigh. He looked not at her but at the window, where their reflections mingled faintly over the black garden. She went into the house and did not come back the same. Alara's breath caught. When he turned back, his expression was more tired than before. "I don't know if that means death," he said. "Or marriage. Or memory. Or something stranger. I only know absence can wear many faces." The beauty and terror of that sentence left her unable to speak for several seconds. Then, quietly, "You've been waiting for me." "Yes." The answer came without hesitation. "For Lena." A pause. For whoever could hear me, as if they already knew the sound. Something tightened painfully in her throat. The vulnerability of that confession, delivered without demand or self-pity, made the room feel smaller and warmer despite the cold around him. Above them, somewhere in the corridor, a floorboard creaked. Both of them turned their heads. The sound did not repeat. Still, the spell of safety shifted. Adrian's outline thinned again at the edges. "You need rest," he said. The practicality of it in such a moment almost undid her. That's rich, coming from someone who can't sleep. A flicker of that same nearly smile. "Even so. I'm not finished." "No," his voice softened. "You aren't. Will you remember more tomorrow?" "I'll try. Don't go near the pond alone again." He looked at her in a way that made the impossible seem, for 1 second, almost domestic. As if concern could travel equally well from living to dead and back again. "I'll try that too," he said. The floorboard above gave a second creak, farther toward the corridor this time. Adrian turned slightly, listening to something she could not hear. Then he looked back at her. "Elara." "Yes?" "If it uses your grief, don't trust it." She frowned. "My grief?" But he was already fading. Not abruptly. Not forced this time. More like a tide withdrawing with reluctance. The line of his shoulders blurred. The suggestion of his face thinned into shadow. The clean cold nearest her weakened. "Adrian." "In the morning," he said, voice already distant, "look behind the portrait in the hall." Then the darkness by the door became only darkness again. He was gone. Elara stood alone in the study, one hand still half raised from where it had touched him. Rain had begun again, finer now, moving against the glass like silk drawn over stone. Behind the portrait in the hall. She could have gone at once. Curiosity urged her almost physically. Yet exhaustion had crept too deeply into her bones, and instinct warned her against prowling the house after midnight now that the lines between invitation and trap had grown so thin. So she banked the fire, locked the desk, and took Adrian's photograph upstairs once more. The night passed uneasily but without further voices. When dawn finally came, pale and damp and quiet at the windows, she rose with a heaviness in her limbs that felt earned by a life far more difficult than the few days she had actually spent in the house. She dressed slowly, went downstairs, made tea, and paused in the front hall with the warm cup between her hands. The portrait Adrian had mentioned hung above the small table near the stairs. Elara had barely looked at it before. It was a modest oil painting of a woman seated in profile near a window, her dark dress severe, her hands folded in her lap. The style was older than the charcoal sketches in the study, older even than the photographs. No signature showed. The face, though not a perfect likeness, carried something disturbingly familiar in the shape of the brow and mouth. Not Celeste. Not her mother. Someone earlier. Elara set down the tea on the table and lifted the frame carefully from its hook. The wall behind it looked ordinary at first. Then she saw the slight recess cut into the plaster, covered by a thin wooden panel painted to match. Her pulse quickened. She slipped a fingernail beneath one edge and pried the panel loose. Inside lay a small packet wrapped in linen and tied with faded blue thread. The thread broke at once when she touched it. Within the linen was a miniature portrait no larger than her palm. The woman in it looked directly at the painter. White dress. Dark hair. Eyes that seemed on the edge of saying something. The likeness was old enough to be softened by time, but not so softened that the resemblance could be mistaken. Elara stared at the face. Not identical, but close enough that the world seemed to narrow to a single still point. On the back of the miniature, in elegant old-fashioned script, was written, Alina Vale, 1891. Elara sat down on the stairs without meaning to. The house held its breath around her. Alina. Lena. Family, long before Celeste. White roses. A woman who had lived here under another century's sky and vanished into the house or through it in some way Adrian could not fully remember. The miniature trembled in her hands. Alina Vale. Not a dream name, then. Not invention. Not the private tenderness of a ghost reaching at random across time. A real woman. One whose face resembled hers enough to make denial impossible and whose shortened name had opened like a wound when Adrian whispered it. Elara looked up slowly at the hall around her. The front door. The stairs. The corridor above. The east window beyond sight. All the ordinary architecture of the house remained as it had yesterday and the day before. Yet now another layer had settled fully over it. Not only Adrian and Celeste. Not only the pond and the false voices and the borrowed tenderness of roses left at doors. There had been someone before. Someone from 1891. Someone whose blood perhaps still ran in Elara's own veins. Someone Adrian had also lost. The man who was gone had lived across more than one grief. And somewhere in the walls, or the silence, or the broken routes of memory that the house preserved too faithfully, all those griefs had begun to overlap. Elara lowered her gaze back to the miniature. Alina's painted eyes seemed to meet hers with a strange calm, not accusing, not warning, simply waiting to be recognized. For the first time since she had arrived, the mystery no longer felt like a single story interrupted. It felt like repetition. A pattern. A wound the house had not stopped making. She rose at last, the miniature still in her hand, and looked toward the back of the house where beyond walls and windows and rain-dark paths the pond waited among the birches. Soon, she knew, she would have to go there. Not because curiosity demanded it. Because the truth had begun long before Adrian disappeared. And if the house kept repeating what it had learned from love and loss, then whatever took him may have taken Alina first. The thought moved through her with a cold, patient certainty. By nightfall, she would ask him about the face in the miniature. And perhaps, if memory allowed, he would finally tell her about the first woman he had lost. Chapter 6, The Truth She Didn't Remember. The rain stopped before noon, but the house remained inside its weather. Moisture clung to the window panes in cool translucent beads. The garden held light differently after rain, each leaf and thorn and stone edge outlined with a softened precision, as though the world outside had been washed and then left to dry in silence. The birches beyond the pond lifted pale trunks against a sky that could not decide whether to clear or close again. Somewhere in the hedge along the lane, a blackbird sang with such rich, untroubled confidence that for a moment Elara almost hated it. It seemed impossible that anything should sing so ordinarily in a world that had just given her Alina Vale. The miniature remained on the table beside her untouched tea, a presence so concentrated it altered the room around it. She had set it there after uncovering it from behind the hall portrait and then stood for several long minutes unable to do anything except look. Alina Vale, 1891. The painted face was not her own face, not exactly. The brow was a little broader, the mouth fuller at the lower lip, the eyes set with a composure almost too direct to call innocence. Yet resemblance had nothing to do with exactness. It lived in the arrangement of features, in the emotional architecture underneath. In the way the expression seemed formed by a mind that noticed too much and forgave selectively. In the faint seriousness around the eyes that gave beauty a gravity it could not escape. Lena. Not a phantom name drawn from nowhere, then. Not merely a fragment of Adrian's broken memory. A real woman of her family, living in this house decades before Celeste was born and somehow still present enough in its hidden heart that her shortened name had leapt through time and found Alara like a key finding its own lock. She sat in the study with the miniature in one hand and Celeste's diary open in the other, though her gaze kept moving uselessly between them. The truth she didn't remember. That phrase had not been written anywhere. Not in the diary, not in the letters, not in the ledgers. Yet by noon it had begun to shape itself inside her with the stubborn weight of intuition. There was something about Alina she should know already. Not through education or family anecdote or any ordinary route of inheritance. Something more buried than that. Some thread of recognition running beneath language, beneath biography, beneath reason. And like all things buried too long, it frightened her most when it stirred. She forced herself to act. There were questions that could be approached materially before she had to face the ones that would require Adrian. She searched the hall table drawers, the sitting room cabinets, the attic trunks, the boxes of old papers under the guest room bed. She found lace, moth-eaten shawls, deeds for parcels of land long sold, a recipe book in her great-grandmother's hand, funeral cards, school reports, for cracked parasols, and enough unsorted family detritus to prove that memory, when left unattended, became indistinguishable from storage. At last, in a cedar trunk at the foot of the attic stairs, she found what she had not known she was looking for. A leather portfolio wrapped in linen, its clasp tarnished green, its cover embossed in faded gold. Inside were documents far older than anything else she had touched in the house. Birth certificates. Marriage settlements. Letters written on paper so thin it seemed more pressed fiber than page. And near the back, tied with black ribbon, 3 folded sheets marked with the name Alina Vale. Alara carried them downstairs rather than open them in the attic. The attic's low beams and stale air made old discoveries feel too close to suffocation. She wanted lamplight, though it was still day, and the grounding presence of the study around her. The first page was not a letter at all, but a copy of a parish notice. Miss Alina Margaret Vale of Bramble House, daughter of Edmund Vale and Margaret Vale née Hargreaves, reported missing on the morning of October 14, 1891. Last seen evening previous upon the grounds of the family residence. Age 23 years. Reported missing. Not dead. Again the same shape. The same absence. Alara set the notice down very carefully. Her hands had gone cold. She unfolded the second paper. This one was a letter, written in a masculine hand more ornate and deliberate than Adrian's, though not unfamiliar in its emotional cadence. It was dated October 17, 1891. Edmund. I write because the constable's conclusions offend both logic and decency. No woman vanishes from her own grounds in dry weather and leaves neither trace nor witness unless something more than accident has intervened. You insist Alina was troubled in spirit and liable to wandering. I do not dispute distress, but I dispute your convenience in naming it the whole of the matter. She spoke to me less than a week ago of hearing voices in the east corridor after midnight. Not servants, not family, but voices taking familiar shape and speaking with no true life in them. I told her she was overtired. For that failure I will reproach myself as long as I live. If there is any place to begin, it is the pond under the birches. She feared it and returned to it all the same. Such behavior belongs either to compulsion or to proof, and I know too well which kind of mind Alina possessed to believe she went without purpose. Do not let them fill the house with prayer before they have searched the water again. Th. Elara read the signature twice. Th. No full name. Only initials. But the content left no room for uncertainty. Alina too had heard imitations in the east corridor. Alina too had feared the pond. Alina too had gone there to prove something. And then vanished. The parallel was so exact it robbed the room of breath. She looked instinctively toward the study door as though the corridor itself might be standing there listening, pleased at having kept its pattern secret for so long. The third and final sheet shook slightly in her hand as she unfolded it. It was a page torn from a diary. Not Celeste's. The hand was finer, less angular, with the ornamental discipline of another century. At the top, a date. October 13th. The day before Alina vanished. Elara read. Tonight I will go to the pond and settle the question, for if I do not, I shall either lose my reason or be persuaded by the household that I have already done so. Thomas says I should leave the house at once and never return after dark, but that is advice fit for children and invalids. If what walks the corridor can wear familiar tenderness and borrow our own names back to us, then running only concedes the ground. It must be shown for what it is. If I can make it appear in one place while the true speaker stands elsewhere, then there will at last be proof and not merely dread. I have told no one but T. Because father would pray over me and mother would weep, and both acts are intolerable when one is still in possession of one's faculties. I do not like that the house seems to know when I think of it. The walls have acquired the habit of listening. If I do not return before midnight, it means either I was wrong, or far worse, that I was correct. There was no signature. There did not need to be. Elara lowered the page and pressed her thumb hard against its edge until the paper bent. The room had grown colder again. Not with Adrian's nearness. This was another cold, the old, impersonal kind that came when fear became structure. The pattern was undeniable now. A woman of the house hears false familiar voices in the east corridor. She suspects something in the house, learns and repeats tenderness. She goes to the pond seeking proof. She vanishes. Decades later, another woman of the house begins losing time, hears the same imitations, and calls the man she loves to the pond to prove she is not merely ill. He vanishes. Then Celeste lives on in a house that keeps his echo. And now Elara, who resembles the first missing woman and answers to a name buried in Adrian's memory, hears him across the same thresholds while something else learns the shapes of love around them. The truth she didn't remember. It waited beneath all of this like a floor beneath water. Elara rose abruptly and crossed to the window. The garden beyond seemed too bright for what lay inside the room. The pond showed black between reeds and low wet stone, giving back no sky now, only depthless shadow. A magpie landed briefly in the grass near the birches, tilted its head, and flew off. She should not go there, she knew. Not without knowing more. Not without Adrian. Not alone. Yet the pull of the place had changed since uncovering Alina. It was no longer mere curiosity. It had become inheritance. Whatever the pond held, whether literal danger, memory, or some rift the house fed upon. It had taken people whose blood and love still ran through every room. Her people, perhaps, though the phrase felt too simple. Her name. Her face. Her house. Her missing. No wonder the silence here had recognized her. By afternoon the light thinned toward Pearl again. Clouds moved in slow layers from the west. Elara forced herself to eat bread and cheese in the kitchen, though she tasted little. Then she returned to the study and arranged the evidence in a line across the desk. Alina's parish notice. Th's letter. The torn diary page from October 13, 1891. Celeste's diary with its entries about wrong voices in the corridor. Her grandfather's ledger noting Adrian's disappearance after the pond. The ring engraved AH/CV. And beside them all, the miniature of Alina Vale. The effect was almost ceremonial. Not because she intended reverence. Because the house itself seemed to require witnesses. It was some time after 4, while a faint gray rain began again and moved almost soundlessly against the panes, that Elara noticed one detail she had missed at first. On the back of Alina's miniature, beneath the name and date, a second line had been lightly scratched rather than written, so faint it had disappeared under the earlier shock of recognition. She lifted the miniature close to the window. The scratched words were barely legible. Painted for Thomas Holloway. Her breath left her. Thomas Holloway. Th. The letter writer. The man Alina had trusted. The man who had warned her away and failed to keep her. Holloway. Not Adrian, then, but another Holloway, an ancestor perhaps. Father? Great-uncle? Some line of repetition reaching forward through the family of the man who would later love Celeste and lose himself by the same water. Elara sat down very slowly. The room felt suddenly inhabited by time itself, not as years but as recurrence. Alina Vale and Thomas Holloway. Celeste Vale and Adrian Holloway. Vale and Holloway bound twice by love and disappearance. The same house. The same corridor. The same pond. The same wrong voice dressed in tenderness. It was no longer possible to believe any of this had happened by accident. The house had not simply trapped unrelated souls. It had repeated something. And perhaps that repetition was now trying to close around her. The thought did not drive her to panic. It did something worse. It gave shape to dread. By early evening she had made 2 decisions, both against instinct. First, she would tell Adrian everything she had found the moment he came. Second, she would ask him whether Thomas Holloway lived on in the house as he did, or whether only some traces remained. If Adrian did not know, she would ask whether memory itself could survive through names and family lines, making recognition possible where logic failed. A third decision waited behind the other 2 like a closed door she could already feel at her back. Soon, she would go to the pond. Not tonight, she told herself. Yet even that assurance sounded temporary. Twilight gathered with unusual slowness. Rain stopped again. A band of diluted gold appeared under the clouds for a brief interval and set the wet garden glowing at the edges before fading to blue-gray. Elara lit lamps through the lower rooms, drew the curtains everywhere but the study, and carried a tray upstairs with candles, matches, and the old brass key in case she found she wanted to lock or unlock something in haste. The house felt expectant. Not alive. Not exactly listening. more as if several old stories had risen at once inside its walls and were now pacing toward one another through the dark. She left the study door closed but unlatched. The desk she kept open. The papers remained spread before her. Firelight moved softly over the miniature's glass. The room smelled of smoke, old paper, and the faint lavender ghost still clinging to the leather notebook. At 9:30, Adrian did not come. At 10, she began to fear he could not. At 10:30, the east corridor gave 3 soft knocks in succession from above. Elara went cold all at once. Not footsteps. Knocks. Measured. Spaced. As though someone stood at the upstairs wall and tapped to be admitted. She did not move. The knocks came again. Then silence. A minute later the study lamp dimmed and steadied. She rose from the chair before she was fully aware of standing. "Adrian," she said. No answer. The fire shifted. Rainwater, caught somewhere in the guttering, gave a final slow drip outside. Then from the far corner of the room, not the door, not the window, but the corner between the bookshelves and the wall, came his voice, strained and low. "Elara." She turned sharply. His shape stood there as if drawn out of the shadow of the shelves themselves, thinner than before, edges fraying, face almost entirely obscured. He looked less like an apparition tonight and more like a figure remembered under too little light. "You're hurt," she whispered. The word was instinctive, though she knew not what injury meant for someone like him. "It's harder here tonight." "Why?" "The house knows what you found." A chill ran through her. "How can it know?" "I don't know. But it does." He tried to step farther into the room and faltered, his outlines scattering for a fraction before gathering again. Elara crossed to him at once. As she neared, he strengthened slightly, enough that the line of his shoulders returned and the dimness of his face thinned by a degree. "I found Alina," she said softly. "Not her, but her portrait. And a letter. And a diary page. Thomas Holloway wrote about her." At the name Thomas, something passed visibly through him, not surprise exactly, but recognition surfacing from deep water. "Thomas," he repeated. "You remember him." A long pause. "Not as memory. As inheritance." The phrase made her pulse quicken. "What does that mean?" His shadowed head lifted slightly, as though he were listening to words arriving rather than choosing them. "Some things move through families the way grief does. Not in blood alone. In stories unwitnessed. In habits of love. In unfinished fear." Elara stared. "Thomas was yours," Adrian said. "Mine? Of my line." The room seemed to contract. "You're descended from him." "I think so." She looked toward Alina's miniature on the desk. "And I'm descended from her." "Yes." The inevitability of it made everything both clearer and more terrible. Vale and Holloway. Again. The same house waiting patiently through years for the pattern to return close enough to itself to open once more. "Why?" she asked. Adrian's outline wavered. "I don't know." "But you feel it." "Yes." She took another step closer. The cold around him sharpened cleanly against her skin. "I found Alina's diary page. She wrote that the walls had acquired the habit of listening." His face altered subtly. "That sounds like her." The words entered Alara with peculiar force. Like her. Not only resemblance then. Not only intuition. Adrian recognized something in the phrasing, the mind beneath it. You knew her well. For a moment she thought he would deny memory again. Instead he said, enough to fail her. It was such a raw answer that she forgot her next question. The fire behind them settled with a soft sigh. Shadows leaned and withdrew over the shelves. What happened to her? Alara asked at last. He was silent long enough that she thought he could not or would not answer. Then, very slowly, she went to the pond to prove the voice false. Alara felt the pattern tighten around them. Yes. I followed later than I should have. Why later? She told me not to come unless she called. A pause. I obeyed longer than wisdom allowed. The tenderness and regret inside the sentence pierced her. You heard her. Yes. Or thought you did. Yes. He seemed to be looking not at her but through her now, as if some scene were replaying beyond the visible room. She was by the birches when I arrived, he said. Or someone wearing her shape was. I knew before she spoke. How? The stillness was wrong. The same precision again. Not dramatic. Not supernatural in itself. Simply the intimate knowledge by which love distinguishes one body from another before the mind can explain why. What then? I heard her truly call from the path. Alara closed her eyes. The same trap. The same cruel geometry. Did you get to her? No. The word came almost as a breath. Something moved between us. Something. I can't name it. Not a body as we mean body. More like a fold in the dark where voice gathered. A tremor passed through his outline. I reached for her, he said. And then. He stopped. She waited. Then I was elsewhere. The study seemed to lose all warmth for a moment. Elsewhere where? I don't know. In the house and not in it. In the pond and not in it. Hearing her still, but from a great distance. He looked at her then with an expression almost unbearable in its helplessness. She kept calling. Alara's eyes filled. Alina calling Thomas Holloway across some rupture at the pond. Celeste calling Adrian through another. The same house making apertures in love and letting only echoes remain. You remember that, she whispered. Yes. And the rest? Fragments. Tell me. He hesitated. Then, with visible effort, cold stone. Water where no water should be. A corridor that was not the corridor but remembered it badly. Her name spoken until it lost meaning and became only sound. The hairs rose along Alara's arms. The corridor that remembered itself badly. That was exactly what the false voice felt like. Not invention from outside, but repetition gone wrong. A memory wearing down under reuse until only shape remained. The house learns, she murmured. Yes. And repeats. Yes. But why through us? Adrian looked toward Alina's miniature again. Because some lives leave deeper marks. She followed his gaze. Vale and Holloway. Yes. Love. Yes. Loss. His answer came lower. Yes. The room fell quiet. Ilara became aware all at once of how close they stood. Close enough that if he had been living, the space between them would have been intimate beyond dispute. Close enough that the old instinct to step nearer and the newer fear of what such nearness might open were now almost indistinguishable. She forced herself back into thought. What truth didn't I remember? She asked. He went still. The phrasing had struck something. Ilara? That's what this feels like, she said, more quickly now, trying to explain the pressure inside her. Not just a mystery I'm learning. A truth I don't remember. As though some part of me knows what this house is doing before I've proved it. Adrian's expression changed. Not surprise. Recognition. Yes, he said softly. Yes, what? You knew before. Before what? Before Ilara. The room tipped. She stared at him. Lena knew, he said. And the Lena knew after. Celeste knew enough to fear it. You know it now because the knowing wasn't lost. It only changed hands. Ilara felt suddenly unsteady. Changed hands? Through blood. Through place. Through repetition. I don't know which matters most. You're saying memory survives in families. No, his voice sharpened with rare certainty. Not memory. Pattern. The word steadied and unsettled at once. Pattern, she repeated. Yes. The house waits for it to return. Yes. And when it does? His answer came so quietly she almost missed it. It tries to finish what it began. A hollow feeling opened beneath her ribs. What did it begin? But she knew, even before he answered. Separation, he said. The simplicity of the word made it monstrous. To imitate love only to divide it. To use private names and familiar voices not for possession exactly, but for estrangement. Drawing one beloved toward falsehood while the other stood elsewhere still calling. Breaking recognition. Teaching the house to repeat the fracture forever. No wonder not every voice was a person. The voice had become mechanism. Trap. Wound echoing itself. Ilara looked at the papers on the desk and then back at Adrian. It's happened twice. Yes. Alina and Thomas. Celeste and you. Yes. And now? His face, still veiled, softened with grief. Yes. The answer moved through her with a cold finality she could not argue against. She had been inside the pattern from the moment she first heard him whisper her name. Perhaps long before. Perhaps from the moment she crossed the threshold of the house. The resemblance, the bloodline, the hearing. All of it had made her available to the repetition. Then why me and you? She asked. Why not someone else? He looked at her for a long time. Because you hear me as if I were not gone. The room was silent except for the fire. And because, he added, I know you. The words loosened something painful and tender in her. Not because they solved anything. They did not. But because beneath all the architecture of recurrence and blood and imitation, a simple personal truth remained. He knew her. However impossible the route, however broken the memory, some recognition in him moved directly toward her and had from the beginning. What do you know? She asked, voice almost unsteady. A pause. That you turn your head slightly before disagreeing. Despite everything, a breath of laughter escaped her. His mouth altered with it, the nearest thing to a living smile she had yet seen. That you hate being hurried when frightened. That could describe anyone sensible. Not in the way you do. The firelight touched the edge of his coat, almost finding it. That you listen with your whole face. Her breath caught. That you have been lonely so long you mistook it for clarity. The gentleness of that nearly undid her. You don't get to know that, she whispered. I do if I was right. She looked away then because the room had become too intimate, too full of things that felt discovered rather than said. Outside, wind moved briefly against the window. Somewhere above them a floorboard creaked once, lightly, as if turning in sleep. When she looked back, Adrian had dimmed again. The effort was costing him badly tonight. One more thing, she said quickly. If pattern survives, does identity? His outline flickered. What do you mean? Am I Alina? Silence. Then, no. The answer came with immediate certainty. Relief and disappointment crossed her together so strangely she could not sort them. But you are not separate from her either, he said. How is that possible? You are yourself. Entirely. His voice lowered. And yet some doors answer only because she once opened them. The image entered her deeply. Not reincarnation then. Not simple repetition. Something more subtle and perhaps more dangerous. She was Alara, but the house recognized old openings in her. Old susceptibilities. Old routes by which voice and grief and love might be reached. The truth she didn't remember. Perhaps it had never been hers to remember as memory. Only to inherit as response. Outside the study, a faint sound lifted from the hall. Not a footstep. A whisper. Too soft to make out words. Adrian turned sharply toward the door. At once the room cooled. It's listening again, he said. Alara felt the change ripple through the floorboards. The whole house seemed to draw inward around the hall as if focusing. Then the whisper came again. This time she recognized the cadence before the words themselves. Her mother's voice. Alara. Every part of her went still. Her mother had been dead for years. The sound in the hall was not loud. Not dramatic. Gentle. Almost tired. Exactly the way her mother might once have called her down for dinner if the day had been long and she did not want to shout up the stairs. Grief struck first, not fear. That was the cruelty of it. Adrian looked back at her with urgent intensity. Do you hear the emptiness? Alara closed her eyes for one heartbeat. Yes. It was there beneath the sound. The same absence of reaching. The same borrowed shape without living center. But the pain of hearing the voice that all made recognition difficult. Come here, love, the false voice said softly from the hall. Alara's hand gripped the edge of the desk so hard it hurt. My mother never said it like that, she told herself at once. Not in that tone. Not with that arrangement of warmth. Close. Almost exact. Wrong at the root. Adrian stepped between her and the door. His outline, though weak, gathered with sudden force. Don't answer. The voice in the hall laughed, low and familiar and horrifyingly plausible. You always choose the wrong one, it said. The sentence struck Adrian like a blow. He faltered visibly. Alara, he began. But the voice cut across him now in Adrian's own tone. Elara. Perfectly his. Not almost. Perfectly. The room froze. Even Adrian seemed shocked by the precision of it. A second Adrian voice came from the hall, low and intimate. Lena. Elara's body reacted before thought. A sharp ache moved through her chest, the old opening in the name trying to answer by instinct. But beneath that ache she heard it, the deadness under the sound, the shape without direction. Not reaching. Repeating. Adrian, still before her, said her name at the same moment. Elara. His voice was ragged, strained, utterly alive in its effort. The contrast saved her. She looked only at him. Only at the broken, shadowed man fighting to remain himself in the room. Adrian, she said. At once the house shuddered. Not dramatically enough to be earthquake or collapse. More like a deep internal recoil moving through timbers and plaster and hidden pipes all at once. The lamp flame jumped. The fire bent inward. Somewhere upstairs a door slammed. The false voice in the hall went silent. Then came a rush of cold so fierce it extinguished one of the candles on the mantel. Adrian's outline blurred almost to nothing. No, Elara whispered, reaching for him. Her hand passed through colder resistance than ever before, like plunging into deep winter water. Listen, he said, voice thin with effort. The pond remembers what the house cannot hold. The words barely reached her. What does that mean? But his shape was already dissolving. Tomorrow, he whispered. At dusk. Don't go before. Adrian. If you want the truth, he said, and his voice was almost gone now, you have to hear where it breaks. Then he vanished. The room warmed and emptied at once. Elara stood alone in the study, the extinguished candle smoking faintly beside the fire, her own breath loud in the sudden stillness. From the hall came no further sound. Not her mother's voice. Not Adrian's imitation. Nothing. Only the old house, settling around the recoil of whatever had just failed. The pond remembers what the house cannot hold. She repeated the sentence silently, feeling its shape. The house kept echoes badly. Corridors that remembered themselves wrong. Voices worn thin by repetition. Borrowed tenderness with no center. But the pond, whatever it was, might hold the break itself. The original wound. The place where memory stopped repeating and became event. Tomorrow, at dusk. Not before. She should have feared that instruction. In one sense, she did. But more strongly than fear she felt inevitability. All the paths now narrowed there. Alina. Thomas. Celeste. Adrian. The imitations in the corridor. The names. The pattern. The truth she didn't remember but had always somehow been moving toward. Tomorrow at dusk, she would go. Not because she wanted danger. Because the house had already begun using her grief. And if she waited too long, it would learn more. That night she slept very little. When she did drift, she dreamed not of Adrian, nor of Alina, nor of the corridor, but of the pond itself under a sky without stars. In the dream the water was perfectly still. Yet beneath the surface voices moved like silver fish, catchable for a second, then gone. As she stood at the edge, one voice rose clearer than the others. Not a call this time. A warning. Remember who is speaking. She woke before dawn with the words still in her body and knew, even before opening her eyes, that the day ahead had already chosen its ending. Tomorrow had become today. And by dusk, one way or another, the house would give up what it had taken. Chapter 7: Why He Couldn't Leave. The day moved toward dusk with the quiet inevitability of a clock no one had wound and yet everyone could hear. From the moment Alara opened her eyes, she felt it waiting. Not dramatically. Not with panic. More like a tide advancing beneath the surface of ordinary things. The kettle boiled. Bread toasted. Rainwater still clung to the garden in the colder corners where sunlight did not reach. The robin returned to the kitchen sill, cocked its head as if the business of humans remained permanently confusing, then flew off into the hedge. Somewhere in the village, distant and softened by weather, the church bell marked the hours with patient indifference. Yet through all of it, one thought ran underneath everything else. At dusk, she would go to the pond. Not before. The instruction had lodged in her with unusual force. Not because Adrian had asked it, though that mattered. But because some instinct deeper than obedience recognized the precision. Dusk was when thresholds softened. When windows became mirrors. When the garden lost certainty at the edges. When voices might travel farther than bodies. If the pond remembered what the house could not hold, then perhaps evening was the hour memory rose closest to the surface. She did not spend the day preparing in any grand way. There was nothing grand to be done. Instead, she moved carefully through practical tasks, as if a measured mind might keep fear from widening. She made a note of every date she had found. She copied Alina's diary fragment and Th's letter into her own notebook in case the originals were lost or damaged. She wrapped the miniature portrait in linen and placed it in the pocket of her coat, not because she knew she would need it, but because leaving it behind felt wrong. At noon she returned to the study and searched for any mention, any at all, of why Adrian remained when Thomas did not seem to. Why one man's voice had endured in the house while another's had become only a set of initials and a portrait made for him. At first she found nothing. Then, between two of Celeste's later diary entries, she noticed a page so thinly inserted it had nearly become invisible where it lay folded into the gutter of the book. It was not in Celeste's hand. Nor Adrian's. The writing was hurried, dark, the ink blotted in places as if the writer had paused too long with the pen resting on the paper. The page contained only 6 lines. If the house cannot complete the separation, it keeps the one who still answers. That is why some remain near and some are lost entirely. The living call it haunting because they do not have better language for unfinished recognition. If he hears you, do not let him follow the wrong voice again. Anchor him by his own name. And if he cannot leave, ask what promise bound him after memory failed. No signature. No date. But the force of the words was immediate enough to make Alara sit down. If the house cannot complete the separation, it keeps the one who still answers. That was why Adrian remained, then. Not because death itself had chosen this place and no other. Because something unfinished had caught him at the moment of being divided from the one calling him. He had not been taken wholly. Not drowned, not vanished, not released. Kept near. Bound at the edge of recognition. Ask what promise bound him after memory failed. She read the lines several times. A promise. Not love alone, then, though love had clearly shaped all of this. Something spoken perhaps. Some vow made in life. A sentence that remained even after event and time had broken around it. The idea felt right in a way she could not yet prove. Adrian's presence had always seemed not merely sorrowful, but purposeful. As if he lingered in relation to someone, not simply in relation to a place. Someone. Celeste. Alina. Or. The thought arrived with disquieting softness. You. She closed the diary. The study seemed too still. It was one thing to suspect the house repeated patterns through families, names, and blood. Another to admit that Adrian's remaining might now have attached itself to her specifically. Not because she was a replacement. Not because she was Alina or Celeste reborn. But because she had become, for him, the nearest living shape through which unfinished recognition could continue to reach. That understanding should have frightened her more than it did. Instead, it made her unbearably sad. By early afternoon the clouds lifted enough to let a pale diluted sun cross the garden. The pond flashed once between birch shadows and then went dark again as the light shifted. Elara avoided looking at it for long. Each glance felt like answering a silent summons. She ate little. Bread, tea, half an apple. Enough to keep steadiness in her limbs. Then she climbed the stairs and stood in the east corridor in full daylight. The runner lay flat. The window remained shut. The wallpaper showed its faded pattern clearly now, an old repeating vine in washed greens and creams. Nothing in the corridor suggested danger beyond age and draught. And yet every part of her body knew otherwise. This was where names had been borrowed. Where the house had practiced familiar tenderness until it learned how to shape it convincingly. She walked from one end to the other. Slowly. Listening. No voice came. Only the mild complaint of old boards beneath her steps, the distant knock of a loose branch outside, the soft stir of air from the stairwell. At the far end she paused by the east window and looked down into the garden. From here the pond lay partly hidden by birch trunks, a dark oval among wet grass and reeds. The path to it seemed harmless. Worn. Narrow. Almost inviting in its simplicity. Alina had heard voices in this corridor. Celeste had too. And both had gone to the pond believing they might prove the falsehood if the true speaker stood elsewhere. They had been right, in a sense. There had been a false voice. What they had not understood in time was that the proof itself was the trap. To stand where imitation and truth could sound at once was to enter the very split the house wanted to make. Elara stepped back from the window. She would not let the house divide voice from person without resistance. That, she realized now, was the center of everything Adrian had been trying to teach her. Listen for the emptiness. Not every voice is a person. My voice reaches for you. It only repeats. Remember who is speaking. The lesson had never been about fear of sound. It was about relation. About knowing presence, not merely hearing form. Toward 4 o'clock the house took on that strange anticipatory quiet it often wore before evening fully descended. Shadows lengthened gently. Light turned cooler. The lower rooms seemed to draw inward around their lamps even before lamps were lit. Elara went to the study and set everything she might need in order: candles, matches, her notebook, Alina's miniature in her coat pocket, Adrian's photograph on the desk. Then she stood before the window looking out at the garden and said aloud, though no one visible stood near enough to hear, "I'm going at dusk." The room remained silent for several seconds. Then, from somewhere just behind and to the left of her, so soft she felt it before she fully heard it, came Adrian's voice. I know. She turned at once. He stood nearer the door than the night before, though still dim, his outline clearer at the shoulders and head, less frayed by effort than yesterday. The late afternoon light made him stranger somehow than darkness did. Shadows had fewer places to hide him in daylight. He looked less like a ghost from a tale and more like the memory of a man held in insufficient substance. His face remained blurred at the edges, but enough of it showed now for her to recognize expression before detail. Worry. Exhaustion. And, beneath both, that same impossible gentleness. You came early, she said. It's easier before dark. Will it stay that way? No. The honesty of the answer settled between them. She moved toward him instinctively. As always, his shape steadied with her nearness, details gathering by degrees into something more coherent. The line of his coat. The hint of one hand. The angle of his mouth. I found something in the diary, she said. About why some remain and some are lost. His attention sharpened. What did it say? That if the house can't complete the separation, it keeps the one who still answers. For a moment he went very still. Then, softly, yes. She searched his face. You know that's true. Yes. Why didn't you tell me? A pause. I wasn't sure I remembered it cleanly. And now? His gaze shifted briefly toward the window, toward the dark line of birches. Now I know it by the way the place feels when you think of leaving. The word startled her. What do you mean? I can feel the pull when you consider going away from the house. It tightens. She drew a breath. On you? Yes. The room seemed to narrow. So you can't leave? No. It was the first time he had said it so plainly. Elara kept her voice low. Because of the pond? Partly. Because of the house? Yes. And the rest? He looked at her for a long moment. Because I promised. There it was. The line from the diary page. Ask what promise bound him after memory failed. She felt a strange mixture of dread and tenderness. Tell me. His outline dimmed slightly, then returned, as though the request itself required greater holding. I made more than one promise, he said. I'm no longer sure which one became the anchor. To Celeste. Yes. And to Alina. A stillness passed over him that felt like old grief returning with measured steps. Yes. Elara's pulse quickened. You love them both. The sentence should have felt accusatory or impossible. It did not. It felt sad in a way older than jealousy could reach. Adrian lowered his head slightly, not from shame but from the burden of truth. In different lives of the same house. The phrase entered her like winter air. You remember enough to know that. Yes. And they were both Vale women. Yes. Was that chance? No. The certainty in him made the room feel suddenly ancient. Elara sat down because her knees no longer trusted standing. Adrian remained where he was, dimly gathered in the late light. Between them, the desk held photographs, letters, diaries, proof of repetition accumulating like sediment. Start at the beginning, she said. He gave a breath that might once have been a sigh. I don't know the beginning. The first thing you do know. He was silent for several moments. Then he said, I knew Alina before I knew her family. Ilara looked up sharply. She came to the lane on horseback, he continued, his voice taking on that distant quality it had whenever memory moved through him more vividly than the room itself. There had been rain all week. The road was half mud, and she was furious with the animal for splashing her skirt. A faint softness touched his mouth. She dismounted without grace and then stood pretending she had meant to. The image was so precise, so immediate, that Ilara could almost see it. Another century's lane, gray weather, a dark-haired woman more angry at losing dignity than at being wet. You were Thomas, she said quietly. A pause. Yes. Not Adrian, then speaking of another man. Adrian holding Thomas within him like an older self preserved in pattern and memory. The realization might have been overwhelming if he had not said it with such simple acceptance. How is that possible? She whispered. I don't know in any way that would satisfy reason. Try me. His gaze returned to hers. Some forms of love leave recognitions that time reuses. The answer was both too little and somehow enough. You were Thomas Holloway, she said again. Yes. And later Adrian Holloway. Yes. And you loved Alina. Then Celeste. Yes. The repetition did not make it smaller. It made it more heartbreaking. What promise did you make to Alina? His expression dimmed with memory. That if the false voice called, I would answer only to her hand on my sleeve. Ilara felt something move deep in her chest. Not memory exactly. A bodily echo. Hand on sleeve. The image struck her with disquieting intimacy. She looked down at her own hands and found them trembling slightly. And did she ask that of you? Yes. Why? Because she said the house could imitate sound better than touch. The simplicity of the answer made every nerve in Ilara sharpen. Of course. Voice could be borrowed. Names repeated. But touch required relation. Wait. Decision. Mutual presence. What happened the night she vanished? He looked toward the window again. Outside, evening had begun thinning the edges of the garden. The birches stood whiter now against gathering blue-gray. She sent word to meet at the pond, he said. To prove that the false voice would appear if the true speaker stood elsewhere. I was to wait until she called. I waited too long. Then I heard her. His face altered with strain. Or what I thought was her. By the time I reached the water, the wrongness had already entered everything. The same as with Celeste. Yes. And you promised? His voice lowered. When I could no longer reach her, I said I would not leave the house until she came back. The room held stillness around the sentence. Not leave the house until she came back. A promise made in grief. In shock. In love turning instantly toward refusal. It required no supernatural ornament to become binding. Some vows were heavy enough even among the living. She never came back, Ilara said softly. No. And you remained. Yes. For how long? I don't know. Until the pattern returned, he said. With Celeste. Yes. Ilara tried to picture it. Years passing. Thomas Holloway becoming Adrian Holloway, not by simple reincarnation, not by straightforward survival, but by some terrible and tender persistence of unfinished recognition. The house keeping what still answered. Love finding again the bloodline of the vanished woman. The same wound shaping new lives. And Celeste, she asked. What promise did you make her? His expression changed at once, newer grief overlaying older. That I would not let the house take her alone. A pause. I failed that too. Elara looked at him steadily. She lived. Yes. But not untouched. No. Did she remember you at the end? He seemed to listen inwardly before answering. Sometimes. Enough for pain. Not enough for peace. The sadness in the room deepened until even the ticking clock on the mantel seemed impertinent. Then why couldn't you leave after her death? Elara asked. This time he did not answer at once. The light outside thinned further. Dusk had nearly arrived. The room began subtly shifting from afternoon to evening, colors withdrawing from the books and rug, lamp waiting to matter more than window. At last he said, because by then I had made another promise. Elara felt her breath slow. To me, she said. He looked at her with such directness that the dimness over his face seemed almost irrelevant. To whoever came back able to hear me. The words entered her quietly and transformed the silence. Not to you specifically, then. Not Elara by name. And yet somehow more intimate than that. A promise cast forward into uncertainty, waiting not for a person fully known but for recognition itself to return through whatever form it could. What exactly did you promise? She asked. He came one step nearer. The motion was slight, but the air changed with it. Cleaner cold. Sharper focus. He seemed more solid than he had all day. That I would stay until one of you knew me before the house did. Elara's throat tightened. That was why he couldn't leave. Not merely because he was trapped. Because he had chosen, within the trap, to remain until recognition was restored by something true and mutual rather than mimicked and split. The house knew names, voices, tenderness stripped of center. He had waited for someone who would know him first. And somehow, impossibly, that someone had become her. She stood up slowly. The study had gone almost fully blue with evening now. She lit the lamp without taking her eyes entirely from him. Firelight and amber glow lifted his outline into greater clarity for a few fleeting seconds, the dark hair, the line of cheek, the mouth still marked by restraint even in its softness. You shouldn't have had to wait that long, she said. A faint shadow of warmth touched him. No. I'm sorry. For what? For being late. The words came before she meant to say them. The moment they entered the room, something changed. Not dramatically outside. Inside. Adrian's expression altered with quiet shock. The lamp flame trembled. Elara herself stood motionless, heart beginning to pound for reasons she had not yet fully understood. Being late. That was what Dreamalina had said on the steps. What some part of her had carried without consciously keeping. Adrian took another half-step closer. Elara. But she barely heard him. A pulse of memory, not image at first, only sensation, moved through her, wet hem against ankles. Mud at the edge of a skirt. A man smiling despite himself while trying not to let amusement show. Her own irritation sharpened because she did not want him to see she was pleased. The impression vanished as quickly as it came, leaving her breathless. She pressed a hand to her forehead. I remembered something. His voice gentled at once. What? I don't know, only a feeling. Rain, the lane. She shook her head. No, not remembered. Felt. That's how it begins. How what begins? Truth returning by the body before the mind trusts it. The answer should have sounded strange. It did not. Outside, the garden darkened another shade. Dusk had arrived. The pond beyond the birches could no longer be seen clearly from the study, only intuited as a darker darkness among wet grass. Adrian looked toward the window. Then back to her. It's time. Her pulse stumbled. Yes. Neither of them moved for a second. Then Alara reached into her coat pocket, touched the wrapped miniature of Alina for reassurance, and drew on her gloves. The motions felt ceremonial without her intending them to. As if dressing for the garden at dusk made visible what the day had already decided. Adrian watched her in silence. When she was done, she looked at him. You're coming. Yes. You said before that the pond is where things break open. Yes. And now? His face dimmed slightly as the room yielded more authority to night. Now I think it's where the house fails to finish forgetting. The sentence sent a chill down her spine. She took the lamp from the desk, then set it back down at once. Light would only distort the glass when they stepped outside. Better the soft natural dark than reflections that turn trees into movement and movement into fear. From the hall came no voice. No false summons. Only the old boards holding their breath. Alara stepped toward the door. Adrian moved with her, his outline paling whenever she looked directly at it and strengthening again at the edge of vision. He could not cross the threshold before her this time. He seemed tethered to her movement, not leading it. In the front hall she paused long enough to glance at the portrait concealing the recess where Alina's miniature had rested for so many years. The woman in profile looked as she always had, composed and unknowable. Yet now the wall behind her seemed almost warmer for having yielded one of its secrets. Was she happy? Alara asked quietly as they passed. Adrian's answer came from beside her, low and immediate. Enough that loss became unbearable. It was not the reassurance she might once have hoped for. It was truer. They went through the kitchen and out the back door into the garden. Cold evening air met her face at once, damp with the memory of rain. The sky held the last pale light at its western edge, while the rest deepened to soft blue-gray. The grass was wet enough to darken the hem of her skirt as she walked. The path smelled of thyme bruised underfoot and the darker, richer scent of earth opening after rain. The birches ahead stood like pale sentinels. The pond waited among them, already drinking light from the evening faster than the rest of the garden. As Alara walked, Adrian kept pace beside her in whatever way he could. She could not hear footsteps from him. Yet the air to her right remained distinctly colder, and every few strides she sensed rather than saw the gathered shape of him there. The sensation steadied her more than any spoken comfort would have. Halfway down the path, she said quietly, "When we reach it, what do I do?" "Listen first." "For what?" "For who is speaking." They walked on. The grass near the pond had grown long at the edges, silvered faintly in the dim light. Reeds leaned over the black surface. The birch branches moved overhead with the softest paper-like rustle. Elara stopped at the water's edge. Up close, the pond did not look deep. That was what made it most unsettling. It appeared small, almost ornamental, a dark garden feature one might cross in 3 strides. Yet the surface held the sky too completely, reflecting not the shallows of an ordinary pool but a depth of darkness that seemed disproportionate to its size. The pond remembers what the house cannot hold. Adrian stood just behind her now, or seemed to. The clean cold of his presence moved lightly along the back of her coat. "What am I listening for?" she whispered. His answer came close enough that she felt the sound more than heard it. "For the place where I failed to leave." The tenderness and sorrow in that sentence went through her like water. She looked down at the black surface. For several long moments, nothing happened. Only the evening. The birches. The wet smell of earth and reed and stone. A distant bird calling once from beyond the hedge. Then the water shivered. Not from wind. From within. A ripple moved outward from the center without any visible cause, and with it came a sound so faint Elara almost mistook it for memory. A man's voice. Not Adrian's. Older in cadence. Still unmistakably akin to him. Alina. The name rose from the water like breath from a sleeping mouth. Elara went cold all over. Beside her, Adrian made a sound that was almost not a sound at all. Not surprise. Recognition. Pain. "Thomas," he said. The pond darkened further. Another ripple crossed the surface. And before Elara could decide whether to step back or lean closer, the voice from the water spoke again, clearer now, carrying the grief of a century as gently as if no time at all had passed. "I couldn't leave." The words entered the dusk and seemed to gather every unanswered question toward them. At last, Elara thought, the house was beginning to tell her why. Chapter 8, The Night She Saw Him. The pond did not reflect the sky. That was the first thing Elara understood as she stood at its edge, breath shallow in her chest, the last of evening dimming into night around the birches. Water reflects. That is its nature. Even in darkness, it holds shape. Trees stretch across it. Light breaks into it. Movement disturbs it in recognizable ways. But this surface absorbed. The pale remains of dusk hovered above, yet the pond gave nothing back. It held light the way a closed eye holds it, felt but not seen. The black was not absence. It was density. And from that density, the voice had come. "I couldn't leave." Elara's fingers tightened around the linen-wrapped miniature in her pocket. She had not taken it out yet. Not consciously. And yet she felt as though the woman inside it, Alina, stood somewhere just behind her shoulder, not visible, but not absent either. Beside her, Adrian had gone very still. "Thomas," he said again, more quietly now. The name carried weight. Not just memory. Recognition. Not Adrian remembering another man. Adrian remembering himself differently. The distinction moved through Elara with unsettling clarity. The pond shivered once more. The sound that followed was not a voice at first, but something like breath moving through water, impossible, wrong, and yet unmistakably human in its cadence. Then the voice returned. "Too late," it said. Elara's heart began to pound. The tone was not accusing. That made it worse. It carried the same exhausted sorrow she had heard in Adrian's voice, only older, worn thinner by time, stretched across decades without release. "I came," the voice continued. But it had already. The words broke. Not abruptly. More like something swallowing them before they could finish. Adrian took one step forward. "Elara, stay back." But she did not move. Not forward. Not back. Only stood, rooted at the edge between grass and water, listening as if the act itself held the fragile balance of the moment together. The pond shifted again. This time the darkness did not ripple outward. It deepened inward. As though something beneath it had turned. Then, slowly, something began to take shape. Not rising. Not emerging. Resolving. A suggestion first. A vertical distortion in the water, faint as heat above stone. Then clearer. A figure. Elara's breath caught. It was not like Adrian. Not at first. Where Adrian's presence gathered from shadow and air, this came through water, through the wrongness of reflection becoming form. A man stood within the surface. Not beneath it. Not above it. In it. His outline flickered, less stable than Adrian's, more fragmented, as if held together by memory that had been repeated too many times. The face. She could not see it clearly. Not yet. But the posture. There was something in it she recognized immediately. A stillness that came not from calm, but from holding too much at once. "Thomas," Adrian said again. This time the figure reacted. The head lifted slightly. And for one brief, terrible moment, the water showed his face. Not fully. Not long enough to fix detail. But enough. The resemblance struck Elara with a force that made her sway. Not identical to Adrian. But unmistakably kin. The same line of brow. The same depth in the eyes. The same restraint held too tightly across the mouth. As if Adrian had been shaped from this man's memory and then altered by time. "Adrian," the figure said. The voice changed as it spoke his name. Stronger. Closer. The sorrow sharpening into something like relief. "You're still here." The water trembled. Adrian stepped closer to the edge, though he did not cross into the grass beyond Elara. "Yes." A pause. "I couldn't leave." Thomas Holloway's form flickered. The pond darkened again, then steadied. "I know," he said. Elara felt something shift inside her. This was not haunting. Not in any simple sense. This was conversation. Interrupted. Distorted. But real. Two men across time, bound by the same place, the same failure, the same love that had not completed its arc. "Did she?" Adrian began. The question broke. He tried again. "Did Alina?" The water stirred. Thomas's form blurred, then sharpened slightly, as if pulled between two conflicting states. "She called," he said. The words moved slowly, as though each one required effort to cross whatever boundary held him. She was there, and not there. Elara closed her eyes briefly. The same. The same as with Celeste. "She knew," Thomas continued. "Before I did. She always." His voice faltered. Then steadied. "She said not to follow the first voice." Adrian went still. "Elara," he said quietly, without looking at her. "Listen." She was. With every part of herself. "She told me," Thomas said, "that the house could learn love without understanding it." The sentence echoed Alina's diary with devastating precision. "It waits," he went on, "for the moment when recognition divides." The water pulsed faintly, as if something beneath it responded to the words. "And then?" Adrian asked. Thomas's form flickered violently. "She reached for me." Elara's eyes snapped open. "And I reached for her." The surface of the pond distorted. Not outward. Inward. As though the space between 2 points had collapsed. "There were 2 of her," Thomas said. "The air seemed to leave the garden. One at the water. One behind me." Elara felt her pulse in her throat. "Which did you choose?" Adrian asked. The silence that followed was unbearable. When Thomas answered, his voice had gone very quiet. "I turned." The word fell like something final. "I thought," he continued, "if I could see both, if I could prove." The water shuddered. "And then?" Thomas's form wavered. The face blurred. "When I looked back, she was gone." The sentence entered Elara like cold. Gone. Not taken in front of him. Not pulled into the water. Simply. Gone. The absence was worse than violence. "What happened to you?" Adrian asked. The pond darkened further. "I followed," Thomas said. "Where?" "I don't know." His voice thinned. "Into the place where the house keeps what it cannot finish." Elara's fingers tightened again. "The place. Not the pond." "Not exactly." "Something connected to it. Beneath it. Beyond it." "Could you reach her?" Adrian asked. "No." The answer came immediately. "Could she reach you?" A pause. Then. For a moment. The water trembled. "She touched my sleeve." Elara gasped. The same. The same promise. The same anchor. Thomas's form sharpened briefly, as if that memory gave him strength. "And then?" "She was pulled away." The words broke. Not cleanly. As though something interfered with the act of saying them. "And you stayed," Adrian said. "Yes." "Why?" The answer came with quiet certainty. "Because I said I would." The simplicity of it made the air feel heavier. A promise. Not magical. Not ritual. Just spoken. And kept. Across time. Across death. Across whatever boundary lay beneath the pond. Elara felt tears rise without warning. Not from fear. From the unbearable tenderness of it. To remain. Not because one must. Because one said one would. Adrian stood very still beside her. "You didn't leave," he said. "No." "Even when she didn't come back?" "No." The water stilled. Then Thomas said something that made the entire garden seem to lean closer. "She did come back." Elara's breath stopped. Adrian's voice sharpened. "When?" "Not as she left." The pond darkened again. "She came through the house." Ilara's heart began to race. "Alina," she whispered. Thomas's form flickered toward her. Not directly, but enough that she felt seen. Yes. The word was almost soundless. She wasn't whole. The birch branches moved overhead. A wind had begun. Soft. Restless. "She knew me," Thomas said. "And didn't." Ilara's chest tightened. Memory. Broken. Like Celeste. Like the diary entries. Like Adrian's own. She had lost time, Thomas continued. Or time had lost her. The phrasing felt familiar. Too familiar. She said the house had taken something and given it back wrong. The words echoed through Ilara like something remembered rather than heard. "She tried to leave," Thomas said. "And?" "She couldn't." The wind picked up slightly. Leaves whispered. Water moved. "The house held her," he said. "Because of you?" Adrian asked. "No." The answer came stronger. Because of what she had seen. Ilara felt something click into place. The house did not only take. It marked. Those who saw too clearly could not simply step away. "What happened to her?" she asked. This time Thomas turned toward her fully. The water reshaped itself to hold his form more clearly. And for the first time, she saw his face. Not perfectly. But enough. Older than Adrian's. More worn. Eyes that carried a quiet intelligence sharpened by loss. And beneath it, kindness. The recognition struck her like a blow. Not because she had seen him before. Because she knew him. Not in memory. In pattern. In feeling. In the same way Adrian had known her. "She lived," Thomas said. "But not here." Ilara's breath caught. "She left the house," he continued. "But the house did not leave her." The sentence settled heavily. "Did she remember you?" Ilara asked. Thomas's expression softened. "For a time. And then? She forgot the shape of me." The grief in that was quiet. Complete. "She remembered love," he said. "But not the man it belonged to." Ilara felt her eyes sting. The same. The same loss. The same incomplete separation. Adrian took a step closer to the water. "And you stayed?" "Yes." "Waiting?" "Yes." For her to remember. A pause. Then. For someone to. The words echoed what Adrian had said earlier. The promise. The waiting. Not for the same person. For recognition itself. The wind moved more strongly now. The pond rippled. Not outward. Inward. As though something beneath it had begun to shift again. Thomas's form flickered. Time was running thin. "Ilara," Adrian said quietly. "Ask him." She knew what he meant. The question had been forming since morning. "Why couldn't you leave?" she asked. Thomas looked at her steadily. Not at Adrian. At her. "Because I knew her before the house did." The answer struck like truth recognized. "And that mattered," he continued, "more than anything the house could learn." Ilara felt something inside her respond. Deep. Instinctive. You still know her, Thomas said. The words made her breath catch. But she could not finish. Because in that moment, she saw. Not fully. Not clearly. But enough. A flash. Rain. A lane. A man watching her with quiet amusement. Her own voice saying, "You're late." The memory vanished as quickly as it came. But it left something behind. Not knowledge. Recognition. Thomas's form dimmed. The pond darkened again. "It's breaking," Adrian said. The air had changed. Cold. Sharp. The same pressure Alara had felt before when the house began to intervene. From somewhere behind them. From the path. A voice called. Alara. Her body reacted instantly. Not her mother this time. Not Adrian. Someone else. Familiar in a way she could not place. Alara. Adrian turned sharply. "Don't answer." The voice came again. Closer. Lena. The name hit her like a pulse. Thomas's form shattered slightly in the water. "Alara," Adrian said urgently. "Look at me." She tried. But the voice. It carried something new. Not emptiness. Something closer to reaching. "Come back," it said softly. The words were almost right. Almost. Alara's chest tightened. Adrian stepped in front of her. "Remember," he said. The word cut through the pull. "Remember who is speaking." She focused on him. On the effort in his voice. On the way he stood. Not perfect. Not whole. But reaching. Always reaching. "Adrian," she said. The moment she spoke his name, the air shifted. The voice behind them faltered. Then changed. Sharpened. "You always choose wrong." The tone twisted. Hollow. Wrong again. The reaching gone. Only repetition left. Alara's fear steadied into clarity. She did not turn. Did not answer. Did not move. The voice faded. The pond stilled. Thomas's form flickered one last time. Then. "Stay," he said. Not to her. To Adrian. And then he was gone. The water became only water again. The night settled fully. The birches stood silent. The garden held its breath. Alara stood unmoving at the edge of the pond, her heart still racing, her mind too full and too empty at once. Beside her, Adrian remained. Weaker now. But still there. She turned to him slowly. "I saw him," she whispered. "Yes. I knew him." A pause. Yes. The truth hung between them. Not frightening now. Not entirely. Something else. Something deeper. "You're still here," she said. "Yes. Because you couldn't leave." He looked at her with quiet intensity. "Yes. And now?" The question trembled. Not from fear. From possibility. Adrian stepped closer. Near enough that she felt the cold of him fully. Not painful. Not empty. Present. Now, he said softly, I'm not sure I want to. The words moved through her like something both gentle and dangerous. The night had changed. The house had changed. And so had they. Because now, she had seen. Not just the man who was gone, but the truth that had kept him here. And for the first time, it did not feel like only a haunting. It felt like something still unfinished. Chapter 9, Love Beyond Presence. When Alara returned to the house from the pond, the night seemed to come in with her. Not the weather of it. Not the cold or the damp sweetness of wet grass or the smell of the birches after dark. Something quieter than that. Something that settled into the rooms the way a second silence might settle inside the first. She closed the back door with careful hands and stood in the kitchen for a moment without moving. The old latch clicked into place. The window above the sink reflected only darkness and the faint suggestion of her own face. Somewhere in the walls, the house made one of its soft, familiar sounds, a small settling shift that on any other night might have felt harmless. Now it seemed to wait and listen. Thomas's voice still lingered inside her. Not only the sound of it, though that had been distinct enough. Older than Adrian's in texture, quieter in a different way, worn by distance and by the terrible patience of waiting. What lingered most was the feeling his words had left behind. The sadness of a promise kept too long. The tenderness of recognition surviving beyond usefulness. The impossible ache of a man saying, after all that time, that he could not leave. She should have been more afraid than she was. That thought came to her with unusual clarity as she stood there in the dark kitchen, gloved hands still resting on the edge of the table. A sensible person, she thought, would have been overwhelmed by now. Would have packed a bag and driven to the village inn, or farther, or anywhere else. A sensible person would not have returned from the pond with tears she had not fully noticed on her face, carrying the miniature of a dead woman in her pocket and the voice of a dead man in her chest like a second pulse. But fear had changed shape inside her over the last days. It had not disappeared. It remained in the tightening of her skin whenever the house spoke in the wrong voice, in the cold flare of her heart when a floorboard sounded overhead at an odd hour, in the instinctive dread that accompanied every door opened after dark. Yet braided through all of that now was something larger and stranger. Recognition. Not certainty. Not understanding. Recognition. It lived in Adrian's voice when he said her name. In the way her body responded before her mind did whenever he came near enough to gather shape. In the impossible and undeniable truth that part of her knew him not as one learns a stranger, but as one remembers a melody before knowing where it was first heard. She took off her gloves slowly and set them beside the sink. Her fingers were cold. Not numb, but chilled deep enough that they moved a little awkwardly. On the table stood the saucer she had used that morning for tea, the crumbs from bread still scattered lightly across its edge. Such small ordinary remnants. They steadied her. She was grateful for them. A clean, quiet cold touched the air to her right. "You're tired," Adrian said. She turned. He had followed her in, though she had not seen him cross the threshold. He stood near the back wall where the kitchen door opened toward the hall, dim and half-formed in the low light from the stove. His outline was clearer than it had been at the pond after Thomas faded, yet still not wholly stable. The line of his shoulders gathered and loosened as though the dark around him could not decide whether to keep or release his shape. "I am," she admitted. His face remained partly veiled, but she could feel his attention on her with such distinctness that seeing became almost unnecessary. "You should sit. Are you ordering me?" There was a pause, and in it something almost like warmth moved through the room. "No. You sound disappointed." "I've learned not to attempt authority where you're concerned." That startled a soft breath of laughter from her. The sound seemed to steady him. The dimness over his face thinned a fraction. She could make out the line of his mouth more clearly now, the restrained softness in it. The realization came to her suddenly that she was beginning to know not just his presence, but his expressions. The ways his silence changed. The difference between grief and concentration, between tenderness and irony, between remembering and being wounded by memory. That, more than anything supernatural, felt intimate. She crossed to the stove, lit the kettle, and leaned both hands against the counter while the small blue flame took. "I'm not sure tea helps with this kind of night." "No," he said. "But it helps with being human in it." She looked over her shoulder at him then. The answer was so simple, so careful in its understanding, that it left a small ache in her throat. Being human in it. As though he remembered from a great distance what tea meant in kitchens after difficult hours. Not solution. Not cure. Ritual. Warmth. Continuity. The kettle began its low pre-boiling murmur. Elara reached automatically for 2 cups and then stopped. The gesture struck her with such force that she rested her hand flat against the cupboard door for a second before opening it. Adrian saw. "You still do that," he said quietly. "What?" "Prepare for a second person before deciding whether absence will permit it." She turned fully now, 1 cup in her hand. "That's a cruel observation." "It isn't meant cruelly." "No," she said. "I know." She chose 1 cup after all and set it on the table. Then, after a moment, she placed the second one there too. Not because he could drink. Because the table looked wrong with only one. When the tea was ready, she carried both cups into the study. The room held its familiar arrangement of shadow and firelight. The lamp on the desk cast a pool of amber over the papers left in careful disorder: Alina's miniature, Celeste's diary, the old letters, the parish notice, the page in Thomas's hand. Objects that might have belonged in a museum or a locked family drawer now lay breathing the same air as the living and the dead. Elara set the cups down and moved to the hearth. She knelt to stir the fire, coaxing the embers into brighter flame. Orange light opened along the logs, slow and patient, and the room answered by becoming softer at the edges. When she rose, Adrian had come nearer the desk. He was looking at Alina's miniature. Or rather, he stood in the posture of looking, though how much eyes mattered to seeing in his condition she could not tell. "She was real to you," Elara said. The sentence came out more quietly than she intended. "Yes." Not hesitant. Not dramatic. Simply true. "And Thomas was real to you." A long pause. "Yes." She crossed to the desk and stood opposite him, the miniature between them. The face in the portrait seemed changed by firelight. Not warmer exactly, but more alive in its stillness. The painter had caught a composure that did not hide thought, only disciplined it. Elara had the odd sensation that if she watched long enough, Alina might shift her gaze or part her lips to speak. "Tell me about her," she said. Adrian did not answer at once. Outside, wind moved gently over the garden and brushed the window panes in a long, quiet sweep. The house answered with one small creak somewhere upstairs. The kind of sound that belonged to old wood and altered temperatures. Ordinary. Yet now the ordinary itself seemed to stand back respectfully when memory entered the room. She disliked being watched while she read, he said at last. Elara blinked. Of all possible beginnings, she had not expected that one. What? The faintest suggestion of a smile touched his mouth. Not everyone begins by naming beauty. No, she said slowly. Perhaps not. But I thought you might. She was beautiful. The answer came easily. Without hesitation. Without ornament. Elara felt an inexplicable tightness in her chest. But that is not what returns first, Adrian said. Beauty becomes generalized too easily in memory if one is not careful. Particular things are harder to lose. She sat down in the chair by the fire and wrapped both hands around her cup. The warmth helped. Then tell me particular things. He seemed to consider. She always paused halfway down the staircase if she had been thinking intensely upstairs, as though her body reached the lower floor before her mind did. Elara stared at him. The cup in her hands was suddenly very warm. I do that, she said. Yes. The room grew quieter. She hated hurry when it came from anxiety, he continued. Not urgency, not real necessity. Only the kind of rushing people perform when they fear stillness. Elara looked down into her tea. Steam moved upward in a pale fragile ribbon. I do that too. Yes. He had come another step nearer without her seeing him do it. The edge of the desk now stood between them only symbolically. His presence had deepened in the room, cleaner and clearer than before, the cold around him distinct as moonlight. She loved white roses, he said. Not because they were delicate. She disliked being associated with anything delicate. She loved them because in certain weather they seemed to hold light even after dusk. The words entered her with the strange ache of recognition not fully earned by experience. She had never particularly cared for roses before arriving here. Yet from the first day, the white canes near the south wall had drawn her eye more than the others. She had noticed them without understanding why. She liked music she claimed to despise, Adrian said. And books that made her angry enough to argue with them aloud. She preferred rain when indoors and sunlight when walking. She had a habit of touching the back of a chair before sitting if she was troubled, as though locating herself by wood and shape. Elara set down her cup too quickly. Tea sloshed against the saucer. He stopped speaking. She pressed one hand to the arm of the chair and looked at him with sudden intensity. I know that, she whispered. Yes. Not because you said it. I know it. I know. She closed her eyes for a moment. The sensation was difficult to describe. Not memory in images. Not a recollection of specific afternoons or rooms. More like a field of inclination spreading under her thoughts. Yes, that way of touching furniture before sitting. Yes, that impatience with performative haste. Yes, that private argument with books. These things did not feel learned. They felt continuous. When she opened her eyes again, Adrian had not moved. That doesn't mean I'm her, she said. No. But it means something. Yes. What? His face altered with that familiar helplessness that had become almost dear to her, because it never hid behind pretense. That the house does not only repeat events, he said softly. It remembers dispositions. Affinities. The routes by which certain souls move toward fear and toward love. She let that settle. It was eerie. It was unreasonable. Yet it matched the felt truth better than any simpler explanation could. And what about Celeste? She asked. Did she remind you of Alina too? The question changed the room. Not dramatically, but enough that she felt it at once. Adrian's outline dimmed a little at the edges. Not at first, he said. Then when? When she began hearing the corridor. Elara's breath slowed. She was not like Alina in manner. Celeste was sharper in different places. More disciplined. More withholding with herself. She had learned early not to show need where it might be mishandled. The tenderness in his voice deepened as he spoke. She pretended indifference with more elegance than Alina ever attempted. She could be severe with people who bored her. She distrusted charm in men and sentiment in women and was right often enough to make correction difficult. That made Elara smile despite herself. Yes, she said. That sounds like her. She had a patience for practical things that Alina lacked entirely. Estate accounts, broken latches, servants' grievances, weather records, preserving fruit, bargaining over deliveries. She understood that life was made of maintenance as much as of feeling. The smile left Elara slowly. It had not occurred to her until that moment that Adrian remembered her aunt not as a haunting anecdote or tragic figure, but as a living woman dense with texture and habit. The daily, ordinary details of her. The exactness of them moved her unexpectedly. And yet, she said quietly, you loved her too. Yes. No evasion. No apology. How? The word came out before she could soften it. Adrian looked at her for a long time. Not in offense. In thought. At first because she was not Alina, he said. Elara blinked. I don't understand. Neither did I then. I only knew that when I met her, the house felt different. Not emptied of what it had been. But paused. As if repetition had altered course for a time. She was entirely herself. Entirely new. And yet there were moments when the older pattern looked through her without her inviting it. The corridor. Yes. The voices. Yes. Then you fell in love with her because she was close to what had been before? No. The answer came with unusual force. Then why? His expression softened. Because she laughed once in the garden as if no one had ever asked anything of her, and the sound changed the air around me. Elara was very still. Because she cut roses before storms and spoke to them more gently than she spoke to most people. His voice had gone quieter now. Because she looked at me sometimes as though she knew exactly how dangerous tenderness could become and chose it anyway. The room held that sentence between them. The fire gave a low settling sigh. Outside, the wind had quieted. The house seemed to listen more closely. She was not repetition to me, Adrian said. She was interruption. A life I had not expected after too much waiting. I loved her because she was herself. Elara let out a slow breath she had not known she was holding. Something in her relaxed at the answer. Not because jealousy had truly been part of her feeling, though perhaps some smaller, stranger form of it had brushed the edges. More because she needed the truth to be honest at that level too. She needed his love to have belonged to real women, not patterns. To persons, not echoes. And yet the house used the old wound anyway, she said. Yes. Because that's what it knows. Yes. She looked down at Alina's miniature, then toward Adrian's photograph lying near the desk lamp. It keeps trying to separate what recognizes itself. Yes. Why? He did not answer at once. The silence stretched, but not emptily. At last he said, perhaps because it cannot bear being left with recognition incomplete. That sounds almost human. He gave the smallest inclination of his head. It may be the most human thing about it. The idea chilled her. To think of the house not as malicious in the simple sense, not as a predator or a curse in any tale-told manner, but as a place that had become warped around unresolved love and loss until its very structure repeated the break. That was worse in some ways. Harder to hate. Harder to escape. She rose and walked to the window. The garden beyond was nearly all darkness now. Only the palest indications remained, the whiteness of birch bark, the dull gleam of wet stones along the path, the vague deeper dark where the pond lay hidden. Her reflection floated over it all. Behind her in the glass, Adrian's figure appeared only faintly, less a reflected shape than an interruption in the lamplight. Thomas said she came back, Elara said. Yes. But not whole. No. Like Celeste. Yes. What happened to them after? Not in general. Not in records. What happened to them in themselves? That, she realized, was the question she had truly been moving toward. Not disappearance alone. Not family history. The inward consequence. What it meant to survive the house without being allowed to remain entirely untouched. Adrian came nearer the window. She did not look directly at him at first, only saw the reflected dimness gather more distinctly at her shoulder. Alina left, he said. Not immediately. There were weeks, perhaps longer. Time after that point does not remain in proper order for me. I know there was argument in the house. Prayer. Physicians. Family concern dressed partly as control. She spoke less. Slept badly. Forgot small things first, then ours. At times she knew me with such intensity it seemed impossible she could ever lose the shape of me. At other times she looked at me as one looks at a person met in a room one does not remember entering. Elara closed her eyes briefly. The pain of that did not diminish for belonging to a century she had never lived. She left because the house became unendurable, Adrian continued. Or her family forced it. Or both. I remember a carriage. Rain. A shawl around her shoulders. Her mouth trying not to tremble. I remember wanting to ask her to stay and knowing that would be cruelty. He stopped. When he spoke again, his voice had grown lower. She wrote twice after. Elara turned. You have her letters? No. The answer came with such quiet finality that she knew at once they were truly gone. Burned perhaps. Lost. Hidden. Eaten by time. What did she say? That she dreamed the corridor in unfamiliar houses. His face blurred, then gathered again. That she woke sometimes knowing someone was missing and could not decide whether the absence belonged to the room or to herself. The words moved through Elara with deep force. That once, hearing rain at night, she said my name aloud before remembering why the sound should matter. He fell silent. The room seemed to shrink around that silence, not from threat but from grief filling it gently and completely. And the second letter? Elara whispered. Adrian looked at her. She did not sign the second letter with her full name. The firelight touched the side of his face just enough that for an instant she saw the line of his cheek and mouth with aching clarity. She signed it Lena. Elara drew in breath sharply. Did you answer? No. Why? Because by then she had forgotten enough that my answering would have bound her again to what she was trying to survive. The restraint in that nearly broke her. You loved her enough to stay silent. Yes. Did she die knowing you loved her? A long pause. I hope so. Elara turned away, looking back into the window's dark reflection. Love beyond presence, she thought. The phrase came to her not as a title or abstraction, but as a simple description of what had happened to all of them. Thomas loving Alina after her memory fractured. Adrian loving Celeste through the erosion of her recognition. Adrian now standing in the room beside Elara, impossible and unfinished and still choosing relation over release. You said she forgot the shape of you, Elara murmured. Yes. But remembered love. Yes. How can someone remember one without the other? He came close enough now that the air at her back cooled distinctly. Because love is not always stored where names and faces are. The sentence touched something in her so quietly that she almost missed the wound of it. Where then? In the body. In fear. In ease. In the hand reaching to the familiar side of a bed without waking enough to know why. In grief arriving before understanding does. Elara rested her fingertips lightly against the window latch. That, too, felt true in ways that exceeded explanation. And Celeste? She turned slightly, not enough to leave the window entirely, but enough to keep him at the edge of view. What happened with her after you vanished? Adrian's face changed. Not because the memory itself differed in kind, but because it was nearer. More personal in the man he still understood himself to be. She searched at first, he said. With family. With constables. With anger. With disbelief. She refused the simplest explanations because she knew too much already. The pond. Yes. She knew that had something to do with it. Yes. Did she hear you then? He was quiet for a moment. Not immediately. Or perhaps I could not reach. There was a span in which I knew only the house in fragments. Rooms failing to remain rooms. The study and the corridor interchanging in ways that hurt thought. The sound of her moving below me and not being able to descend. The feeling of winter in windows though the garden outside was still green. His voice dropped lower. I began to understand then that I had not been removed. I had been thinned. The word went through her with a cold precision. Thinned. Not dead in any simple manner. Not absent. Not alive. Spread perhaps into the seams of the house and whatever the pond held beneath it. She heard me first in the east corridor, he continued. I think because that was where the house had practiced her fear. It knew the route already. Elara thought of the warning in Celeste's note. The name only he used for you. Do not follow the voice unless he speaks it. She was afraid. Yes. Did she know it was you? Not always. Sometimes she shut the door and stayed silent until morning. Sometimes she answered questions I had not yet finished asking. Sometimes she wept before I spoke at all, as if grief had already entered the room before my voice managed to. He looked away then, toward the fire. She wanted to leave. Then could not. Then wanted to leave again. There were days she walked the garden as if measuring whether distance from the walls changed the quality of her own thoughts. Ilara's throat tightened. That sounds lonely. Yes. So were you. He looked back at her. Yes. The directness of it made the room feel very quiet. She thought then of the years after her aunt's death, the scattered remarks among family about Celeste becoming more withdrawn, more peculiar, less inclined to visitors. The soft embarrassed language people use when someone's life has grown too inward to be easily narrated by others. No one had said lonely. Yet loneliness lay clearly beneath all of it now. Not decorative sadness. Real deprivation. A woman living in an old house with broken memory and a man who could reach her only through walls that learned and distorted the sound. How long did it go on? Ilara asked. I don't know. Years. Yes. And you stayed? Yes. Because you promised? Yes. She turned fully now. And because you loved her? He held her gaze. Yes. The honesty of it did not wound her the way she might once have feared it would. Perhaps because love in this house had ceased to feel competitive. It layered. It repeated. It hurt without canceling what came before or after. To be loved by a man who had loved others so faithfully might have frightened a younger, less tired Ilara. Now it only made him seem more real. And reality, she was learning, was the opposite of the house's false voices. The kettle in the study fireplace made a faint low hiss where some last bit of damp log surrendered to heat. A drop of rain from the gutter outside struck stone and broke. Somewhere upstairs, the corridor answered with a soft, distant knock. Both of them stilled. Not a voice. Only a sound. But the sound entered the room like a warning. Adrian glanced toward the ceiling. It's listening again. The phrase would once have sounded absurd to her. Now it felt as ordinary as weather. She waited for more. Another knock. A voice. A shift in the air. Nothing came. Only the house resettling into its own layered hush. It knows we spoke at the pond, she said. Yes. It knows Thomas reached us. Yes. And it knows I understand more now. Another pause. Yes. Ilara went back to the desk and picked up the old page she had found in Celeste's diary. The one that spoke of keeping the one who still answered. Of anchoring him by his own name. Of asking what promise bound him after memory failed. I think Celeste learned more than she wrote plainly, she said. She did. She was protecting someone from the page. Yes. Herself? Herself. Me. Anyone who might someday need only fragments. Ilara sat again and unfolded the page slowly. She says the living call it haunting because they do not have better language for unfinished recognition. Adrian had come to stand near the hearth now. Firelight moved through him strangely, not illuminating exactly, but giving his outline a deeper contour. That is true, he said. What language would be better? He considered. I don't know. Haunting suggests hostility too readily. Or spectacle. Or unfinished business of a simpler kind. And this is not simple. No. Then what is it? He looked at her for a long moment. Persistence. The word entered the room and did not leave. Persistence. Love persisting through absence. Memory persisting through fracture. Recognition persisting beyond names, beyond faces, beyond lifetimes even. And the house itself, warped into persistence of another kind, repeating what it could not resolve. Elara folded the page again and set it down. I'm trying to understand what the choice is, she said. Not in abstract terms. In the real one still ahead of us. It will call, Adrian said. Yes. It will use what it has learned. It may use my voice. It may use yours. Yes. It may use someone else entirely if it believes grief reaches farther that way. She thought of her mother's voice in the hall. The jolt it had sent through her before she heard the emptiness beneath it. Yes. He took another step toward her. The choice is not between one sound and another. What then? Between fear and recognition. The words altered something in her at once. Explain. When the wrong voice calls, fear makes the body turn. Fear wants confirmation quickly. It wants certainty in sound alone. It wants to stop not knowing. His face softened. But recognition takes longer. It asks more. It listens beneath the shape. Elara thought of the false softness in the corridor. The wrong gladness Thomas had heard in Alina's imitation. The emptiness under her mother's voice. The difference between repetition and reaching. So fear answers the sound, she said slowly. Yes. And recognition answers the person. Yes. He seemed more present now the more clearly they spoke of it. Not more solid exactly, but more himself. The face still veiled, the body still partly claimed by cold and uncertainty, yet the quality of his being in the room had sharpened into something near palpable. If that's true, she said, then the house can only complete the separation if one of us chooses sound over person. Yes. And if we don't? It fails. Again. Yes. She looked at him very steadily. That isn't enough. A shadow of puzzlement crossed his face. Not enough? For me. She rose. The movement brought her close enough that the desk no longer stood meaningfully between them. His presence tightened, steadied. The air cooled around her wrists, her throat, the space between one breath and the next. I understand how to resist it now, she said. I understand what happened before. Thomas turned toward the wrong voice. You turned. Then later, with Celeste, you refused to choose quickly and that confused the house enough to keep you from vanishing completely. She swallowed. But resisting isn't the same as ending. Adrian said nothing. His attention remained fixed on her. I don't want this to go on repeating, she said. Not for years. Not for another generation. Not for another Vale woman and another Holloway man and another house full of broken voices. I want it ended. Something moved through his expression then that she could not fully name. Love, perhaps. Fear. Wonder at her resolve. Some combination too intimate to separate cleanly. That may require more than refusal, he said quietly. Yes. What do you think it requires? The room seemed to grow very still around the question. Elara had not formed the answer in words until that moment. She had felt it approaching, certainly. In Thomas's grief. In Adrian's promises. In the way recognition gathered whenever she said his name and meant him, not merely the sound of him. Now she spoke it. I think it requires choosing each other on purpose. The words hung between them. Not dramatic. Not spoken as declaration exactly. As truth emerging. Adrian's outline flickered once and then held. Not just resisting the wrong voice, she went on, softer now. Not just waiting for it to fail. Choosing the true one. Choosing the person. Deliberately. Even when fear is faster. The silence after that felt alive. Firelight moved over the desk and touched Alina's miniature, Adrian's photograph, the old papers with their histories of loss and waiting. All the dead seemed, for one suspended second, to lean toward the future. Do you understand what you're saying? Adrian asked. His voice had dropped lower. Yes, she thought. And no. But enough. Yes. You may not be able to step back from it once spoken. I know. It may bind us more tightly before it frees anything. She met his gaze. Then perhaps binding is not the worst thing. That changed him. Not visibly at first. The shift was inward, like a room warming before the fire can be felt on skin. Then the dimness over his face thinned again, and for a heartbeat she saw him more clearly than before. The eyes dark and intent. The line of his mouth marked by restraint so habitual that tenderness entered it almost shyly. The shape of a man who had spent too long expecting loss and was now dangerously close to hope. Elara, he said. Only her name. Yet the way he said it made her feel the full measure of presence beneath absence. She lifted one hand. He saw the movement and remained very still. The first time she had touched him, it had startled them both. Cold upright water. Resistance without flesh. The second and third times the sensation had deepened, becoming more like contact through distance, form held an impossible medium. Now, as her fingers approached the line of his sleeve, she felt the air itself alter in anticipation. She touched him. Cold, yes. But no longer only cold. There was structure now. Not cloth exactly, but the clear shape of cloth over arm. The faint pressure of him answering contact from the other side. The sensation moved through her hand and up into her wrist in a fine bright current that made her breath catch. Adrian closed his eyes. Or seemed to. The expression changed in him with unmistakable clarity. Elara stood very still. The room had narrowed to the point of contact. To the impossible truth that presence need not be full to be real. You feel that, she whispered. Yes. So do I. I know. His voice sounded different now. Rougher. Less distant. As though touch altered not only form, but speech. She should have withdrawn. She did not. Instead she moved her hand slightly, enough to trace the line of where his sleeve became shoulder. The reaction in him was immediate and quiet and profound. Not shock this time. Recognition. Relief. Something like ache finding answer. The fire crackled softly. Outside, the wind had gone still. She looked up. He was very close now. Not because he had advanced in any obvious way, but because the room between them had ceased to matter. The dim veil over his face remained, yet thin enough now that she could almost imagine warmth there if impossible things were permitted to go one step farther. "You shouldn't be able to feel like this," she said softly. "No. And yet you do." "Yes." "Are you real?" He gave the faintest, saddest almost smile. "I don't know how to answer that in a way that would satisfy either of us." Elara laughed once, quietly, through the tightness in her chest. "That sounds like you." "It does?" "Yes." "How unfortunate." The answer carried just enough dry humor that she laughed again, and this time the sound eased something in both of them. The room softened. Not into safety. Something better, perhaps. Into intimacy that did not require denial of danger. She lowered her hand at last, though reluctantly. The absence of contact remained vivid. "If this ends," she said after a while, "what happens to you?" He was silent. The question had been waiting between them longer than either had allowed its speech. "I don't know," he said at last. "That isn't an answer. It is the only one I have." "Do you think you'll vanish?" "Possibly." The word entered her like cold. "Possibly?" "Yes." "And you say that so calmly?" He looked at her with unbearable gentleness. "No," he said. "I only say it quietly." She turned away then, moving back toward the fire because she could not bear for him to see at once what crossed her face. Of course that was part of it. Of course ending the pattern might mean losing him. The house had kept him because separation remained incomplete. If recognition were fully restored and the break mended, perhaps the persistence that held him here would no longer be needed. The thought was obvious. She had known it dimly from the beginning. But hearing it spoken even as possibility made her feel suddenly unsteady. The fire gave warmth against her knees. She stood looking down into it and said, "That feels cruel." "Yes." "Have you made peace with it?" A long pause. "No." She turned. His face, dim though it was, held no pose of noble resignation. Only truth. He had not made peace with it. He feared it, perhaps. Or mourned it in advance. Or wanted, with a human selfishness she found devastatingly dear, to remain. "I'm glad," she said. That surprised him. "You're glad?" "I think I would have hated you a little if you'd said yes." A flicker of warmth passed through him again. Noted. She moved back to the chair by the fire and sat down, suddenly tired in a deeper way than before. Not drowsy. Soul-tired perhaps. The kind of fatigue that comes when feeling has gone ahead of understanding for too long. Adrian remained standing near the desk. "Elara." "Yes?" "If it comes to a choice that risks me, you must still choose rightly." She looked up at him at once. "Define rightly." "Not out of fear." "That is not a definition." "Not to keep me badly." The sentence landed between them with quiet force. "Not to keep me badly." She understood. To cling to him in the form the house allowed might become another repetition of incompletion. Another refusal of ending mistaken for love. The thought wounded because it was true enough to hurt. "I don't know if I can promise that," she said honestly. "I know." "Then why ask?" "Because I need you to know the difference when it comes." She leaned her head back against the chair and closed her eyes for a moment. Love beyond presence, she thought again. Perhaps that was what he meant. Love that does not insist on the beloved remaining in damaged form if wholeness requires departure. Love that recognizes person before persistence. Love that would choose truth even against its own hunger. When she opened her eyes, Adrian had not moved. The second cup on the desk, untouched of course, had long gone cool. She looked at it and said, "What did you mean before, when you said you hadn't finished choosing?" He was quiet long enough that she wondered if he would answer. Then he did. "I meant that when you first heard me, I thought perhaps you were only another opening. Another way the house was trying to draw me toward repetition. Then you said my name and I remembered myself more clearly than the house did. After that I thought perhaps you were only inheritance. Alina through blood, not person. Then you contradicted me in the study about a point I no longer remember, and I knew inheritance alone would never have done it with that much irritation." Elara smiled despite herself. "That does sound like me." "Yes." He came a little closer. "Then I thought perhaps you were what remains when old patterns return near themselves. Not Alina. Not Celeste. But shaped enough by both that I should be careful not to mistake recognition for the past." She listened very still. "And now?" she asked. "Now I know you are yourself." The answer seemed to pass through her whole body. "Only myself?" "No." He paused. "But that is where love has to begin if it is to be real." The room seemed to draw inward around those words. He continued, more quietly now. "I know what in you echoes older things. I know what in you opens where the house remembers other women. But I also know the exact turn your thoughts take before you speak when you're about to be braver than is sensible. I know the difference between your silence when you are listening and your silence when you are wounded. I know you stand with your weight slightly to the left when angry and evenly balanced only when afraid." His voice softened almost unbearably. "I know you, Elara." She could not speak for a second. The intimacy of being observed so closely without feeling reduced by it nearly undid her. At last she managed, "That is unfairly persuasive." A small pause. "Was I persuading?" "Yes." "Then I'm glad I inherited something useful." She laughed softly again, though tears had risen to the backs of her eyes. There it was. The man inside the haunting. Dry humor, restraint, patience, sorrow, and the dangerous capacity to make truth sound simple. Outside, the church bell in the village marked 11. The sound came muted across distance and weather, moving through the garden, through stone and walls, through years perhaps. 11 strokes. Each one sinking gently into the old rooms. When the last faded, the house exhaled. At once, the temperature changed. Not the clean cold that accompanied Adrian. Another one. Stiller. Thinner. The fire seemed to draw inward, its flame narrowing. Adrian turned sharply toward the door. "It's coming." Elara rose at once. The air in the hall beyond the study had gone oddly hollow, as if space there had lengthened. She felt it rather than heard it first, the way one feels someone standing just beyond sight. Then came the voice. Her own. Elara. No one's voice is more unnerving to hear from outside oneself than one's own. The sound from the hall was exact in pitch, exact in cadence, exact in the slight breath between the first and second syllables. Had she not known better, she might have believed some recording had been played back to her from another room. Adrian did not move from where he stood between her and the door. "Don't answer." The false Alara spoke again. "You're tired." The phrase entered the room with terrible cleverness. Because it was true. Because Adrian had said it moments earlier. Because the house had learned not only old grief but immediate language. "You should sit." The imitation was nearly perfect. Nearly. But beneath it lay the dead stillness she had learned to hear. No reaching. No intention directed from a person toward another. Only sound arranged into familiarity. Alara's skin prickled. The voice continued. "He can't stay." A pause. "You know that." Adrian stood very still. The false voice had not yet turned to him. It addressed only her. As if the house understood that truth mixed with cruelty can be more persuasive than lies alone. "If you end this, he goes." Silence followed. Then, softer. "If you love him, keep him." Alara felt the words like fingers against a bruise. There it was. Not simple imitation now. Argument. Temptation. A version of love stripped of person and reduced to possession. Keep him. Preserve the unfinished. Prefer persistence to wholeness. Not to keep me badly. She understood now why Adrian had wanted her to know the difference when the moment came. The house had learned a dangerous amount. She looked at him. Only at him. He was dimmer than moments before. The other presence always strained his hold on shape. Yet what remained of him in the room was utterly himself. The effort in him. The waiting. The fear he had not hidden. The love he had not simplified into demand. The false Alara in the hall said, "He stayed because he wanted you." Still she did not answer. The voice changed. It became her mother's. Then Celeste's. Then a woman she had never consciously heard and yet knew at once must be Alina's imagined tone, because something in her chest lurched toward it before reason intervened. "You can stop this," the voice said softly. "Only say stay." Adrian's face had gone almost unreadable with effort, but one thing in it remained clear. He would not ask her. Not even now. Not even when his own continued existence might depend on incompletion. That, more than anything else, made love rise in her with terrifying simplicity. "Alara," the false voice said again, now with her own mouth, her own breath, her own exactness. "Choose." She did. She crossed the room. Not toward the door. Toward Adrian. The movement itself changed the air. The false voice in the hall went abruptly silent as if startled by the direction of her body. Adrian's outline flickered once, then steadied as she came near. "Alara," he said, and this time it was only her name, only him, only the reaching truth of it. She stopped inches from him. The clean cold of his presence wrapped around her. The fire behind them breathed softly. The house seemed to hold itself very still, uncertain. "I am choosing," she said. And then, because there are moments when speech can either hide or reveal, and she no longer wished to hide. "I love you." The room changed. Not as thunder changes weather. As truth changes silence. Everything became sharper. The firelight. The dark. The old papers on the desk. The line of Adrian's face suddenly more visible than it had ever been before. Shock passed through him, then something deeper and quieter and far more dangerous than shock. Love. Not new. Recognized. Behind the study door, the house made a sound like a long breath drawn through walls. The false voice returned at once, now harshened at the edges. You don't know what you're saying. Elara never looked away from Adrian. Yes, she said softly. I do. And because choosing each other on purpose had become the only real answer left to them, she lifted her hand, touched the side of his face where impossible cold met impossible form, and said, with all the steadiness she possessed, I choose the person. The instant the words entered the room, every lamp in the study flared. The fire rose. The house shuddered from foundation to roof with a long deep movement like pain crossing through old bones. Adrian became clear. Not fully living. Not solid as any ordinary man. But clear. His face before her. His eyes, dark and astonished and carrying more tenderness than she could bear all at once. The line of his mouth no longer hidden. The shape of him held whole for one impossible suspended breath. Elara, he whispered. She had never seen anyone look at her that way. Not as miracle. Not as answer. Something more human and therefore more overwhelming. As if she had become, in one sentence, both beloved and release, salvation and grief, promise and cost. The false voice beyond the door broke. Not into another voice. Into many. Fragments. Whispers. Borrowed names colliding with one another in a rushing, directionless murmur that seemed to fill every corridor at once. The house was losing coherence. Its repetitions, briefly denied, had turned on one another. Adrian's hand rose. She felt it against hers. Not like cold water now. Not like resistance through absence. Like a hand. Still impossibly cool. Still not fully of flesh. But hand enough that the shock of it went through her whole body and left tears in her eyes before she knew they were there. He looked at her as if he knew exactly what that contact meant. I love you, he said. Plainly. Without drama. Without the house's distortions, without memory's borrowed routes, without repetition. Only him. Only now. The study seemed to narrow around that truth and widen at the same time. The old lives did not disappear. Thomas and Alina remained. Celeste remained. The house and its grief remained. But for one moment all of it stood back before the simple, living center of mutual recognition. Love beyond presence. Not less because of absence. Stronger for having crossed it. Outside the study, the voices rose once in a confused rush. Then stopped. Utter stillness followed. Adrian's hand remained against hers. The fire lowered by degrees. The lamp steadied. The walls of the room seemed to settle around themselves as though, for the first time in a century, they no longer needed to echo quite so hard. Neither of them moved. At last Elara whispered, "What happens now?" And though she asked it softly, both of them knew the answer would lead into the last and hardest choice of all. Chapter 10, The Choice Between Fear and Him. For a long moment after the house fell silent, Elara did not believe the silence. It stood around them too completely. Not the ordinary silence of a night house settling after weather, nor the attentive silence that had so often seemed to gather just before a wrong voice spoke from the corridor. This was something different. A stillness so deep it felt almost ceremonial, as though the old stone walls, the floorboards, the stairwell, the very air in the rooms had all drawn breath at once and were waiting to see what the truth would do next. Adrian's hand remained against hers. That alone would have been enough to unmake her, even without everything else. For so long his presence had been partial. Voice without body. Cold resistance where touch should have been. A face glimpsed only in the soft breaking open moments when memory, naming, and nearness gave him enough form to gather himself against the dark. But now, after the words had been spoken, after she had said "I choose the person," and the house had shuddered with the force of hearing something it did not know how to imitate, he was clearer than he had ever been. Not wholly alive. Not flesh in the simple, merciful way she wanted. But real enough that she could feel the shape of his fingers against her own. Real enough that the line of his face remained visible in the lamplight and firelight together. Real enough that his eyes held hers without the blur of veil or shadow, and she could see in them everything he had not tried to hide from her. Grief, endurance, astonishment, fear, longing, and the devastating gentleness of a man who had waited so long for recognition that he no longer trusted hope until it stood breathing in front of him. "What happens now?" she had asked. He did not answer immediately. Not because he did not wish to. Because answering required them both to look directly at what had changed. The fire lowered softly behind them. Somewhere in the hall, wood gave a small contracting sound. The house remained quiet. Not defeated, perhaps. Not yet. But stripped of confidence. Adrian looked down briefly at where their hands met, as if he too needed to understand that this contact had truly happened. Then he lifted his gaze. "Now," he said, and his voice had changed with his greater clarity, growing fuller, more resonant, less far-traveled. "It will try one last time." Ilara's breath slowed. One last time. Yes. To separate us. Yes. Her hand tightened slightly in his before she realized she had done it. He felt it. She knew he did by the smallest shift in his expression, the quiet answering pressure of his fingers against hers. "And if it fails?" she asked. The room seemed to lean closer. "I leave," he said. The words entered her with terrible gentleness. Not loud enough to wound by force. Soft enough to enter everything unguarded. She had known, of course. Known from the moment the possibility first appeared, known more certainly when the false voice in the hall urged her to keep him, known absolutely when he asked her not to keep him badly. But knowing a thing in outline and hearing it spoken are not the same. Leave. Not vanish in violence, perhaps. Not be torn away screaming into dark water. Leave. The mercy of the word made it harder, not easier. It suggested release. Peace. Completion. All the things she should have wanted for him and yet found herself unable to welcome without grief so immediate it startled her. "And if it doesn't fail?" she asked. He was silent for a moment too long. "At best, I remain as I have been." The answer came low. "At worst?" His eyes held hers steadily. "It learns us more completely." A coldness moved through her that had nothing to do with his touch. What would that mean? That it could speak with your love in it. Or mine. A pause. Not only the shape. The persuasion. The thought sickened her. Until now, the false voices had borrowed tenderness without understanding it. They had learned tones, cadences, words, emotional contours. But if the house learned them more deeply, if it learned the exact intimate routes by which they reached one another, then resistance would become far more difficult. Perhaps impossible. Elara understood suddenly that the house's uncertainty now was itself the danger. Wounded repetition can become more frantic, not less. So the choice is still the same, she said. Yes. Fear or you? His expression softened. Not me. No. No, he stood very still, fingers still against hers, eyes dark in the warm low light. Fear or truth? She almost smiled through the ache in her chest. That sounds like something a man says when he is trying to be morally correct instead of emotionally honest. Something flickered through him then. Surprise first, then a brief, helpless warmth she had come to cherish because it appeared so rarely and so without calculation. That sounds like something only you would say at a moment like this. I'm serious. So am I. She let out a breath. The room seemed too small for all of it, history, waiting, danger, tenderness, the old lives layered beneath their feet like deep roots under stone. Then, from somewhere in the far end of the house, a door closed. Not slammed. Closed. Softly. Both of them turned at once. The sound had come from upstairs. The east corridor. Elara felt every muscle in her body sharpen. The silence that followed was not empty. It had changed texture again, becoming directional, as if the house no longer surrounded them from all sides but gathered now along one route, one set of boards and walls and thresholds through which something would have to come. Adrian released her hand first. Not from reluctance. From necessity. We should go there before it comes here. She stared at him. To the corridor. Yes. The place where it first learns the voice. Yes. Elara looked instinctively toward the study door. The idea of stepping willingly into the east corridor after everything it had become, the echoes, the wrong names, the flowers left at thresholds, the false summons after midnight, filled her with a clean, immediate dread. Yet beneath the dread lay something steadier. Of course the ending would gather there. The corridor and the pond were the two mouths through which the house had spoken its pattern for generations. The pond remembered what the house could not hold. The corridor repeated what the house had learned badly. To end one, perhaps they must face both. She nodded once. All right. Adrian moved toward the door first this time, and for the first time he seemed capable of it. Not leading her in the ordinary bodily sense. His steps made no sound, and his shape flickered whenever she looked too directly, but going ahead enough that she felt guided rather than merely accompanied. They left the study together. The hall lay dim and quiet. Lamps along the lower floor burned with their usual warm low glow, but tonight that very normalcy seemed thin. The house had become less theatrical in its menace and more intimate. It no longer needed spectacle. It knew the rooms too well. It knew them by habit, by family, by repetition. At the foot of the stairs Elara paused. The air above was colder. Not Adrian's cold. A more vacant kind, as if the corridor had opened onto weather rather than enclosed space. He looked back at her. Don't listen to the first voice. And the second? Not unless you know the person before the words. She drew a breath and began to climb. The stairs creaked softly beneath her. Each step sounded too loud. The runner on the landing seemed darker than usual, its faded pattern obscured in shadow. The hall lamp upstairs had gone out, though she was sure she had left it burning. Only the far end of the corridor held light now, pale and diluted where the east window admitted a strip of moonlit sky. When she reached the landing, she stopped. The corridor stood empty. The window curtain moved once in a draft too slight to feel on skin. The doors along the passage remained closed. The spare room, the box room, her own bedroom at the end. Everything looked precisely as it had on nights when she had crossed it alone with a candle in her hand and her pulse beating too fast. And yet it no longer felt as though the danger hid within the corridor. The corridor itself was the danger. The place remembered itself wrong, Adrian had said once. Now she understood more fully. This was not only where false voices sounded. This was where the house had worn a path between persons and imitations until the path itself became unstable. Elara. The voice came from behind her. Not loud. Her own voice again. She did not turn. Adrian had gone very still beside her. His outline dimmed slightly in the corner of her vision, as though the house's use of her sound strained his presence. Elara, the voice said again, this time from halfway down the corridor ahead. No footsteps. No movement. Only disembodied locations shifting impossibly from one place to another. She kept her eyes on the end of the passage. The curtain at the east window lifted and fell. Then another voice came. Her mother's. Not calling now. Humming. A melody so soft and domestic and private that Elara felt grief seize her before thought could rise against it. Her mother had hummed when cooking. When folding laundry. When unable to remember the name of a song but wanting its comfort in the room anyway. Not always the same melody. But this one, yes. This one Elara knew. Her throat tightened painfully. Beside her, Adrian said quietly, "Listen beneath it." She did. The deadness remained. The humming had shape. It had sweetness. But no interior life moved toward her from within it. The memory in the sound was perfect, the person was absent. The humming stopped. Then, from the far end of the corridor, came Celeste's voice. Elara, don't stand there. It's colder by the window. The phrase was so specific, so plausible, so exactly the sort of practical instruction her aunt might have given, that the hair rose along Elara's arms. It knows, she thought. Not just old grief. Not just broad emotional patterns. It knows the family's minor habits of care. The ordinary tones of affection dressed as mild correction. The phrases that bypass suspicion because they never needed to be memorable in life. Adrian's voice came low at her side. It's gathering everyone who taught you how to be loved. The insight was so precise it hurt. Of course. Not merely the beloved. The voices through which trust first formed. Mother. Aunt. Perhaps others yet. The house was not only testing romantic recognition. It was testing attachment itself at its roots. As if in answer to that thought, the corridor shifted. Not visibly. Yet suddenly Elara knew, with the same bodily certainty one knows a person has entered a room before seeing them, that someone stood at the far end near the east window. A woman. Slim. Still. One hand near the curtain. Moonlight outlined the shape of a dress not belonging to this century. Alina. Ilara's breath caught. She could not see the face clearly. Only the pale arrangement of figure and dark hair against the window's silver. But everything in her responded at once. Not as to a stranger, not as to a ghost from a portrait, but as to something so deeply familial and interior that the heart answered before the mind had language. The figure lifted her head. "Ilara," she said. Not in Ilara's voice now. Not in Celeste's. In her own. Or rather, the voice Ilara imagined would have been her own had she been born into another century and taught to hold words differently in the mouth. Adrian's whole presence tightened. "Do not go to her. She sounds real." "I know." The figure at the window gave a small, sad smile. "You know me," she said. Ilara stood motionless. Every nerve in her body had gone alert, not only with fear now but with longing. Not personal longing exactly. Something more ancestral. A pull toward unfinished lineage, unfinished womanhood, unfinished return. The house had found a cruel and almost beautiful strategy at last. Not merely to imitate those she loved, but to offer her the woman whose face resembled hers, whose disposition echoed through her, whose blood perhaps moved in her own. It would have been easier to resist a false monster. Much harder to resist the suggestion of kinship. "Adrian," she whispered, not taking her eyes off the figure, "how do I know?" The answer came through strain. "By what she asks." As if hearing him, the figure by the window extended one hand. Not toward Ilara exactly. Open, waiting. "Come here," she said gently. "You're the only one who can finish it." The words entered the corridor with awful elegance. Not a command. Not a lure dressed in urgency alone. A truth-shaped temptation. Because it might even have been partly true. Ilara felt the pull of it in her chest. Adrian stepped before her then, not fully blocking her view, but enough that she had to focus on him as well as the figure beyond. His face had dimmed again under the strain of the corridor. Yet his eyes held fiercely. "If she were Alina, she would not ask you to come alone." The sentence cut through her uncertainty. Of course. Alina, who had tried to prove the false voice by placing the true speaker elsewhere, had died by division. The real woman would not repeat the trap in reverse. She would not separate them. The figure by the window tilted her head slightly. "A clever boy," she murmured. Not Adrian's old Thomas self. Not Adrian now. Something else trying on intimacy. The sweetness in the tone curdled. Ilara felt the shift instantly. There it was again, the emptiness beneath the persuasion. A hollowness where persons should have reached. The figure smiled more openly now. "How many times," it asked softly, "must love choose wrong before it learns?" The corridor darkened. Not the natural dimming of lamps. The boards and wallpaper themselves seemed to drink the light. The air thickened as before a storm, though no wind touched the window curtain now. Adrian's outline began to blur at the edges. "It's trying to pull the corridor over us," he said. "What does that mean?" "It means if it succeeds, you won't know where the voices are coming from anymore." The figure by the window took one step forward. Still no sound of footfall. Still no face fully visible. Only shape moving where shape should not move without weight. "It has learned enough," the false Alina said. "It has waited enough. Let it end." Ilara's fear rose cleanly then, stripping away the ancestral pull and leaving only recognition. This was not kin. Not woman. Not beloved. It was the house at its most articulate, speaking through all the unfinished lives inside it toward one final completion. And if it completed, what then? Adrian gone, or worse, held in some subtler damaged persistence. Herself perhaps left alive but hollowed, another veil woman moving through years with love remembered only as ache, not person. No. The certainty came so strongly that she almost spoke it aloud. No. The figure advanced another soundless step. Stay, it whispered. The phrase struck her with such force that tears rose unexpectedly to her eyes. Not because she was tempted in the simple sense. Because the cruelty of the temptation was perfect. Stay. Keep him. Choose fear dressed as devotion. She looked at Adrian. Only at Adrian. His face was dim. His body less stable here. Yet the effort in him remained unmistakable. He was not persuading. Not asking. Only enduring the possibility that she might choose wrongly and refusing to manipulate her against it. That was what made him real. Fear wants possession, she thought. Truth allows freedom even while longing against it. The corridor seemed to lengthen around them. Voices began at the edges, not distinct now, but layered murmurs from the rooms, the stairwell, the walls themselves. A mother's call. A lover's whisper. Celeste's dry practical tone. Her own voice saying her own name. A man's voice she had never heard in life but knew must have been Thomas calling Alina from rain-dark grounds. All of it moving together, not in harmony, but in a confusion of remembered tenderness stripped of origin. Ilara swayed once. Adrian's hand caught her arm. That one simple act steadied the world. His hand. Not because it was warm. It was not. Not because it was fully flesh. It was not. Because it answered weight. Because it held her, not in abstraction, but here, now, with intention directed wholly toward her and no one else. She turned toward him. The figure at the window said sharply, "No." The whole corridor seemed to recoil around the word. Adrian's hand tightened at her arm. His face had come clearer for one brief second as if her turning fully toward him gave him substance. "Ilara," he said. "If you know me." He stopped. The voices rushed louder. The walls seemed to narrow. The false Alina came nearer without crossing visible space. "If you know him," it said with terrible softness, "you know he cannot stay if you choose rightly." The truth in the sentence hit like cold iron. Yes. That was true. Yes. Choosing the person might mean losing the presence. The house was offering not a simple lie now, but a final bargain. Keep him badly, incompletely, in repetition, or love him truly and let the ending take him where unfinished recognition could no longer hold him. Tears burned behind Ilara's eyes. Fear rose violently, not fear of haunting, not fear of wrong voices, but fear of grief. Fear of a quiet study with no cold gathered in the corner. Fear of a garden she would walk alone knowing the birches no longer held him near. Fear of surviving into ordinary seasons after all this and having to bear that reality in daylight. And then, beneath fear, something steadier. He had stayed for centuries of sorrow because he loved rightly. Could she do less? The realization passed through her with calm so deep it almost felt like mercy. She reached for him. Not the arm now. His hand. She took it fully in both of hers and turned her whole body toward him, giving the false figure at the window no more of her face than the edge of it. "I know you," she said. The voices faltered. Adrian's eyes closed briefly, then opened. "I choose you," she said. Behind them the false Alina hissed like breath against glass. The corridor shook once, not physically, but in the deeper way a place shakes when its meaning breaks. Adrian looked at her with such anguish and tenderness that for one impossible instant she wanted to take the words back, not because they were wrong, but because she knew now what truth would cost him and her both. "Elara," he whispered. "I know," she said. "I know." And because the house had always fed on divided recognition, on persons turning from one another towards sound, she did the only thing that felt possible. She stepped closer. Close enough that there was no corridor left between them at all. Close enough that the cold of him surrounded her face, her throat, the space between breaths. Close enough that if he had been living, it would have been a kiss before either of them named it. His free hand lifted, unsteady, and came to rest against the side of her neck. The contact was impossibly gentle. The voices in the walls rose in one last violent confusion. Then she said the final truth before fear could interrupt it. "I would rather lose you whole than keep you broken." The corridor erupted. Not in noise first. In light. The east window shattered inward with a sound like winter breaking. Moonlight flooded the passage in a white torrent. The figure at the far end broke apart instantly, not into flesh or shadow, but into strips of voice, names, endearments, half-spoken pleas, intimate fragments torn loose and spinning through the corridor like scraps of paper in wind. Every borrowed voice sounded at once. Mother. Celeste. Alina. Her own. Adrian's. Thomas's. All of them speaking over one another with no center left to hold them. The walls trembled. The doors along the passage flew open and slammed back. The runner rug rippled underfoot as though something moved beneath it trying to rise into the rooms. Adrian drew her against him. The act was instinctive, protective, utterly human. His body was still not solid as any living body should have been, and yet in that moment she felt enough of him to know the truth of the embrace. Coolness, yes. But shape. Pressure. Intention. The sheltering curve of him around her. His mouth near her hair. One hand at the back of her neck, the other across her shoulders. "Elara," he said into the storm of voices, and his own voice cut through them all because it was the only one that reached rather than repeated. She held on. The corridor darkened and blazed by turns. Fragments of sound struck the walls and broke. Somewhere below, glass shattered in another room. The house was not dying perhaps, but unmaking its pattern. Forced at last to release what it had held by imitation because the persons at the center had chosen one another over the echo. Then, as suddenly as it began, the violence narrowed. The voices thinned. The light steadied. The cold in the corridor altered. Not the empty cold of the house. The clean dawn-like cold she had always associated with Adrian, only softer now, more spacious. She opened her eyes. They stood no longer in the corridor. Or not only there. The walls remained faintly around them, but overlaid with another place, a dusk garden not of this exact night and yet not wholly past. The birches younger. The roses fuller. Rain in the air though no water touched her skin. the pond visible beyond in deep stillness. Time had opened. Or folded. Or perhaps the house, unable to maintain its wrong corridor, had yielded at last the original place where the break began. Adrian stepped back enough to look at her. He was clear now. Clearer than he had ever been. Not transparent. Not blurred. A man. Still a little too pale perhaps, and touched by some inward light not of ordinary life, but a man. Dark hair. Grave, beautiful face. Eyes carrying too much tenderness and too much sorrow and too much peace beginning to enter both. The sight of him fully visible struck Alara with such force that she had to catch breath against it. He smiled then. Not with amusement. Not with irony. With recognition completed. "You see me," he said. She could not answer immediately. Only nodded. Tears had begun to move down her face without her noticing. He lifted one hand and touched her cheek. Warmth. Not much. Not the full uncomplicated warmth of ordinary living skin. But warmer than before. As though release moved toward him from the inside outward. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "For what?" "For what comes next." His expression changed so gently that the grief in her sharpened. "No," he said. "Don't be." The garden around them seemed to breathe. At the edge of sight, two figures stood near the birches. A woman in pale dress. A man beside her. Neither fully distinct, both held in the softened clarity of things seen through tears or memory. Alina and Thomas. Not young exactly. Not old. Simply complete in the way unfinished longing never is. Alara looked back at Adrian quickly, fear spiking again despite everything. "No." He smiled once more, and now the smile did hold sadness, but no regret. "It's all right." "It isn't." "Alara." His voice steadied her. "You chose rightly. That isn't enough for me." His thumb moved once along the line of her cheek, a gesture so intimate and simple that it nearly undid her more than the supernatural ever had. "It has to be." She shook her head. "Don't ask me to be gracious about this." A breath of laughter left him, soft and astonished. "I would never." That helped, absurdly. Helped because it was still him, still dry enough in grief to meet her where she was rather than where ideal sorrow might place her. She covered his hand with hers. "Will I remember?" she asked. The question mattered more than she had known until speaking it. Not the events only. Him. The exactness of him. The shape of his face now visible. The voice now no longer half lost in walls. The feel of his hand. He understood at once. "Yes," he said. "Not always cleanly. Not every day. Grief will change the texture of it. Time will do what time does. But yes. You will remember." "And you?" His eyes held hers with quiet, impossible depth. "I think I have remembered enough." The tears came more freely then. She hated them a little for blurring him when she most wanted to see clearly, but she could not stop them. Adrian seemed not to mind. He only looked at her as if every expression on her face was something he wanted to know, not turn away from. The figures near the birches grew clearer. Thomas had one hand lifted as if not waving, exactly, but acknowledging across distance. Alina stood beside him with a stillness Alara recognized at once from the miniature and from somewhere older within herself. Not a summons. Not a command. Only witness. Adrian glanced once toward them, then back to Alara. I loved you, he said. She let out a broken laugh through tears. You say that as if the tense is simple. His mouth softened. I love you. Better. More unbearable. She rose onto her toes then, because there was nothing else left but truth, and kissed him. The first sensation was light. Not metaphorical light. Actual, strange, quiet light, as if the contact at last completed some circuit long denied. Then came him. The shape of his mouth, cooler than any living mouth and yet responsive, unmistakably his. The tenderness in the way he answered without urgency, without desperation, without trying to make permanence out of a moment that could not promise it. A kiss full of grief and gratitude and completion. A kiss that did not ask the world to change its laws, only to honor this one instant before release. When they parted, the garden had grown brighter. Not morning. Something gentler and more interior. Adrian's outline had begun to soften at the edges. No. The word rose in her throat, but she did not speak it. She would not call him back badly now. Not after everything. He saw the struggle in her and loved her for it. She knew that by the look on his face. Stay with me, she whispered instead. I am. For as long as you can. His hand remained against her cheek. Yes. The birches moved with no wind. Somewhere water sounded, only once, as if the pond had exhaled. Then the old garden around them began to thin. The true corridor returned at the edges, broken glass glittering by the east window, doors standing open, moonlight on the runner. Time was closing again. Adrian's hand slipped from her cheek to her shoulder. Alara. Yes. When it becomes only memory, don't call the memory a lesser thing. The sentence entered her so gently that it hurt more for the gentleness. I won't. Live. She shook her head at once, grief making her briefly almost angry. Don't do that. Don't become wise at me in the final minute. A real smile touched him then. It transformed his face. I'm trying very hard not to. Good. Will you let the roses go wild? The question startled her so much she almost laughed again. What? The white ones. They always looked better after neglect than after discipline. She stared at him through tears. That is an outrageous gardening opinion. Yes. And wrong. Perhaps. The smile remained. That was when she understood fully. He was giving her ordinary things to carry. Roses. Dry humor. The memory of being argued with. Not grand last words alone. The dailiness of love. So that grief might have texture enough to live with. I'll see to them, she said. I know. He was dimming now in earnest. Not violently. Not being torn. Simply becoming less bound to visible form. The fear came back in one clean rise, but she held to the truth she had chosen. Not to keep him badly. Not to ask presence to remain where peace required release. Adrian. Yes. I will miss you. His expression became something almost too tender to bear. I know. I already do. I know. The corridor around them brightened once with moonlight off shattered glass. The old garden at the edges disappeared entirely. Thomas and Alina were gone from sight, though not, she felt, from being. Adrian leaned forward and pressed his forehead lightly to hers. For one suspended breath they stood that way. Then he whispered, "Thank you for knowing me first." The words broke her heart with such completeness that for a moment she could not breathe around them. When she opened her eyes again, he had gone. Not all at once. No dramatic vanishing. Only absence where presence had been, as if the world had quietly and finally accepted a truth it had resisted too long. The corridor stood empty. Moonlight lay across the floorboards and the broken glass beneath the east window. The curtain moved slightly in the night air. Doors along the passage stood open onto dark silent rooms. No voices spoke. No borrowed tenderness lingered in the walls. The house, for the first time since she had entered it, felt old rather than haunted. Elara remained where she was. One hand still lifted halfway as if it might find him if she were patient enough. Then grief came. Not theatrical grief. Not collapse. The quieter, deeper kind that enters by removal of pressure rather than by added weight. The sudden understanding that a room's silence now belongs truly to itself. That a voice which had once reached toward you from impossible distances has reached the end of its needing. That love, having become whole enough to release, leaves behind not emptiness exactly, but a space shaped forever by what stood there. She cried then. Standing in the broken moonlit corridor with the east window open and the house at last honest around her, she cried as one cries when no performance is required. For him. For Thomas and Alina. For Celeste. For all the women and men whose love had been bent by walls that learned wrong. For the years of waiting. For the relief. For the cost of it. At some point she became aware of another sound in the house. Not a voice. Wind moving cleanly through open space. It passed from the east corridor down the stairs and through the hall below, then out somewhere into the garden. The movement felt less like weather than like passage. A leaving. When at last her tears quieted, Elara crossed to the east window and looked out. The pond lay dark among the birches, ordinary at last. Small. Reflective. The moon broke cleanly across its surface. No depthless blackness. No distortion. Only water. The sight was almost enough to make her cry again. Instead she closed the broken window as best she could, gathered a blanket from her room, and went downstairs. The study remained exactly as they had left it. 2 cups on the desk, one untouched and gone cold. The fire burning low. Alina's miniature shining softly under the lamp. Adrian's photograph on the blotter. Everything both ordinary and unbearable. She sat in the chair by the fire with the blanket around her shoulders and did not sleep. Dawn found her there. Gray first. Then pearl. Then pale gold touching the garden. The house and morning felt newly itself. The silences had changed. They were no longer layered with waiting. They simply were. After tea, she went outside. The grass was wet and cold against her shoes. Birds moved through the hedge with practical little sounds, indifferent to the human magnitude of endings. She followed the path to the pond. Up close, it looked smaller than ever. Water. Stone rim. Reeds. Birch shadows moving over the surface. She stood a long time. Then, from her pocket, she took Alina's miniature and held it in both hands. "I know," she said softly. "Not to summon. Not to call anyone back. Only to acknowledge." The birches answered with a light rustle. On the far side of the pond, near the roots of the nearest tree, something white caught her eye. A rose. Fresh this time. Not withered. Not cold in the old wrong way. A single white bloom opened to the morning, impossible this early in the season and yet unquestionably real. Dew beaded its outer petals. No dark thread lay at its center. No rut sweetened the scent when she bent to pick it up. Only rose. Only morning. She smiled through the ache in her throat. "All right," she whispered. She carried the rose back to the house and set it in a glass on the study desk beside Adrian's photograph. Then she opened every window she could. Not because the house needed exorcising. Because houses, after long silence, deserve air. The days that followed were gentle in the way days after great storms are gentle. Not uncomplicated. Not free from wreckage. But clean at the edges. Villagers noticed broken glass in the east corridor and asked practical questions. She gave practical answers: wind, old latch, neglected frame. Mrs. Fenwick came with marmalade and a length of lace curtain she insisted would fit the upstairs window better than the old one. The ironmonger replaced the glass 2 days later and said only that old houses settle strangely in spring. Elara agreed. She stayed. Not out of fear. Not because the house held her. Because for the first time it did not. She restored rooms slowly. Cleared the glasshouse. Pruned the white roses. Found herself speaking aloud sometimes in the study and then smiling at the quiet that followed, not wounded by it, only aware. She put Alina's miniature back into the hall, but not hidden now. It stood openly on the table beneath the portrait. Thomas's letter and Celeste's diary she wrapped carefully and placed in the desk drawer with Adrian's photograph and the ring engraved AH/CV. Not buried. Kept. She thought often of calling that collection an archive. In truth, it was a kind of family. Weeks later, on an evening full of blue light and first true warmth, she sat in the garden with a book she had not yet begun reading and watched the white roses open one by one into summer. The house behind her stood quiet. The pond reflected the sky cleanly. Somewhere in the village, someone played a piano with uncertain skill and great feeling, missing notes without shame. Elara leaned back in the chair beneath the birches and let the sound come over the lawn. Grief remained. It would remain. Some loves do not end when presence does. They change medium. That is all. They become part of the way afternoon light enters a room, part of the impulse to set 2 cups on a table, part of the unreasonable tenderness felt toward a rose opened too early, part of the courage to choose person over fear even when fear offers the more immediate comfort. She had loved him. She loved him still. Not in a way that required the house to speak for him. Not in a way that asked the world to break itself open again. In memory, yes. In body. In ease and ache and ordinary continuation. In the exactness with which she now understood that love could outlive presence without becoming less real. As dusk approached, she rose and walked once more to the pond. The surface held the evening sky in pale silver blue. No voices moved in it. No figures gathered there. Only water. only reflection. Only the deep quiet that comes when a wound has finally scarred over enough not to reopen with every weather change. She stood at the edge and said, very softly, because saying it still mattered even without answer. I chose you. The birches stirred. A breeze passed over the pond, breaking the reflection into trembling light. And though no voice came back, no form appeared, no impossible hand touched hers in the dark, Elara felt with perfect certainty that the truth of that choice remained. Not trapped. Not repeating. Simply true. She stayed until the first star showed. Then she returned to the house on Bramble Lane, where the windows glowed one by one into evening, where the white roses held the last light as if they understood how to do so better than anything else in the garden, and where love, no longer haunted by incompletion, had become part of the walls in a gentler way at last. That was not the same as forgetting. It was better. It was living. And in the years that followed, when spring storms came and the house sighed around them, when moonlight struck the east corridor and turned the floor pale as memory, when the first white roses opened after dusk and seemed for one impossible instant to gather light from somewhere deeper than the evening sky, Elara would pause and feel grief and peace move together inside her without conflict. Sometimes she would touch the back of a chair before sitting when troubled. Sometimes she would argue with books aloud. Sometimes she would prepare 2 cups before smiling at herself and putting one back. And sometimes, standing by the study window with rain moving softly over the garden, she would think of a man who had once said that beauty was too easily generalized in memory and that particular things were harder to lose. So she kept the particulars. The shape of his dry humor. The quiet gravity of his eyes when fully seen. The way he had said her name when the house could not imitate the reaching inside it. The impossible coolness of his hand becoming hand beneath hers. The words I love you spoken plainly at the end of all haunting. The white rose by the pond. The last request not to call memory lesser because presence was gone. She kept them. And because she kept them, not by fear but by love, the house remained quiet. Not empty. Never empty. Old houses are never empty once truly lived in. But quiet in the way healed things are quiet. At peace with their silences. At peace with their dead. At peace, at last, with love beyond presence. The end.